Hello, everybody. It's trial time. Hello, chat. Hello, everyone. We are here today. We got the state of Ohio versus Toby Madden. Toby. Not that Toby. Not your name is Toby. But we got something going today. Yeah, this is really good, guys. We're going to start, and it's going to get very interesting and very, I hate to say funny like that, but it's going to be very funny. It's going to be very humorous. You're going to lull very hard, okay? So Toby is accused of murdering his longtime girlfriend. Her name's Rachelle Brewsaugh, or Brewsaugh, what I don't know how to pronounce it. Anyway, she was found with 55 stab wounds all over her head, neck, and chest and abdomen. Okay. Now, Toby is accused of doing it. Toby's claiming he's innocent. He didn't do it. That this was a result of some sort of like drug issue, because Toby's already currently serving a prison sentence for a unrelated drug case as well. So Toby's argument is like people killed her and it was like a drug robbery going bad and, stuff like that. Okay. Now, obviously the state doesn't agree with that. They believe he killed her. In addition to those things, Toby, his trial he did this in 2022. He was set for trial in August 2023. There were issues with competency for him, but he also fired his first 5 attorneys. He tried to represent himself for a little bit, and now he's on attorney number 6. So a little bit of Sarah Boone-itis going on here. But we're going to get started, guys. This happened down in, actually, I need to make sure I got the right town, because it is down in southern Ohio. And it was down in Butler County, Ohio. So it's just outside of Cincinnati. Okay, guys, if you're wondering where that's at, okay. It is just north of Cincinnati. It's the county to the north of Cincinnati. If you guys know where like Miami University is, that's where that's at. But it is not the county with Cincinnati in it. Okay. Which is funny because, Hamilton County is, where Cincinnati is, which doesn't make much sense. Hamilton County is where Cincinnati is, but the county seat of Butler County is Hamilton, Ohio. Ohio does that a little bit. We name the town. We do things a little differently here. Make it difficult. Shree says, why is he charged with 2 counts of murder? Well, we'll bring that up real quick. That's a good thing we'll do here. So, what we'll do is, and I'll bring it up. I think I should be able to find it. Where is, hold on here. I'm going to bring up, because you asked that, I'm going to go to the Clerk of Court's website and see if I can find it. Because hopefully I can find it and explain it to you, because the way it works is court records e-filing. Here we go. All right, guys, sorry. Try and do this all at once. Let me see here. Where is the case? Oh, right here. I got it. All right, let's see if I can pull up his indictment. Oh, we can get it. It looks like. Here we go. Warrant process form, copy of indictment. Here we go. All right, so we have his indictment. Obscure says this is showing up on Locals. I put a Locals post up. Did you guys not see it? I'm sorry, because I put it up there. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was going to stream on Locals. I was just making sure everybody knew it was there, but I'm not sure why it's not working on Locals. So anyway, Street, here's how this works in Ohio. We So this is his indictment. So in October 1st, 2022, I'm sorry, October 11th, 2022. God, I read that wrong. He's accused of either purposefully caused the death. I hate it when it does this. He did purposely cause the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh, which constitutes murder on a classified felony under 290302A. There's also specification that he's a repeat violent offender. And with a repeat violent offender, that means there are enhancements to him. So that means they can do a lot with this. They can tack on time if there's a finding of that. And they say count 2, murder. He did cause a death as a proximate result of a committing or attempted to commit an offense of violence that is a felony of the first or second degree. Okay. And that is murder. All right. So it's 290302B. And that's called, in Ohio, we call that, like in the legal field, we call it B murder. So when you think about it and you're reading that part there, it was the proximate result of attempting to commit an offense of violence that is a felony of the first or second degree. That means felony murder. If you commit felony murder, this is the felony murder statute is right here. So they're claiming he murdered her just outright. Okay. But in the alternative, they're claiming that there's felony murder here under count 2. So you're charging him in alternative manners. All right. Count 3 is felonious assault. And that is the felony crime of violence. And that's where you knowingly cause physical harm, serious physical harm to someone. And that's a second degree felony. Okay. So that's how you get the second degree felony issue. That's how you get this felony murder case. And then there's count 4, felonious assault using a deadly weapon. And it's knowingly causing serious physical harm by means of a deadly weapon or dangerous ordinance. Okay. Because he's used a knife. So they're charging him with a deadly weapon type of assault. But I can also feloniously assault you with my fist. If I punch you in the face and you fall down and break your jaw, that's felonious assault. If I hit you with a baseball bat, that's felonious assault. So I hope that makes sense there. Does that make sense? Does that make sense how they're doing this? He's not accused of murdering her twice. It's just there's 2 separate ways. Explain how these separate murder charges translate into sentencing enhancements. Okay. So in Ohio, the way it works is we'll just start with felonious assault as a second degree felony. As a second degree felony, he looks at anywhere from 2 to 8 years. Okay. So that's a sentence. 2 to 8 years. For murder in Ohio is, now we got this whole sheet of emptiness here. Murder in Ohio is 15 minimum. It's a minimum mandatory 15-year sentence to life. So in Ohio, if you get charged with murder and you get convicted of it, you have to serve a minimum sentence of 15 years, and then you're eligible for parole after that. And in Ohio, parole is what you get granted if you get charged with murder. And your parole can last for the rest of your life. Parole is a very rough thing for people who committed murder. Now, generally speaking, nobody gets out at the 15-year mark. You're usually there for a little while. So that is where you're stuck with. Now, the serious violent offender specification that you guys keep seeing here, being a repeat violent offender, allows for them to tack on more time. And we'll get to that because we might not need it. The trial's going. But right now he's looking at a minimum of a maximum sentence of 15 to life and then 2 to 8 years. Now, here's the thing. This 2 to 8 year issue here, if you were convicted of felonious assault and murder, they do what's called, these offenses would merge, basically. All right. So you're kind of stuck there. And they end up going all together. They run it all together. Dolly's saying, can you do things to raise a chance of getting out in 15 years? Yeah, you could do things that make the parole board like you, but most people don't get out right away. That's just the nature of it in Ohio. I've heard of very few people getting out after 15 years. So, can't remember, says the life or a certain amount of. No, it's the way it works is so it's 15 to life. And I'm going to delete all this so I can move stuff around here because we've got a blank sheet we can look at, basically. So it's 15 to life, meaning the way it works in Ohio, you serve 15 years, you have a parole hearing. Gets denied. You're up for parole in another 2-3 years. You're up for parole in another 2-3 years. You're up for parole in another 2-3 years. Theoretically, you could be detained for the rest of your life. But ideally, you're always eligible for parole. You're always eligible for parole. So you're always eligible for parole, but it's not life without possibility of parole. So he's always eligible to be released. But he might not get released for 25 years, might not get released for 35 years, 45 years, 55 years. He might never get out. It all depends on what the probation or the parole board does. I remember when I was working as an assistant prosecutor, there was a case of this guy, he murdered a lady back in like 1983. And it's 2018, and I'm looking at his stuff, and we had to write a letter opposing his release to the parole board because he murdered in a very heinous way. And his parole got denied, and he's been there forever. So, and actually, see if I can find him real quick. It's actually a great example. Let me see if I can find it here. Residential county commitment. Actually, no. Oh, what are we going to do? Yeah, see if I can find this guy real quick. Let me see if we can find him. All right, let me see here. Can't find him right now, but I'm trying to look for it because the guy's been in jail for, nearly 40 years now, and he's eligible for parole, and he probably won't get it, but he's also kind of a loon. And he's been very insincere. His prison record, because you get that. We could email the prison and get a hold of his prison record. We could check all those things out. And yeah, we can oppose it because like this guy does whatever the hell he wants. We don't want him out. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's the guy. This is the guy right here. I actually did this case for this guy. Hey, Ron, we'll work on it another day. I'm just glad you guys got through the hurricane in one piece down there. You just enjoy your day. But anyways, this is a great example of it, guys, here. Jesse James Crowder. Look at his birthday, 1955. His admission date was 1982. Okay? So he has a maximum sentence. And look at all the things he got charged with. Multiple, like he did a lot of things in different counties. But the ones I'm worried about are these ones right here. The attempted aggravated murder and aggravated robbery. He had max sentences of 25 years. This is back in Ohio had indefinite sentencing. So his aggregate sentence is 31 to 125 years. He has a parole date. His next expected release date is March of 2029. So his next one is then. So the parole board is just going to keep going and going and going with people. It keeps going. And yeah. James Olin says the covering case has involved but never happened. This is all public record. And I was a prosecutor, so I don't feel I have any duty at that point. Everything I did was public. My name is signed on the letter that we sent in that he shouldn't be released. So that's all public record like that. So I just hope this explains the idea of how the parole works. He's gone for a while. And then he has to figure out what happens from there. Yes, he was a very busy guy. Multi-county crime spree. Real Hydro PX says, how many times can you grape? He graped a lot of women. And we'll ask this one real quick here. Pseudo Snark says for $10, how much of what did you learn in practice was what you learned in law school? How much of was just learning as you went? A lot of it's on the job training. I mean, you learn some basics, but you don't learn how to run a business. You don't learn how to be in a court. You learn some basic courtroom etiquette. So even what you learn in moot court is still different. You learn a very formal and sanitized version of being in court, but it's all different. It's an entire thing. Tom says, you prosecuted in 1982? No, I did not. I was in 2018. I had to write a letter to the parole board saying, don't let him out for our office. My boss came to me, put it on my desk and said, here. And I looked at him. I said, are we opposing or not opposing? And my boss was like, read what he did and then you could figure it out. And I looked and I'm like, okay, yeah, we're definitely probably opposing this guy. And all the counties opposed him. And yeah. So no, I was not born in 1982. I was born in 1985. So no, I was not even born in 1982. I was born in 85. So, all right, guys, we're going to get going on this. But Shri and everybody out there, I hope those answer your questions. If you have more questions, ask. I'd be happy to answer. And you know why I ask those questions? Answer those questions. Those are really good questions. Because if you had that question, someone else did too. So you guys were just you guys were willing to ask it. So that's why we're doing it. All right, so here we go. Day one. Oh, the Great Seal of the state of Ohio. Because you notice we grow crops, but we also have you can go through the fields and harvest fields of giant arrows. Also, there's really no mountains like this in Ohio. I think that's a bit of a lie. Just saying. I'm just saying. So here we go. There's Toby Madden. I'm 39. I just turned 39.
All right.
Now, what did he just do? Well, you saw them. You heard what the camera didn't catch all of it. But he's like, I'm so responsible for what happened. I didn't mean to do it. I love you. So he's already talking, chat. This is already where this is going. I'm so sorry. Yep. Jeff, how are you doing? Hope your night out on the town was fun, man. But yeah, he's spazzing already, chat. Yep. And it's only going to get worse from here. So, guys, hang tight. This will be a good trial to watch. I promise. We're going to keep going here.
Please back in session.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record in State versus Madden, CR 22-121675. The jurors are not present at this time. Counsel for the state, Mr. Burris and Mr. Hahn are present, along with Detective Horton, and Mr. Madden appears in person with counsel, Mr. Wilder. Just a few housekeeping details before we get started today. Counsel should have found on their table a packet of the jury instructions. Those are draft instructions. I don't expect you to comment on those today. I just wanted to give you a working copy so that as we go through the evidence in this case, you're able to make comments and request additions or corrections to those. The other thing I wanted to bring is we do have the media covering the trial. I have instructed that the jurors will not be filmed. If I would ask the counsel to police their own witnesses. If any of your witnesses do not wish to be on film, please let me know that prior to the witness taking the stand, and I will instruct the camera operators to not film that particular witness. Okay, So are we prepared to go forward, Mr. Burr?
Thank you for the input, sweetheart. I do know attorneys who have been down in this area. Judge McElfresh, she's actually a very good judge to be in front of. Apparently, she's actually pretty cool. So, besides her big 80s hair.
First.
With opening, yes.
It's Southern Ohio. Give her a break.
Rachelle Madden, who has been the victim rep for most of this, is the daughter of the defendant and daughter of the deceased. I do believe wishes to exercise her martial law rights and be present for whatever part of the trial that she would be on.
All right. Then, do you have any comment on that, Mr. Wilder?
Yeah, we would object to that.
Listen, I don't want to object to anything. I just want to, this is about the family that I love. And, listen,
Yeah, listen, guys, he's spilling his guts. I told you, like, we haven't even started, and he's already wanting to quit.
That's all for what happened to her. I didn't mean it.
Judge, are we recording?
I believe we are.
I'm so
Can we go off?
We need to take a recess?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a recess
I
and
love
we'll,
you. And I don't want you to hate me. I don't want you to hate me.
Okay. I've never had that happen before, and I hope to God I never have that happen, because holy Jesus, that's a lot to handle all at once. But there you go. There you go, guys. I told you it was going to be good. And let me tell you, did I deliver? I think I delivered. Oh boy. Yeah, that was the defendant screaming on camera that he was I didn't mean to do it. I'm so sorry. Oh, I thought it was before they went on the record. Oh shit. Yeah, well. Yeah. What is he even saying? He said basically to the words of, I'm sorry. Here's the there's a news story. It kind of points it out. He says, I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it. I love you. And that was according to the assistant prosecutor. Told everybody. They said, he also said more of, I don't want you to hate me. And his daughter is the daughter shared with the victim. So that's what's going on there. And there's Toby when he got arrested. He kind of looks like the Brooklyn Dad Defiant guy a little bit, doesn't he? On Twitter. Anyway, that, you know, yeah, so yes, there we go, spilling his guts already. And see, guys, you know, you see all these fancy sanitized courtrooms for the big trials. Like, look, the attorney, like inboxes for attorneys to grab filings or things and all kinds of stuff hanging around. Like, it's the real world. But here we go.
in State versus Madden, CR 22-121675. The jurors are not present at this time. Counsel for the state, Mr. Burris and Mr. Hahn are present, along with Detective Horton, and Mr. Madden appears in person with counsel, Mr. Wilder. Just a few housekeeping details before we get started today. Counsel should have found on their table a packet of the jury instructions. Those are draft instructions. I don't expect you to comment on those today. I just wanted to give you a working copy so that as we go through the evidence in this case, you're able to make comments and request additions or corrections to those. The other thing I wanted to bring attention is we do have the media covering the trial. I have instructed that the jurors will not be filmed. If I would ask the counsel to police their own witnesses. If any of your witnesses do not wish to be on film, please let me know that prior to the witness taking the stand, and I will instruct the camera operators to not film that particular witness. Okay, so
I still don't think that's legal. I still don't think legally she can do that. I think that's highly unconstitutional. You know, the public has a right to an open trial, and if all the public can't fit in the building, you know, because all the people in the gallery aren't told look away, you know, they're told look away, look away, look away, Dixieland. You know, you're not told to look away, but apparently if you're not there, you suddenly lose rights that everyone else has. And I think that's a very big problem. So yes, but you already heard him. He already just said, I'm sorry again. He won't shut up. He's probably like, Nick Rekieta told me I could say I'm sorry on the record. Nick Rekieta told me. But we're going to keep going here, chat.
Are we prepared to go forward, Mr. Burris?
With opening, yes. I know Michaela Madden, who has been the victim rep for most of this, is the daughter of the defendant and daughter of the deceased. I do believe wishes to exercise her martial law rights and be present for whatever part of the trial that she would be allowed to.
All right. Then do you have any comment on that, Mr. Wilder?
Yeah, we would object to that.
Listen, I don't want to object to anything. I just want to, this is about the family that I love. And, listen, yeah, I'm responsible for what happened to her and me.
It's going on, guys. He won't stop. He won't stop. Also, today's episode is brought to you by White Claw, Natural Lime. Also, before we get too far, we need to go over our sponsors today. Dragon's Treasure, thedragonstreasure.com, a haven for tea and anime lovers. Guys, all kinds of tea, coffee, all kinds of great stuff they have going on there at the Dragon's Treasure. Use the promo code criminal, you get 10% off. And then MAF Arms, maf-arms.com. You guys know them as Fudbusters, the finest sellers of wind chimes in all of Florida. Get your wind chime accessories there. 10% off. Use the promo code POTCRIM. maf-arms.com. Let's get back to the show. I should have done that earlier, but here we go, guys. Yes, we're back to clawing it up, chat. After almost probably a good portion of a year, back to clawing it up. So, things froze. They shut it off again once he started outbursting, which I think is
Back in session.
all right. Round 3 of starting on the record. We're gonna try again. 3rd time's the charm, chat. Let's see if round 3 is it gonna get any better. Oh. We'll get to that one later, chat. Pink Slime says, do we get to swear here? We run Somali rules. As long as you're not Fed posting, you can do what you want. But anyways, welcome, Pink Slime. Hello. Look, chat says, Howard said to shut up. Okay, I will say this much. When you're in trial, man, like the emotions running through anybody facing like a murder trial are going to be insane. I can't imagine having it myself. So, yeah. All right. But anyways, we're going to keep going here.
Please be seated. We're back on the record in State versus Madden. Again, the jurors are not present on behalf of the state. Our assistant prosecutors, Brad Burris and Michael Hahn, and Detective Horton is also present. In addition, Mr. Madden is present with his counsel, Mr. Wilder. Mr. Wilder, is there any need, do we need to address anything before the jurors are brought in?
Yes, I do believe we should.
No, that's not my cousin.
Your Honor, given what just occurred in court, I'm a little concerned about Mr. Madden's emotional state on seeing some of his family members. And at the chance that may repeat itself in front of the jury, I certainly don't want anything like that to be prejudicial to his defense or his case or his interests. So I do believe at this time, Mr. Madden, because of those reasons, the emotion of this and his family being here, I think he is preferring to be somewhere else in the courthouse to watch by video, because I don't believe he can get through the portion of this, especially the beginning, without having the emotion he just displayed in court just a few moments ago.
Okay, Mr. Madden, you heard Mr. Wilder's representation. Is that your, as what he expressed to the court, how you desire to proceed today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. Haven't seen, look at home.
What do you say?
Haven't
see my family and now I'm perfect. I'm just move that on. Yeah.
Well, it appears that you have regained your composure, and I do want you to have a fair trial and to be able to participate with your counsel in your defense. We've gone over a number of cases in the past talking about disruptions in the courtroom. Those include Illinois versus Allen, 90 Supreme Court, 1057, and out of our Court of Appeals in the 12th District.
And guys, remember, just like Darrell Brooks, Illinois v. Allen, the Allen case is there about ejecting people.
State versus Cook, 2021, Ohio, 2157. And State versus Kilgore, 2006, Ohio, 2139. And as I indicated to you previously, we must have decorum in this courtroom and proceed without disruption. But
A lot.
I want to give you the opportunity to be here, but I can't let you disrupt the proceedings. So I'm going to give you one
We'll
final
get to
caution and ask that you keep the decorum that these proceedings require. And if you fail to do that, I will have you removed from the courtroom, and we will take you to another room where you can view the trial on television, and but you will not be in the courtroom so that we can proceed with these matters. Mr. Burris, is there anything that you wish to put on the record at this time?
I'm in agreement with the court. I was just going to say, I don't think he's had an outburst yet in front of the jury that warrants removal at this point.
Very well. Okay, and is there anything that you wanted to put on the record before we bring the jurors in?
The statement was made in front of defense counsel. I do feel like I probably have to supplement discovery in some way, so I will make an oral supplemental motion as to the statements that Mr. Madden made to family members and in front of the media. Actually, supplemental in front of the court as well, on some record. And then I will do a written supplemental discovery later on today when we have it. I don't want to use the word prejudice, but obviously Mr. Wilder was right next to him, so we would have heard all the statements.
All right, we stopped the proceedings after you had raised the issue of the victim's representative being in the courtroom and exercising her constitutional rights under Marcy's law. You heard the objection. Did you have any response that you wish to offer with regards to that?
I think we're okay.
All right. At this time, I am going to permit the victim's representative to remain in the courtroom. Is there an expectation that that representative will be testifying at some point during the trial?
I believe she'll be the first one to show.
All right. Okay, and the court will find then that there will be little to no prejudice given that the witness will be the first witness to testify. But if we need to revisit that issue, we certainly can do that. Okay, anything else before, or do we need a few minutes before we start with opening statements?
Mr. Hahn's going to do the opening statement. I believe he's to go.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead and bring the jurors in.
Judge, I'm sorry. I would make a motion for separation of witnesses. I don't know if you want to do that now or
Sure,
after
let's go ahead and
opening,
do
but I would, the defense would move to separate all witnesses in this case, so no one's able to hear the testimony of the other before they're called to the stand.
And Mr. Burris, on that issue, I've already ruled that the victim's representative may remain in the courtroom. Are there any other witnesses in the courtroom that you anticipate will testify?
Not on behalf of the state of Ohio, however, I do believe Mr. Wilder has at least verbally indicated to me you might be calling Miss Celeste when she is in the courtroom.
Oh, she's on your list too.
Yeah, but I'm not intending on calling her, but I'm not playing games with you now. I'm just saying, she is in the courtroom, and you did verbally indicate to me that you may call her as a witness. So that's the one for you. That's one for you to address.
And just so the record's clear, that was on the list that the prosecutor gave me through email. Her name is on that list.
Right.
I don't know if I would call her or not, so I would consider her a defense witness at this point and ask her to leave the courtroom.
Very well, thank you.
And I would also reiterate, I'm asking for my client to be addressed, because I don't think he should be in this courtroom and in front of this jury the way he's acting right now. I think it's prejudicial to him to do this in front of the jury. So I'm asking for him to be addressed on whether his appearance, he will waive it and go upstairs, because I think it would impact his defense in this case.
That you got to. Him sitting there bawling his eyes out, you can't. That is more detrimental than him just like disappearing. So I think the attorney is doing what he can there. If you notice, the prosecutors in this one aren't fucking around with things. They're like, look, he just said a bunch of things here, so I have to supplement. And yes, they have to supplement with a statement because that's technically a discovery issue. So they have to provide defense counsel, hey, look, here's what your guy said. Discovery. All right, so attorney's doing a good job there.
All right, and again, I will rely on the cases that I previously cited, and I'm going to proceed with caution on this issue so as to give Mr. Madden the fair trial that he deserves, and that we will have to see where things go, but I hope that he'll be able to remain collected and assist in his defense. With regard to separation of witnesses, I will grant that motion, again, permitting the victim's representative to remain in the courtroom as well as Detective Horton, who is the state's designee. Okay, so with that, anyone that, other than those two individuals that expects to testify in this trial will need to leave the courtroom, and we can bring the jurors in at this time.
Judge, he's indicating he's got one in here.
All right.
I understand.
I made my rolling, and I'm going to stand by that at this time.
Yeah, yes, guys. That police officer off to the side on the wall. That's a sheriff's deputy. In Ohio, they all wear black. They have black shirts and like a greenish gray pants. That's statewide thing. And well, there's Clyde. He got a haircut today. Yes, very detrimental if he's sitting there sobbing and crying. No, it's not me.
Okay, please be seated. I'm going to start by thanking you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. It's not our practice to delay the proceedings, but sometimes things happen that necessitate that. I will assure you that we have been working diligently outside of your presence, and again, I appreciate your patience. So at this time, I'm going to give you some opening instructions, and before we hear the opening statements of counsel and begin to take evidence, it may be helpful if you have some preliminary instructions to help you follow in listening to and considering the evidence. Later, after you have heard all of the evidence and the closing arguments of counsel, I will give you further instructions on the law. It is the duty of the judge to instruct you on the law, and it is your duty to follow the law as I will state it to you now and from time to time during the trial and at the conclusion of the final arguments. You, the jury, have the exclusive duty to decide all questions of fact submitted to you. In connection with this duty, you must determine the effect and the value of the evidence. You must not be influenced in your decision by sympathy, prejudice, or passion toward any party, witness, or attorney in this case. If in these instructions or in the instructions I may give you later, any principle or idea is repeated or stated in different ways, no emphasis is intended and you shall infer none. You must not single out any particular instruction and ignore others. You are to consider all of the instructions as a whole and are to consider each instruction in relation to the other instructions. The fact that I give you some instructions now, others during the course of the trial, and further instructions after final arguments has no significance as to their relative importance, nor does the order in which I give you the instructions. In the event you should experience a personal problem during the course of the trial, you may explain the matter to Mr. Halcomb and the message will be relayed to me. The attorneys for the parties will of course have active roles in the trial. They will make opening statements, question witnesses, make objections, and finally will argue the case as the last step before you hear my final instructions and commence your deliberations. Remember at all times that the lawyers are not witnesses, and since it is your duty to decide the case solely on the evidence you see or hear in this case, you must not consider as evidence any statement of any attorney made during the trial. There is an exception, and that is if the attorneys agree as to any fact.
Times.
That agreement stipulation.
Also, we're going to skip ahead here, chat, because we don't need to hear this. But yes, 55 times. He did this outside the jury's presence, but we're going to skip the jury instructions because I don't. Yeah, here we go.
Address you once during opening statements, and in accordance with the rules that govern these proceedings, the state will speak first. Okay, on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see here, I have an opening statement prepared. However, sometimes things happen where you have to change on the fly. So I'm still going to give you this opening statement. However, I'm going to tell you something first up front. So probably 30 minutes ago from now, you all were back in the jury room. Mr. Madden was brought into the courtroom here. The record was on. We had to deal with some preliminary matters before you were all brought in. Mr. Madden saw Michaela Madden in the back of the courtroom and the rest of family members. And he turned to them and said, as he made a motion of this,
This is all 100% admissible, chat. This is all 100% admissible. Egon Toe says stabbed. That was so I could avoid the YouTube filters. But guys, you can say this. You can. This is all admissible conduct. So here we go.
Responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it. I love you. That was recorded, and you're going to hear that recording during this trial. You're also going to hear from witnesses that also heard it. Detective Horton heard it. He was sitting here. Michaela heard it. She was sitting there. He was talking right to her. So you're going to hear that in this trial. And now my plan is to give my opening statement that I did have prepared and explain to you what he didn't mean to do. And ladies and gentlemen, it's 55. That's the number that I want all of you to remember. You're going to hear that number a lot throughout this trial. And that's because that's the number of times that Toby Madden, that man sitting right there, stabbed Rachelle Brewsaugh on October 11th of 2022 and killed her. 55. He stabbed his girlfriend of over 20 years and the mother of his child 55 times. And because of this stabbing, he was charged and indicted on 4 counts. And I think it's important, I know you heard it already from the judge in voir dire, but I think it's important that you hear the indictment, and I'm going to read it to you. And I think it's important because I want you to understand these charges, and I want all of you to understand the elements that the state's going to prove to you throughout this trial. Count 1, murder. On or about October 11th of 2022 in Butler County, Ohio, Toby L. Madden did purposely cause the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh, which constitutes the offense of murder, an unclassified felony in violation of revised code 290302 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Ohio. Count 2, murder. On or about October 11th, 2022 in Butler County, Ohio, Toby L. Madden did cause the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh as a proximate result of the offenders committing or attempting to commit an offense of violence that is a felony of the first or second degree, and that is not a violation of section 290303 or 290304 of the revised code, which constitutes the offense of murder, unclassified felony in violation of 290302B. Count 3, felonious assault. And then in parentheses, serious physical harm. On or about October 11th of 2022 in Butler County, Ohio, Toby L. Madden did knowingly cause serious physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh, which constitutes the offense of felonious assault, serious physical harm, second degree felony in violation of 2903-11A1. And finally, count 4, felonious assault with a deadly weapon. On or about October 11th of 2022 in Butler County, Ohio, Toby L. Madden did knowingly cause or attempt to cause physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh by means of a deadly weapon or dangerous ordinance, which constitutes the offense of felonious assault with a deadly weapon, second degree felony in violation of 2903-11A2. That's what he's been charged with for what happened on October 11th of 2022. So I'm going to take you back to that time. On October 11th of 2022, Toby Madden and Rachelle Brewsaugh were living in a house at 1270 Parish Avenue in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio. They were living there and they were renovating that residence at the same time. And on October 11th of 2022, Rachelle had called the city of Hamilton, the utilities department, and asked that the gas be turned on because they didn't have any gas service there. So at 8 a.m. on October 11th of 2022, 4 city of Hamilton utility workers came out to the residence.
Oh, guys, I should say this started on Monday, this past Monday, so we're 5 days behind. But we're going to catch up day 1 and day 2 today. And then we'll catch up like 3 tomorrow. We'll get caught up this week on the trial. They're on day 5. Now, this is Butler County, Ohio, just north of Cincinnati.
Residence at 1270. And you're going to hear from all 4 of them. They're going to explain to you how they went up to the door, knocked at 8 a.m.
Guys.
She answered. She let them in. She had a big dog. They had a big dog in this residence. She showed them the way to the basement. They needed to go see the furnace and do some work on the furnace. So she showed them the way to the basement, and she sat on the couch near the front door holding the dog so the dog wouldn't bother them. And as they go downstairs into the basement, they go through an adjacent room right next to where she's sitting on the couch with the dog. And these city workers are going to tell you that there was a male in a chair covered by a blanket, and he was sitting there sleeping. And he didn't get up. He was just there. He didn't say anything to him. So they go downstairs into the basement. and they run their tests on the gas lines, but apparently there's something wrong with the furnace. The furnace doesn't work, so they cannot turn on the gas. So around 8:30 a.m., they go back upstairs out of the basement. They tell Rachelle, the male's still sleeping in the chair. I believe he tells one of the workers, what's up, or something to that effect. They walk past him. They go into that front room with Rachelle sitting there with the dog, and they tell her, I'm sorry, we can't turn the gas onto your house. The furnace is broken, and you need to get the furnace fixed first. And they leave at about 8:30 a.m., all four of them. And they're all four going to tell you that they saw Rachelle as they left, and she was alive and well. And that the house, furniture is not in any disarray. The furniture that is in there is in its correct place. So the next thing you're going to hear, then is at noon, so 3.5 hours later, Hamilton Police Department gets a 911 call. And they respond out because Rachelle's been stabbed and killed. So you're going to hear from first responders, Officer Katie Johnson and Officer Taras Volchikov, who at the time was with Hamilton PD in 2022. He's no longer with HPD. He's now with Warren County. But you're going to hear from she's a detective now, but Officer Johnson at the time, you're going to hear from her, and she's going to tell you how that when she arrives, she goes into the house, and there's Toby Madden on top of Rachelle trying to do CPR on what is clearly a deceased person. She pulls him off, gets him outside, hands him off to Officer Volchikov, who takes him outside to the sidewalk. And what else? The other thing that Officer Johnson's going to tell you is that when she goes through that house, there's absolutely no signs of forced entry by anyone in. Doors are locked, back doors locked. You're going to see these pictures. There's no breaks in the door jamb, in the front door. Windows are intact. And Officer Volchikov is going to tell you that, yes, he was acting hysterically inside when Officer Johnson went in there and pulled him off. But as he gets Toby Madden outside on the sidewalk, Toby then asks for a cigarette and then wants to go back inside because he says he needs to get his jacket and his wallet. Of course, Officer Volchikov doesn't allow this, and Toby gets mad at Officer Volchikov for that. The next thing you're going to hear is you're going to hear from Ann Mayers. Ann Mayers is a neighbor who lived at 1260 Parish Avenue, which is right next door, and these houses are close together. She's going to testify. She's going to tell you that she was sitting on her porch in the morning around 9 a.m., between 9 and 9:30, and she sat out there every morning with her sister that she lived with and drank her coffee. This morning was a little different on October 11th. She heard a scream, and she said that she's going to tell you that it comes from the direction of 1270, so her left, that she's sitting on the porch. But she's also going to tell you that at that time, on October 11th of 2022, she was 73 years old, and she wore hearing aids, and she didn't have a mitt that morning. But she still heard the scream, but she wasn't exactly sure what it was. She's going to tell you she didn't know if it was a woman screaming or if it were kids playing in the neighborhood. So she didn't do anything about it. She went inside, and she's going to tell you that she went inside and ate breakfast. But then when she comes back outside after breakfast, she's going to tell you that now there's police activity in there, out in the yard and in the street, because she didn't come back out for a while. And she watched all that police activity, and she heard Toby Madden tell police officers out in the yard that there were 3 city workers that came into my house. You're also going to hear from Michaela, Rachelle's daughter, Toby's daughter. She's going to tell you about her parents' relationship. She's going to tell you how they moved from place to place over the years. She's going to tell you about the on-again and off-again nature of their relationship and the bumpy relationship.
David, how are you doing?
She's going to also tell you, as I said before, what he just said to her right here in this courtroom.
Yes, we're covering it all week.
While the record was running. You're also going to hear from Detective Aaron Huckey. He works with the Hamilton Police Department. He's going to testify and tell you that he arrived at the scene on October 11th of 2022. And the first thing that he noticed when he went into that house at 1270 Parish is he's going to tell you how he's hit with the smell of rubbing alcohol. And then he's going to explain to you how he goes through that house and he takes pictures. inside and outside. And you're going to see all these pictures for yourself. And you're going to see in these pictures that there is no forced entry. You're going to see in these pictures there was clearly a struggle inside of this house at 1270 Parish. There's going to be an entertainment center overturned, other furniture pushed around, out of place. And you're going to see the pictures of Rachelle's body laying on the floor, deceased, with 55 stab wounds in her body.
55, chat.
And the blood that is all over the wall and the window and the floor. Then you're going to hear from Dr. Russell Updegrove, who performed the autopsy on Rachelle's body. He's going to explain to you how he performs an autopsy and how he performed the autopsy on her body. And he's going to guide you through the pictures of the autopsy. And you're going to see in those pictures the stab wounds that are in her legs, that are in her arms, in her back, in her torso, and in her head. And then he's going to go through the pictures of the piercing wounds through her liver, through her lungs, and through her heart that all came from 55 stab wounds. Then you're going to hear from Detective Robert Horton. He's the leading investigator in this case. And he's going to tell you that on October 11th of 2022, that he interviewed Toby Madden. And that Toby Madden implied to him that 3 utility workers from the city of Hamilton did this. They killed Rachelle. And he's also going to tell you that Toby Madden told him in that interview that people were out to get him. And then he follows that up with, but he doesn't know anyone that would want to hurt Rachelle. And Detective Horton is going to tell you how he photographed Toby Madden. Photographed scratches on his arms, on his torso, and on his chest. He's going to tell you that on October 11th at the scene, that he collected a black backpack at the scene that contained a red-handled Swiss Army knife. And that Swiss Army knife appeared to be wet. And he's going to tell you how he went to Rachelle's autopsy. And he collected the black Planet Fitness t-shirt that she was wearing when she was murdered.
His dad was a Swiss Army knife.
And you're going to see the holes in that shirt. And he's also going to tell you that he collected a sample of her DNA when he went to that autopsy. And then he's going to tell you that about 2 weeks after the murder, he discovers that Toby Madden went to Kroger the night before the murder on October 10th. He went to the Kroger on Route 4 and Grand Boulevard in the city of Hamilton. And that's very, very close to 1270 Parish. And he's going to tell you that he pulls video from Kroger. And you'll see the video, and you'll see the still shots from it. And Detective Horton takes note of what Toby Madden is wearing in that video. He's got on a green vest and a gray shirt. And he purchases some candy bars and miscellaneous items. And Detective Horton is then going to tell you how, because of that video and those clothes that he was wearing on October 10th, he obtains a search warrant, goes back into 1270 Parish, and then he finds that green vest and that gray shirt in the basement and finds that Kroger bag. And when he finds that green vest and gray shirt, he sees blood on it. And these are different from the clothes that Toby Madden was wearing when the police showed up on October 11th. Because you'll see in the pictures, he has on
opening arguments, Chad.
Bright yellowish neon colored shirt. And then the next thing you're going to hear is from Detective Doug Trenum. Detective Trenum went in on October 11th into 1270 Parish, and he saw blood stains in the bathroom sink. They were visible to the naked eye, and he collected those blood samples. And he's also going to tell you that there were blood stains and blood in that sink that wasn't visible to the naked eye. And he's going to explain to you how he figured that out and how he found those. And he collected those samples of that blood. He's also going to explain to you that 2 weeks later, after Detective Horton finds these clothes, Detective Trenum takes blood samples off of the green vest and the gray shirt. And he sends all of those samples up to the Bureau of Criminal Investigation in London, Ohio. Now, you'll probably hear all of us refer to that as BCI, but that is the Bureau of Criminal Investigation. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear from Catherine Daly from BCI. And she's going to come down here and she's going to tell you she's a forensic scientist and that she tested all of these samples that were sent to them from the Hamilton Police Department. And what she's going to tell you is that Rachelle's blood is in that sink. Rachelle's blood is on that green vest. Rachelle's blood's on that gray shirt. Ladies and gentlemen, every trial is like a puzzle. When you build a puzzle, and in that trial, every witness that you hear from, they're giving you pieces to that puzzle. Every exhibit that you're going to see is giving you pieces to that puzzle. And as you all know, when you do a puzzle as a kid or whoever does them, even still now, when you're putting that puzzle together, you figure out what the picture is even before you get all the pieces. And throughout this trial, you're going to get those pieces. And you're going to see that that puzzle reveals Toby Madden. And we're going to stand back up here and we're going to ask you to find him guilty on all 4 counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Mr. Wilder, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Judge, will we have a quick sidebar?
Sure.
So, guys, that was kind of long-winded and kind of meandering. But the beginning was perfect, saying, guess what I'm going to do? But the rest of it, remember, the prosecution doesn't have to hit a home run. That was adequate. That met the standard. And guys, most prosecutors don't have to be what David likes, what I don't. Oh, David, I don't disagree that it's a good opening statement and the fact he lays it all out, but I think he could have polished it up a little more. I think he just needs to work on his, I don't know, not the best public speaker. But using a Swiss Army knife, jeez. That would be a lot of work. Because those things aren't sharp. I know his attorney's sitting there thinking as he's up at the sidebar. Just say, please don't talk while I'm gone. Well, I can't reach you. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Anyways, David, I hope you're doing well. If you want a link, I can send it to you. Shauna's wrong, therefore I win. That's how this thing works. Hey, you know what? Robert Barnes didn't say I was wrong here, so I win.
Okay, Mr. Wilder.
Yes, Judge. For reasons just stated in the sidebar, which I won't go into now, the defense at this time is not making an opening statement, but we reserve the right to make that opening statement during our case in chief.
Very well. All right, could the state please call its...
Ooh. That normally doesn't happen. That normally does not happen. You have the right, though, in Ohio, and I don't know about every other state, but in Ohio, you can save your opening statement from when you begin your case in chief. So sometimes defense will wait till it's their turn to do an opening statement. That's interesting. Interesting. David, I'm going to send you the link here. Hold on.
First witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state will have call Michaela Madden, please.
Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Burris.
Or the court like to put it in.
Wherever's comfortable for you is fine.
We must stick it to Twitter.
Are all of the jurors able to see the witness stand with the podium there? Okay, that'd be fine.
Good afternoon, young lady. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name, please?
Michaela Madden. It's McKayla, last name Madden, Madden.
And I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot to ask Miss Madden. I know there's recording going on, TV recording.
Ma'am, these proceedings are being filmed. Do you have any objection to being filmed?
Thank you, Judge. I apologize. And Miss Madden, what part of town do you currently live in?
Westchester, Ohio.
And I'm going to give you a few names if you can tell me how it is that you know these individuals. Do you know a person by the name of Rachelle Brewsaugh?
Yes, she's my mother.
Okay. And do you know an individual by the name of Toby Madden?
Yes, my father.
Okay. Do you see Toby Madden in the courtroom today? If you could please point to him and describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is he's wearing.
He's wearing a plaid shirt and khakis.
Okay, Your Honor, I ask the record to reflect the witness that identified the defendant, Toby Madden.
The record will so reflect.
And ma'am, how old are you right now?
I'm 26.
Okay. And are your parents married?
No,
Are they boyfriend and girlfriend?
I guess you can say.
Okay. Do you know how long they have been in a relationship?
Probably 28 years,
Okay. Probably ever since you were around the time
Yeah,
you were born and
before
leading up to
me.
that? Okay.
too.
And you were here in the courtroom before the jury came out, weren't you?
Yes,
Okay. Where were you seated?
over in the corner right there.
Okay, were you seated in probably the
Third row,
third row? And whereabouts were you seated?
by the window.
Okay. Did you see your father, Toby Madden, walk into the courtroom?
Yes,
At some point, did you hear Toby Madden say something to you?
yes,
Or say something really in front of a lot of people?
yes, in front of everyone.
Okay. The detective was there?
Yes,
The media was there?
yes.
Okay. What did you hear your dad say to you?
I'm sorry, we got into an altercation, and I basically am the one that did it. Basically, I'm like, Daddy, I love you, don't hate me.
Uh-oh. Toby, you got to man up, bud.
On October 11th, 2022, the day that your mother was allegedly stabbed several times at this point.
Why would they bring her up first? Well, at this point, because she heard it, and what better person I could say, yeah, my dad did it. She's going to be that way. But you can present your witnesses however you want. I think part of her thing is going to say they didn't have a good relationship. Her mom and dad fought all the time, but we'll find out.
Where was your mother living?
Parish Avenue.
If I told you the address was 1270 Parish Avenue, does that sound about right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Is that located in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio?
Mhm.
Okay. And I know it's a couple years ago now, so if you don't know, it's okay. Do you know about how long your mom had been living at that address?
Not for long. She was trying to basically renovate it, get it up to date.
Do you know how it is that your mom started living there, or who helped her
My
get the house?
aunt Sherry, she helped get establish the housing to get her somewhere where she could be stable.
Do you know when Rachelle initially moved into that residence? Did anybody move in with her? Do you know?
No, not really. It was supposed to just be for her.
Okay. Did your mom have a dog?
Yes,
Okay. Can you describe, what kind of dog your mom had?
a big fat bulldog pit bull,
Okay.
gray and white.
When you say big, how big?
Oh, fat, very fat. Wide too.
Like over 100 pounds big?
He's probably 80, probably 80.
Okay. Had you ever been over to that house at 1270 Parish?
Yes,
Okay. How many times would you say that you've been there?
quite a few times to see the progress.
Okay. What was going on inside of the residence?
The flooring was being replaced. Basically, she was working on that. New cabinets were coming in. She's getting some furniture in the house.
At some point, did you become aware that your father, Toby, sort of moved into that house?
Yes,
Do you know in relation to when it is, I'm sorry, strike that, let me ask it this way. Do you know how long that your mother had been living at that house on 1270 Parish before your dad moved in?
probably the end of September.
Okay. So Toby did not move in right away?
No.
And actually, if I can approach the lead.
Okay.
I apologize. If I may approach it. I'm showing defense counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4. If I may approach the witness.
Okay.
you recognize what's in State's Exhibit number 4?
Yes,
Okay. What is in State's Exhibit number
the
4?
parish house that she was living in.
Does that photograph truly, fairly, and accurately depict
Yes.
the residence?
Yes.
I'd ask for permission to publish to the jury.
Any objections, Your Honor?
No objection.
All right, permission is granted.
Or do you want to hear?
I think it's going to go on the. What do I need to do?
Your computer or
I was going to use the computer. Sorry.
Guys, I'm sorry about the sound.
Should I use Zelle?
Yeah.
It's on our screen.
All right, hold on, chat.
The parish avenue house.
Okay. That's a house that your mom, I'm sorry, that your aunt was renting or kind of on a land contract for your
Name
mom?
contract.
On October 11th, 2022, you can take it if you need to. Was your mom working somewhere?
Yeah.
Where was she working?
It was Magnolia Rose in Loveland, Ohio.
Okay. And what was her job there?
She was a nurse.
Prior to your mom moving into 1270 Parish Avenue, do you know where your mom was living?
She was staying with my cousin for a while. Ginger Malcolm.
Okay. At some point, did your mom living down in Covington?
Yes.
Okay, do you know the time frame of when your mom was living in Covington?
It would have to be, sorry, my brain. Probably around, I want to say June 2022.
Okay. Do you know how long she lived down in Covington?
Not for long.
Okay. Who was she living down in Covington with?
Cookie.
Your dad?
Mhm.
Okay. Have you ever been down to Covington to see
Yes.
your mom and your dad?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever hear your dad have an argument with Rachelle regarding her not being faithful?
Yes.
Tell us about that if you would, please.
Many times he would accuse of her of cheating or being a prostitute, but she was not.
How do you know?
Did you and your mom live together at some point prior to Covington?
Yeah.
Where did you guys live?
Athens in Loveland, Ohio, a townhome.
Townhome? Why did you get, I'm sorry, who was the first one about that townhome?
Me and my mom,
Okay. Was there anybody else that was living with you there?
my daughter's father.
Okay. Were your daughters living there as well? I'm sorry. your daughter?
Yeah.
At some point, did Toby move into that apartment or that townhome?
Yes.
Assume you weren't too happy about that?
No.
Safe to say your mom and dad had an on and off again relationship over the years?
Very.
I think I just have 2 more pictures.
No, it's not a trial, but a dead hooker, chat.
National Defense Counsel, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 110. I'm a virtual witness.
You may.
State's Exhibit 110, do you recognize what is depicted in State's Exhibit 110?
Yes.
How do you know what's in State's Exhibit 110?
It's the best that he used to wear all the time.
Okay, and who is he?
Toby Madden.
Your dad?
Yes.
Okay. You've seen your dad wear that vest?
Yes.
You're not asked for permission ask for 110 to be admitted.
Any objections, Mr. Wilder?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and you may publish it.
Ms. Madden, we're almost done here. If you look at State's Exhibit 110, what is it that we're looking at here?
We're looking at his vest that he wore quite often.
Okay. Well, let's show defense counsel, State's Exhibit 179. Any question? Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 179. Who is depicted in State's Exhibit 179?
My mother, Rachelle Brewsaugh.
That's a picture of her at the morgue.
Yes, it is.
Other questions, John? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Wilder.
Yes, basically, this is what they're calling a slow. This is what I've heard. This is what judges, old timers, refer to as a slow plea. Yes. And guys, we're going at 1.3 speed. We're going to try to move through this. Why did this guy not take a plea deal? Because he didn't want to. I don't know. I don't know.
Good afternoon, Ms. Madden. Is it okay if I call you Michaela?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a few questions here. If you don't understand them or if they're confusing, just let me know and I'll try to rephrase them for you. Is that fair?
Yes.
I want to start with, you were questioned about something that your father said to you when he entered the courtroom today. When's the last time you saw your father?
Last time I saw him, I don't know, maybe in the earliest of October of 2022.
So it's been close to 2 years.
Yes.
And fair to say that in the last 2 years, you've not had the ability to see your
Yeah.
father. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Were you emotional?
You got to be careful because all it takes for her to say, "Oh, he was in jail," and then it comes out to get you. You got to be careful with these questions.
When you saw him today, like he was when he saw you?
Yeah, I would say so.
You talked about the Parish Avenue. We saw the picture. Isn't it true that you actually took your dad, Toby, to Parish?
I've never took Toby to Parish Avenue.
How many times do you think you were over at the Parish Avenue address? I think you said several times.
Yeah, several times.
And you were over there to check on the renovation?
I was there to pick up my daughter.
So you were just there to pick your daughter up? You
Quite
weren't
a
there
few
to
times,
check?
and I've seen the renovations.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that place on Parish was a mess when your mom first started trying to get that
I mean, it
together?
wasn't put together, but it wasn't super messy. She was an OCD lady.
Did you go into Parish Avenue address every time that you went there?
Most of the time, yeah.
And you would see a lot of tools, a lot of materials trying to get that house up to shape. Is that fair?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Remodeling.
Did you speak to the neighbors around your mom at all?
No, the ones in the blue house were weird.
You said the ones in the blue house were weird.
Yeah.
Did you see any people in that area that appeared to be under the influence of drugs when you went to Parish? Did you see people out and about that appeared to be?
No, not really.
Are you aware of whether the area around Parish Avenue, which is not only 5 minutes from this courthouse, is a drug area? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Did you notice the broken window on the Parish Avenue house?
Yes.
Were you aware that 5 days before your mom was murdered, there was a burglary at the house? Were you aware of that?
No.
When you went in the house, isn't it true that there were boards placed up in front of windows?
No.
There wasn't?
No, there was no boards placed up on the windows.
I noticed in the exhibit you were showing a picture of the house, there was a no trespassing sign. You saw that, correct?
Yeah, it's always been there.
Any indication why that's there?
The owner of the house before had it there.
And it's something that your mom kept up, correct? Were you aware if people were getting in that house trespassing?
No.
How many entrances are there to that house?
There's the back door, and then there's the front door.
Is the backyard fenced in any way?
No.
So if someone were walking down the street and saw Parrish Avenue, they could walk to around the back of the house and,
On the sides there was fences.
I'm sorry, what?
On the sides there was fences.
Okay, so you can't, unless you live there, you couldn't get into the backyard?
Mhm.
So you're saying it was gated off?
Well, the back part wasn't gated off, but both sides were fenced in.
Are you aware of anyone doing work to the back door in the few days before your mother was murdered?
No.
Now, you seem to insinuate or testify that Toby wasn't supposed to be at Parrish. Is that what you were trying to
I
tell us?
mean, no, he really wasn't, but he always comes. He's like a stray cat.
Like a stray cat?
Yeah, he always follows.
Were you aware that her sister Sherry had asked Toby to come and assist with some of the renovations because someone named Casey Ward was not doing his job? Was that something you're aware of?
No.
You know who Casey Ward is?
Yes, I know Casey.
Were you aware he was being provided money to help with that house?
Yes.
But you're not aware that Toby was being asked to do stuff to help up?
No.
Help? That would be news to you
Yeah.
if you found that out.
Yeah.
When you went out to Parrish these several times, you said to pick up your daughter and you saw the residence, did you ever see Toby there?
Yeah.
And was your mom Rachelle there as well?
Yes.
Did you see anything unusual between the two of them when you were out there at the house, Parrish?
Look like they always are in an argument. That's for sure.
They've been together 27 years, is that right?
28.
28 years. Do you believe that Toby was trying to assist with the renovation of all of that house?
No.
You don't think so?
Sorry. No.
But fair to say that in even a few days before your mom was murdered, that Toby is around the house and your mom is renovating that house on Parrish, correct? Yeah. And Toby is still in her life.
Yeah.
When's the last time you spoke to your father? I asked you when the last time you saw him. When's the last time you spoke to him?
He contacted me not too long ago.
Over the phone?
Mm-hmm. I answered.
Did you ever observe your mother hit Toby?
No.
Never saw her strike him in any way? You did mention that Toby may have been upset or said something to the effect that your mom was cheating on him or was a prostitute. Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Is that something you heard with your own ears or is that something that someone else told you?
No, I've heard it with my own ears.
Was your mom in the presence as well or did he just
No.
tell you? Sorry, we kind of talked over there. When he said this to you, was it just you and him one-on-one?
Yes.
Your mom wasn't there?
Yes.
Did you ever know if your mom had ever hit your dad with a baseball bat or a bat of any kind?
No.
Have you ever taken your father to the hospital because of any injuries he may have received from your mother?
No.
Did you ever happen to see any video recording of an incident where your mother had done something to you?
No.
Judge, that's all I have. Oh, one more thing.
Okay.
I told you it was not as big as what it used to be. I got a few more here. You know Colleen Shaw?
Yeah.
How long have you known her?
Since I was, let's see, 6th grade.
6th grade?
Yeah.
You know Tim Madden?
Yeah.
How do you know Tim Madden?
My uncle.
What about Bailey Shaw?
Yeah.
How do you know Bailey?
That's Colleen's son.
When's the last time you talked to Colleen?
Not too long ago.
To your knowledge, is Colleen a friend of Toby and Rachelle's?
Was my mom's friend, yeah.
Same thing with Bailey? She's friends.
That's her son.
Would he be friends with Toby and Rachelle?
I guess you could say. Not really friends as a kid, you know.
Are you aware that Colleen Shaw used to hang out with your mom and dad? Is that anything you know about? Did that happen a lot?
When we were younger, yeah. When I was younger.
To your knowledge, was Colleen Shaw hanging out with your mom and dad in the said month before she was murdered? Is that anything you know?
No.
Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, redirect.
I don't believe I have any questions, Your Honor. Thank you. I would like to subject this matter to recall possibly offenses.
Very well. Okay, ma'am, I'm going to have you step down at this time. And as you heard Mr. Burr say, please be available in case you're needed for further testimony. Okay? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for the evening. I know it's been a long day, and again, I appreciate your patience with us. We will go a full day tomorrow, so I'd like you to be here promptly at 9 so we can get started. Again, I will give you a mid-morning break, mid-afternoon break, and we will have a lunch break as well. If you, again, need to let people know where you are, you're certainly welcome to do that, to give the court's phone number, but you may not talk about this case with anyone, and you may not do any kind of investigation, and you may not read anything about, watch anything about it that may be on the media or on the internet, okay? Please take those instructions very seriously, and I will see you tomorrow at 9 in the morning, okay?
All right, chat, we're moving right into day 2. Here we go. Serious rage issues, yes, but I can understand them. Yes, so his defense is that druggies or robbers or the utility guys killed his wife. Yes, someone else did it. Third-party defense. So, we're moving on. Here is the next. Here's the next day. Day 2. Here we go. Why is this not? Why is this like I paid for fucking YouTube Premium? What the hell's going on? Oh, it's because it was. Why is it showing my email? Oh, that's stupid. All right, well, hold on here. We're doing day 2. That was annoying. All right, so here we go. That was stupid. That's. It's YouTube's ad block war. No, I don't play World of Warships. That's actually like a ridiculous game. Here we go.
Good morning, please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. We're going to table versus Toby Madden, Sierra 2020-22-12, 1675. Defendant is present before the court along with his attorney, Mr. Lucas Willoughby, by verse and by phone. On behalf of the state, we'll have a second by the board from the Hamilton Police Department. I know we're set to start back up for jury trial. I thought that there was a motion for a mistrial that was filed late yesterday, and I believe that's on the court's docket.
Yes, thank you. And I will note for the record that the jurors are not present at this time. The court has had the opportunity to review the motion for mistrial as well as the state's memorandum in opposition. Mr. Wilder, is there anything else that you would like to put on the record at this time?
Judge, no, I think my motion quite clearly indicates what argument I'm making here. And I just would note, I don't know, it was one of the very first things that was presented to the jury. I don't think that's in my motion, but that's all I would add.
Very well. And does the state have any response other than what's contained in its written memorandum?
Yes, Your Honor, we would add in, leave that case is in the motion that we filed, but I believe the standard for a mistrial is reported out in State B, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, Hoerig, H-O-E-R-I-G. So 2020-12 district case is test for prosecutorial misconduct is whether the remarks were improper, and if so, whether they're prejudicially affect the accused's substantial rights. And the prosecutor it goes on to say that the prosecutor is not allowed to express his personal belief or opinion as to the credibility of a witness or as to the guilt of the accused, or allude to the matters which will not be supported by admissible evidence, and must avoid insinuations and assertions which are calculated to mislead the jury. First of all, I would add that there were no objections made during the opening statement by defense counsel. The motion was filed in the evening after we concluded for the day. There's nothing, but for counsel being able to watch it on playback from, because TV was here, it wouldn't have been filed because he didn't make the motion at the time. And what I said was an interpretation of the evidence as it will be presented in court. There was nothing that was said that won't be admitted into evidence. And also that, counsel, it's our assertion that defense counsel is interpreting what happened yesterday in a different light than the state is, and it's for the jury to decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, if I may.
Sure.
Yesterday,
We'll we'll cover the motion in a second.
What was Mr. Madden while it was on TV and when he directed towards his family at that moment? It was that was an unusual circumstance. Suffice to say, the objection wasn't made at that point because I wasn't for sure exactly what he was doing over here. But the reality is we do have video of it once I did review it. We're not going by what was said, what was repeated by what Mr. Madden said. The problem was the motions that were made, the straightforward motions, 3 in a row, slowly, deliberately, with pinpointed out because that is not even close to what Mr. Madden did. And prosecutor even alluded to that all these witnesses who are here are going to testify to that. Michaela was the first witness, and all she testified to was what he actually said, not what he did. And the problem with what was said in the opening is that's the first thing the jury hears, and the jury is being told that these witnesses are going to come in and tell you about this forward stabbing motion of 3 times, and she didn't even do that, the very first witness. So there wasn't an objection at the time, but we heard from Michaela, and all she talked about was the statement. She did not mention anything at all about the referencing of the motion that was made by the prosecutor. That is our basis of our motions, not what he said. It's what the action was, because this case falls onto one of his counts as felony murder in the A section, which is purposeful. There's also a chance maybe at this trial that there's evidence or testimony that may end up having to fit into potentially a manslaughter charge. But the actions that the prosecutor indicated there is not what was done in court. It is an opening statement, but that's the first thing that the jury heard. We think that's prejudicial. We think it's affected his right to a fair trial right off the bat, because we've even heard from one witness who did not testify, and the same thing that the prosecutor indicated was going to occur.
Thank you. All right. Well, the court will note that opening statements are not evidence, and I did, in fact, instruct the jury to that very thing. The jurors are the judges of the facts in this case, as I've already indicated to the jurors, and they ultimately determine what the evidence shows or what it doesn't show. I'm not going to find that there was any misconduct on behalf of the state of Ohio. I think the jurors need to interpret the evidence that's put in front of them to the best of their ability, and they will determine what is credible and not credible. And fortunately, in this case, there is a video of what was said in the courtroom, what actions may or may not have been made in the courtroom. And if either side chooses to introduce that video evidence, then those jurors will have firsthand the ability to determine what the evidence actually showed. With the argument that it is potentially prejudicial to the defendant, the court will just note for the record that the defendant was the one that created the actions and or statements in the courtroom of his own volition. And that's just something that's going to have to be dealt with. But again, the court did advise the jurors that opening statements are not evidence. They will be the jurors of the facts to determine what actually occurred based on what's put in front of them. And I just also wanted to note that there was something in the motion for mistrial about the media coverage. And I did also order the jurors not to watch any media coverage of this trial, and will continue to order that. So I don't think that the fact that it was covered by the media is in any way prejudicial to the defendant, since I'm going to presume that the jurors have followed my orders. So I'm going to respectfully deny the motion for a mistrial. I did want to explain a little bit better one of the rulings that I made yesterday.
Okay, so what actually happened with that what happened the motion for a mistrial? So this was filed later that day, about 7 o'clock. You can see Butler County allows e-filing. So that's how this got filed so late in the day. And it was filed by Toby Madden's attorney. It's a motion for a mistrial. And they talk about what happened here. They go through everything. This is all the stuff that's said. He says all the things he said. I'm so sorry. I love you. I don't want you to hate me. Okay. But he says in the midst of these statements, the defendant's holding a paper towel, which he's been wiping tears into. He moves his hand around when talking, but never makes motions to the jury, told to the jury by the state in its opening argument. In its opening, the state walked around the podium with pen in hand and hand pointed out and gestured forward 3 straight times into a pointing motion as it would be made towards a body. And now that counsel has been able to review the video, the state's motions are not a true representation of the defendant doing it. And basically, they point out him doing the stabbing motion, guys, is not what occurred on video. So when he says like he did this at the beginning in front of the jury, prosecutor lied, therefore it's a mistrial, it's a misstatement at the time. The prosecutor said, well, you didn't object, so you waved. And the guy's like, you were turned away from me. How can I tell? So that is why they're doing it. That's why they're doing it. So that's what we're looking at. That's what the issue was there. Let's switch over back to this, just so you guys understand what that was.
We had talked about the defendant's potential removal from the courtroom on several occasions, and we have talked about the cases that apply when a defendant is disruptive in the courtroom. And after this incident occurred, there was a request. The court was advised that the defendant would waive his right to be inside of the courtroom. This was a highly emotional situation, and the court did not find that it could properly find that the defendant was knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waiving his right to be present in the courtroom. And that is based upon the history of this case, where at pretty much every juncture, this defendant has been adamant that he wanted to appear in the courtroom. And we've gone back and forth about what would cause the court to remove him from the courtroom. So I think things went pretty well after things settled down. And I hope that'll continue to be the case, that this defendant can meaningfully participate in his defense and exercise his constitutional right to be present in the courtroom. Okay, before we take a brief recess so we can get the jurors gathered, is there anything else on behalf of the state of Ohio?
No, I think one of the witnesses we intend to call, Ann Mayers, is in the Butler County Jail. So we might need her transported, but she might not be called until after the first recess.
Would you be able to make arrangements for that, Sergeant? Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anything else that you wanted to put on the record, Mr. Wilder?
Nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so we'll take just a few minutes so that the jurors can gather themselves, and then we'll come back in and we'll begin with the state's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I think that's her way of just also saying, I'm not going to put up with any nonsense should there be another outburst. So let's catch up.
Nine years. So.
There we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. Please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name.
Yes, Catherine Johnson, Katherine Johnston.
And where are you currently employed?
City of Hamilton.
And what is your current job assignment or current job duties for the city of Hamilton?
I'm a detective.
What does it mean to be a detective with the city of Hamilton Police Department?
I detect.
We receive reports and solve crimes in the city that residents would have complained about.
She's the other.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Detective, if you would speak into that microphone, that'll help.
Yes.
And then I'll let you know.
Okay.
I apologize. Once you're-
Sorry about that. Is that better?
All right, tell us what your job duties are being a detective with the city of Hamilton Police Department.
Okay, I'm a detective, as I said, and I speak to residents every single day trying to solve crimes that they have reported has happened to them.
What sort of crimes are you currently investigating?
Currently, I work on really everything, but mostly child crimes. So sex abuse, any kind of child abuse.
Okay. And then I want to direct your attention back to October 11th of 2022. When you worked for the city of Hamilton Police Department then?
Yes,
And what was your job assignment at that point with the city of Hamilton Police Department?
I was a patrol officer.
What does it mean to be a patrol officer?
I respond to calls that come in through 911 dispatch.
And how long have you been a police officer with the city of Hamilton Police Department?
9 years.
I want to direct your attention back to October 11th of 2022. Did you have an opportunity to respond to 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes,
Is that located in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio?
yes,
Who was the first one to arrive at the scene that particular day?
I was.
And do you recall about what time that you arrived at 1270 Parish?
It was in the afternoon. It would have been before 2 p.m. because shift hasn't changed yet.
Okay. I said it was a little after 12 o'clock. That's not right.
Yes.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Mr. Rod, I'm going to share the user. Please, let me approach.
You may.
Thanks, I'm going to ask you to look at State's Exhibits 4 and 6. to get an opportunity. And just generally speaking, what are we looking at in State's Exhibits 4 and 6?
The entrance to the address.
Okay, the 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes,
This photo is truly fairly accurate depict what that residence looked like on October 11, 2022, when we first responded.
yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that 4 and 6 be admitted to commission published.
Any objection, Mr. Wilder? All
No objection.
right, they'll be admitted and they may be published.
Four should be up on the screen right now. but I put it on here anyway. I don't know, is the power on? Because it's not on. Oh, sorry.
Oh, come on, guys, let's
Looks like
go.
we're having a bit of a technical difficulty, so I apologize for the delay.
The stairs come all the way down to the sidewalk. It's kind of steep.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit 6. What are we looking at here, Detective?
That's the front entrance, the front door as you get to the top step.
Okay, and are these the steps that you would have gone up when you arrived at the scene and entered the house?
Yes.
Right, so when you get to the scene, if you would tell us what happens when you arrive at the residence, kind of take us through step by step. What did you do?
Okay. I go up the stairs. The neighbor was waving me to the house. When I get to the top of the stairs, I see, and to the front entrance rather, I see the defendant on top of the victim doing chest compressions.
Was the EMS arriving around this time?
I'm sorry, repeat?
Was the EMS arriving around this time?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you see the individual that you see giving chest compressions, you see that individual in court today?
Yes.
Would please I'll point to him and explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is he's wearing.
It would be the defendant in the blue collared shirt.
Your Honor, that's the record reflect witnesses identified the defendant Toby Madden.
The record will so reflect.
What happens when you get to the top of the steps and see the defendant giving the deceased chest compressions?
I could visually see that she was far gone, and there was no reason to do chest compressions at this time, so I grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him off of her.
What were you seeing that made you believe that she was obviously dead?
Multiple stab.
Objection to foundation.
Okay, let's approach, please.
All right, we're gonna speed up again, chat here.
I'll rephrase the question. What injuries do you see on the individual with the deceased?
Okay, I saw multiple stab wounds across her entire stomach and arms. There was a lot of blood. Her skin was very pale.
At this time, you said that you had to pull the individual that you identified as Toby Madden, you had to kind of pull him off by his shirt. How was the defendant acting at this time?
He was crying, yelling. I pulled him down the stairs to the bottom of the stairs to try to figure out his name and her name. He was pretty hysterical and cooperative, I would say.
And if I may approach your Honor.
You may.
Come on.
I'm going to show defense counsel what is marked as State's Exhibit 33. Detective, can I have you identify what is contained in State's Exhibit 33?
This is the victim as she laid when I came up the stairs.
Is that photograph truly, fairly, and accurately depicts how the victim looked at the time like she arrived?
Yes.
How would I ask 33 be admitted in permission to publish?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
What are we looking at here, Detective, if you would, please?
This is the victim, and you can see on her stomach, she has stab wounds. Her shirt is cut up multiple times where she had been stabbed. She has stab wounds on her hands and arms, both arms, and there's blood surrounding her body.
Thank you, Mr.
What do I get?
250.
250. Thank you.
Come on.
Would you request of Officer Ross?
Volkochov. Volkochov.
Okay, yes.
I asked him to stay with the defendant and keep him where he was at while I cleared the house so that EMS was safe.
What were you concerned? Why did you want to clear the house and make sure that the EMS was safe?
Well, at this time, I did not know if there was anyone else left in the house that possibly could have done this to her.
Okay. But your way of making sure that EMS is safe?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what it is as you're going through the house and some of the observations you're making.
When I entered first, the paramedics and firefighters had asked me to unplug a heater that was in the living room there. So I unplugged that with gloves on, and then I started making announcements. Hamilton Police, if you're here, announce yourself repeatedly, and then I started clearing room by room to make sure that there was no one else in the house.
And as soon as you're yelling Hamilton, I'm sorry, as soon as you're saying Hamilton Police, you're yelling it quite loudly?
Yes,
And why are you doing that?
because if there was anyone in the house, to give them the opportunity to come out
but
and not
they're not going to come out
surprise me and possibly
because they killed
have
someone.
anything else happen.
Come on now.
Did you find anybody else in the house as you went through?
No.
And if you would, can you generally describe kind of the layout of the house and different rooms that you looked into?
Sure. So it was kind of in disarray. I believe they had just moved in. There was belongings everywhere. The first room you enter is the living room. That's where she was.
The sobbing you guys can hear is Toby Madden crying.
To the left was like a dining room and kitchen area. There's a small hallway with bedrooms off to the side and a bathroom off to the side. Then as you go straight down the hallway, it takes you to the back door, which was locked, and then there's stairs that go down into the basement. And I searched down there as well.
Okay, Detective, if you would, I'm going to ask you to thumb through and go to State's Exhibits 45, 46, and 47.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to look at State's Exhibits 45, 46, and 47?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what are those photographs of?
That's the hallway kitchen area. I said when you're going towards the back door, the living room is from, I don't know if you're looking at picture 45. The living room is behind me to the right.
Okay. 45, 46, and 47, are those all true, fair, and accurate depictions of what you observed the residents on October 11, 2022, being the first responding officer to go through the house?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that 45, 46, and 47 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, those will be admitted and they may be published.
Okay. And if you went there, Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 45? Is the detective able to draw on the screen anything she?
She should be able to.
Just with my finger?
Yeah, hold on one second. Can you say that? Okay.
Do we have a pointer or a laser that she can use? Thank you.
And this is something that at some point in your testimony.
Okay.
I am in the courtroom.
All right, Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 45, and I believe with the court's permission, if there's anything you wish to point out, I would ask the court to allow the witness to step down and use the pointer to point on the picture.
She'll be permitted to do so.
If you feel like you to. So what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 45, Detective?
This is kind of that hallway that takes you to the back door that I was describing, and then the rooms are off to the right.
If you would, go ahead, if you want to step down and point to where the rooms are off to the right.
So there's rooms over here, there's bathroom back there, and then there's, I believe, a bedroom right here.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. And then State's Exhibit 46. What observations are you making in this picture of State's Exhibit 46?
This is the back door, and you can see that it's locked by the deadbolt.
And is there an item that's pushed up against the door?
Yes.
And if you could point to the item that you saw pushed up against the door. Okay. And then State's Exhibit 47. Is that kind of close up what it is that you saw?
Yes, this is the deadbolt here, and then it's locked.
And there's a second one as well, isn't there?
Here, yes.
Thank you, Detective. Obviously, during this sweep of the house, did you notice, was there downstairs to this residence?
Yes, there was a basement.
Okay. Can you describe the conditions of the basement or what it is that you observed when you went down into the basement?
Yes. When I initially got down into the basement, there was some water on the floor, which I avoided stepping in. And then there was another room off of that room. There was clothes on the floor and other things.
Okay. Did you notice anything on the floor other than clothes?
Footprints from the water.
Okay, did you notice some footprints?
Mhm.
Okay. If I can have you look at State's Exhibit 55. Actually, I'm going to ask you to go and look at 55 and 57. And generally speaking, what are we looking at in State's Exhibits 55 and 57?
I'm in 55. This is the room directly down the stairs, and there's water. And then you can kind of see, I don't know exactly what is all over the floor. Maybe some clothing or rags, some pencils, looks like. There's footprints.
Okay. Is that photo truly fairly accurately depict the basement as you saw it on October 11, 2022?
Yes.
I would ask for 55 to be admitted to commission published.
Any admission, or any objections to the admission of 55?
No, Judge.
Okay, it'll be admitted and you may publish it.
What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 55?
This is the water spot that I was discussing or describing, and then the footprints are off to the right there. And then towards that door, there's another footprint. And I don't know exactly what all this stuff is on the floor, but maybe like some rags and a pencil.
And if you remember, when you went down to the basement, was the basement light or dark? And if you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't recall.
And then I have you look at State's Exhibit 57.
This is the room off of this room, the next picture. I guess where the furnace and paint and other footprints are on the dry concrete.
And the footprints that you saw that are in 55 are those white footprints you saw?
Yes.
And then I asked for, is 57 truly fairly accurately depict the basement as you saw it on October 11, 2022?
Yes.
All right, I asked for 57 be admitted and permission, 57 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Okay, it'll be admitted and you may publish it.
What we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 57, Detective.
This is that other room. It's dry concrete, and you can see some wet footprints in there.
Give me one moment. Joe.
Sure.
Another question, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination?
Good morning, Detective Johnson.
Good morning.
I have a few questions for you. If you get confused or don't understand my question, just let me know and I'll try to rephrase it, okay?
Okay.
When you responded to the scene that day, did you have any body worn camera on you?
No.
Were body worn cameras in use by Hamilton Police Department back on the day that you responded to this scene?
No.
How did you gain entry into the house?
The front door was open.
So when you arrived, the front door was open, you just walked in, nobody let you in the house?
Correct.
Okay. So when you walked up the steps, doors open, and then you saw Mr. Madden attending to the woman on the ground,
Yes.
and you said he was doing chest compression?
Yes.
I think you described him as hysterical.
Yes.
Was he crying?
Yes.
Appeared very emotional.
Yes.
Are you trained in CPR, chest compressions?
Yes.
Did it appear that he was doing what you would expect someone who may be trying to do CPR?
Yes.
He wasn't just pushing on the body. It looked like he was actually trying to do a manner or technique consistent with CPR.
Yes.
You said you were the first to arrive on the scene, correct?
Yes.
You were shown some pictures of the back door that appeared to be locked. Do you have any idea exactly when that door was locked?
When I first searched it, it was locked.
So when you arrived, it was locked, but you don't know if that door had just been locked or maybe 2 hours before it's been locked or even a day before it's been locked. You don't know exactly when it was locked.
Correct.
So it's possible that that door could have been locked after.
You guys are
Is
ridiculous.
that fair?
Sure.
Did you inspect that door at all, or was it just something that you looked at?
I just looked at it.
Could you determine upon side of the door whether it's one of those where you could lock it from inside or outside?
I did not go in the back, so I don't know.
I know at the time you were a patrol officer, correct?
Yes.
And now you're a detective.
Yes.
At the time that you responded.
How good are you
to the scene
detecting
this
crime?
day, when Mr. Madden's given those compressions, had you ever responded to a scene with a dead body?
Yes.
How many times do you think that's unfortunately happened up until that point for you?
I don't 20 or more, maybe.
And you touched on this a little bit, but was there any, you talked about the emotion that Mr. Madden was displaying. Did there appear to be any calmness at any point with him about what had just occurred in that house?
No.
We saw a few pictures from inside the house, but did it appear to you that there were a lot of tools and materials in the house and they were sort of renovating this house? Is that what it appeared?
Yes,
And were there tools and materials in almost all parts of that first floor?
it appeared that way, yes.
You indicated that you went down to the basement and you saw some footprints. Are you aware that there were some gas workers that had been at the property earlier that day?
I am now, but I was not aware at that time.
And when you were down in the basement, was the furnace or any kind of unit down there, any heating unit down in the basement?
There's a furnace down there. I don't know if there's an air conditioner.
What about as far as like a water tank, water heater? Did you see that down in the basement as well?
I don't recall.
In the basement, did you notice that there were a lot of clothes laying on the floor?
There were clothes, yes.
And not, and in a manner not trying to, and not folded, is that fair?
Correct, yes, a pile, yes,
And when we're saying piles, there were several shirts, several just pieces of clothing.
yes.
correct? It
Mhm.
wasn't just one piece of clothing, it was a bunch.
Correct.
Sloppy, is that how you would describe it?
I mean, they just moved in.
Right.
And it,
But it is,
But yes.
it's almost the appearance where someone had a whole handful of clothes and just basically threw it onto the floor into a pile. Is that?
Sure.
Would you describe that, your observation?
yes.
Judge, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Every direct offer.
Thank you, Detective. You may sit down.
Thank you.
The one thing I think the defense attorney needs to be careful about, I would be,
Call your next witness, please.
State call, Rick Riestenberg.
so
Shoulders, the detective subject to recall.
here's one thing, guys. The whole issue about like what was on the floor, like the wet prints and shit, I'd be very careful about that if I was defense counsel. Because remember, the city workers showed up about 8 o'clock in the morning. And then they were gone. And then by around noon is when the 911 call comes in. So, like, they're not going to, you get what I'm saying? You get where I'm going with that? Wet prints don't stay down there that long. That means he probably went down in the basement. Unless you can say like it was wet prints and dust, but it's not clear enough for me to know what they're going where with that stuff. So. John's pretending I'm not the defense attorney. Yes, what a Mox? Deborah Watermarks chat. I'll hold on 1 second. Even 2.0 agrees the guy looks like me. Damn it. All right, let's keep going.
The detective just,
Oh, no, sorry.
I would release Detective Johnson.
Very well.
Your Honor, this is one of the ones that does not want to be.
Okay.
on camera, so.
Thank you.
Guys, she was at the time. At the time she would have been a detective, she's since been promoted. And yeah, that's not a bad price for a house in Butler County. That's going to be really run down and gutted. That's not $70K. Isn't that bad?
Morning.
Can you state your name, please, for the jury, and spell your last name?
Spell the last name?
Yes.
It's Richard Riestenberg, Riestenberg.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the city of Hamilton in the gas and water department.
Okay. And what do you do for the city of Hampton in that department?
I'm a service rep.
And what does that mean? What are your duties or responsibilities?
On any given day, I could be doing anything from changing water meters and gas meters to turning people's gas on to checking for gas odors or
Okay.
anything along those
Anything
lines.
involving gas, I guess, right?
Gas or your residential water.
It is
Okay.
propane and
How long
propane
have you been, in
accessories.
that position?
In this position, probably 8 or 9 years,
Okay. How long have you been with the city overall?
14 and a half.
Excuse me. I'm going to draw your attention back to October 11th, 2022.
Okay.
Did you take part in a service appointment at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I do.
When you go out to a residence to provide a service or perform service, is there any type of documentation that you have for an appointment?
We generally will get a work order to go out and perform XYZ service. At that time, we do whatever is requested or along those lines, and then we fill out our work order. And
Okay. If I may proceed.
You may.
This is 208. Yes, thank you. I'm going to show you. Get that out of the way so I don't split it everywhere. If you look at State's Exhibit 208, and that is double-sided. Can you take a look at that, please, and explain what that is?
this is just a printout of our standard work order.
Okay. And is that the work order for October 11th of 2022 at 1270 Parish?
That is what it says.
Okay. That is not the original, but is that a true and accurate copy of the original as you remember it?
Yes, this is exactly what it would look like.
Okay. And I believe your name's on it. Isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. But yes, it states Exhibit 208, the admitted block published.
Any objection?
What's on my screen is just the front part of that. You said there's a back side.
I can show it to you.
I'm pretty sure I got it. I just want to make sure. I just have a blank screen here.
Got any objection?
I don't object.
Okay,
Thank you,
very
Judge.
well. Okay, it'll be admitted and you may publish it.
That's why you have to go.
No, that's true. It's just double-sided. I'm sorry. I'll break this out again.
Yeah, it looks like the city guy doesn't want to be on camera, which I still think is bullshit. Too bad.
Where can you see that from where
Be
you're
on
sitting?
camera.
I can. It's right here as
Oh,
well.
you have, okay. This is the front page, correct? The front of the document.
Yes.
Okay. Can you just please explain to the jury what this is?
This would come to me and it was sent to me that said it needed to have a gas leak survey, which would be where the gas had been turned off for more than a year. So everything inside has to be checked to make sure of the integrity of the system. And that it required an air test, which my coworkers would perform from the meter itself out to the curb,
Okay.
where they just pressurize the line and wait, I believe, 10 minutes at that time. And
Okay. And then, so there were, how many of you went there that day from the city of Hamilton? Utilities?
4 total.
Okay. And did you all ride one car?
No,
Okay. Who-
I believe they came in one vehicle and I came in separately
Okay. And why is that you go separately?
because I was doing other things. Those 3 were on a specific crew themselves, and I generally work by myself.
And on the document there in the comments section, or on this document, what time was the appointment?
The appointment was at 8 o'clock in the morning.
On October 11th?
Yes.
Okay. And who does it say in the comments section that your contact is?
The contact is Rachelle, I believe,
Okay.
is how that name's pronounced.
All right. And then did you ever see Rachelle that day, or did you go into the house?
I personally did not go in the house because at that present moment, the other 3 guys needed to do their portion of the job before my portion of the job would have even been necessary. So generally speaking, I try to limit the amount of people that go in. I mean, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, you don't need a whole bunch of people traipsing through a house on a general circumstance. So I waited outside to make sure they had any questions about anything or if I was needed for anything. Otherwise, I didn't go in.
Okay. So when they perform, it's just explain it a little bit where they perform the test.
Correct.
And then if they had passed, what would you have done?
If it would have passed, I would have gone in and turned on the gas, relit a water heater or furnace, or sometimes some of the old stoves need relit, make sure everything was running and functioning properly, and then I would have left.
Okay. And did you ever see Rachelle at all when they went into the house from where you were out of the street?
I believe I saw a woman and a dog that answered the door when the other guys went up there.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of dog it was or what?
I don't remember what kind of dog exactly. It was a large dog, but from the sidewalk, all I recall seeing was a woman and a dog.
Okay. And so you said you never went inside, so in the comment section at the bottom of the State's Exhibit 208, what is the reason that you didn't go inside?
The reason we didn't go inside was because the furnace needed replaced. I didn't go inside was because the other gentleman said the gas line from the curb to the inside of the house, it passed its test. But inside the house, the furnace wasn't safe to turn on. Therefore, the gas couldn't be turned on because the integrity of the inside system was not established.
Okay, and is that what it indicates there on the front side there in the comment section?
Yes. That, the water heater's missing the knob, so that wouldn't be turned on, and the furnace is going to be replaced. So we left the gas off at the meter until those repairs were made.
Okay, and what time is that where you entered that by your name there?
That is at 8:19 in the morning.
Okay. And, flip this over here on that.
Sounds like he killed her because the gas wasn't working.
And just, can you please just describe the backside of the State's Exhibit 208?
This would be the order that the other gentleman used to basically do their air test. This is what would have been sent to them stating that somebody has requested that the air test be performed on their gas service.
Okay, and is this, is it fair to say that this is basically saying the same thing, that they couldn't perform the service?
This one states that they did renew, or they did perform their gas test from the curb to the house, and that it passed, but that it was still left off the meter because repairs need to be made inside.
Okay, all right, very good. Did you see all three of your coworkers come out of the house?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did they inform you what had happened inside?
Yes.
And did you leave at that time, or?
They got in their vehicle to go off to do another job of some sort. I filled out my portion, the work order that the Exhibit 208, the other side of the sheet, and then I proceeded to drive off.
One second. I think that's all the questions.
All right, thank you. Okay, cross-examination.
Good morning, sir. I got a few questions for you.
Sure. Good morning.
You mentioned, good morning to you. You mentioned something about the integrity of the inside system. Was that the water heater and furnace, one or both?
Both.
To your knowledge, do you know where those two systems were located inside the house? I know you didn't go in, but did you know where those were located?
The basement is where most water heaters and furnaces are. I can only assume that that's,
Okay.
given the house and all the rest of the houses in the neighborhood pretty much are the same.
Probably better to ask the workers if they were
Correct.
testified, because they actually went into the house.
Yes, sir.
Did you said you saw a woman and a large dog. Did you ever see the gentleman sitting over here at this table with blue shirt on, Mr. Madden? Did you ever see him at any point?
I did not.
Time out there.
I did not.
Did you hear anything? Did you hear anybody shouting or arguing at all from where you were?
I did not.
Did the workers report anything unusual about arguments between Mr. Madden and the woman inside?
Nothing was conveyed to me.
All right. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect? All
No, Your Honor, thank you.
right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Okay, our next witness, please.
State we call Tyler Nave. Again, this is another.
Okay, so this witness is also requested not to be filmed.
You guys are Jesus. Okay. Hey guys, if we can't see these people, do you want to keep going through them, or do you want me to speed through them even quicker? What would you like to do? Because these guys are just going to be the city service workers. I'm really going to speed up through them.
Good morning.
How you doing?
All right. Can you tell the jury your name and spell your last name, please?
My first name is Tyler. My last name is Nafe, N-A-F-E.
How are you employed?
The City Hampton Gas and Water.
And how long have you been with City Hampton?
About 2.5 years.
I'm sorry.
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Okay. And what do you do then?
I'm a maintenance worker.
And what are your responsibilities or your duties as maintenance worker?
Water main breaks, gas line breaks, gas line air tests. Pretty much go in houses and make sure everything's good for us to let the gas up or the water up for them to get to the house. We pretty much make sure everything's safe.
Okay. And I'm going to draw your attention back to October 11th of 2022. Did you go out to a service appointment at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes.
And do you remember what time that appointment was?
The appointment's for 8 o'clock.
Okay. Did you arrive on time?
Yes.
Did you go in vehicle or a city of Hamilton vehicle with other coworkers?
Yes, I rode with crew leader.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I rode with the crew leader in the crew leader truck, Shorty.
Okay, you said crew here, you mean people outside?
Yeah,
Right now?
yeah.
Okay, all right. And did you all three go up to the house together?
Yes.
And do you remember who answered the door?
A woman.
Woman answered the
Yeah.
door? Okay. Did you notice any animals with her?
Yeah, she had a dog.
Okay. Do you remember, I'm not saying the breed exactly, but do you remember, can you describe the dog you
It's
saw?
a big dog.
Big dog?
Like a, yeah, big,
Okay.
like she had hold of it for good reason.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a big dog.
All right. And did you go in the house?
Yes.
All right. Did you see anyone else in the house besides the woman that answered the door?
Yes.
Who did you see in the house?
I'm not sure who it was.
Okay. Where was that person?
So we walked in the door and then took a left and started walking kind of through maybe like a doorway area. And someone was sitting in a recliner on the left-hand side,
Okay.
kind of laying down.
Were they asleep, awake? Did they interact with you?
Kind of in and out. One of the guys said, "What's up, doing?"
Objection.
Approach, please.
All right. Well, at least Toby quit crying.
Very well, thank you.
Did you see the person I think I asked you if they were asleep or awake, and you said they were kind of in and out.
Kind of in and out. Yeah, it looked like maybe they were just waking up.
Okay. Did they interact with you at all?
Not me personally, no.
Okay. And did the female that answered the door, did she show you guys the way to where I assume you needed to see the furnace or the water heater?
We actually needed to see the gas meter because we had to pressure test that to make sure there was no leaks, make sure it was safe inside the house and going outside of the house so we could pressurize the line to get them gas.
Okay.
But the gas wasn't on.
And did she show you the way to get downstairs where that was, or?
If I remember right, I think she kind of pointed because she had the dog. She was not letting go of that dog. So she kind of pointed like, hey, it's right around the corner there.
Okay.
As far as I remember.
All right. And did you go into the basement then?
Yes.
Did you perform the service?
Yes.
And did it pass the test that you performed?
No, it failed.
And why is that?
There, if I'm not mistaken, there was a leak on the inside lines. So their inside lines failed. I think our lines failed also. I can't remember exactly. But there was also an issue with the furnace. Like it wasn't vented properly. I think there was some stuff missing, maybe some tape and stuff like that. So we could turn it on safely.
Okay. And then you came back upstairs, correct?
Yep.
All right. Was that male person that you saw, was he still in the same spot?
Yes.
Still in the chair?
Yes.
And so you went through the front door and then to the left and then downstairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Through the kitchen.
I'm sorry.
Through the kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a door.
Seemed like the house was being renovated.
Yeah. Everything was kind of being remodeled. It looked like sort of.
Okay. And was there any furniture that was overturned or any signs of struggle to you?
No.
Was it you or one of your coworkers that informed her, the female, that you couldn't hook up the gas, I guess, for lack of a better term?
That was Brian Short, crew leader.
Okay, all right. You then, I guess you guys went back out to your car and left?
Yes.
And when you left there, was that the female that you saw holding the dog, she was alive?
Yeah, she was fine.
1 second. That's all I should say. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Morning, sir.
Hello.
You said that you, at some point when you were out at this residence, you yourself went to the basement.
Yes.
Were you the only one, or did the other two go down there as well?
The other two went with me.
So there was a grand total of 3 service workers, so to speak, that went down to the basement to check on these systems. And
2 maintenance workers and a crew leader.
what were the systems you were checking in the basement? What were they?
So pretty much you have a gas pipe that comes in the house that meets up to a meter, and then after the meter, it runs to the rest of the house to feed the rest of the house appliances gas, whether that be a stove, furnace, water heater, stuff like that.
Okay.
And we were pretty much checking to make sure that those lines didn't have any leaks in them, because once the gas is turned off, you have to do a pressure test, and that's since a couple things have changed, but you do 10 pounds for 10 minutes, and that ended up actually failing the test.
When you were down in the basement, did it appear messy?
Not that I can remember.
Do you remember there being clothes just thrown on the floor down there? Is that something you recall?
No,
I know it's been 2 years.
it's been a long time. Not that I can remember, so I can't recall if there's.
Fair. You said you saw, when you went in, you saw this guy laying in a recliner.
Mhm.
Did you speak to him at all?
I did not.
Did the person in the chair appear angry or upset in any way?
No, they seemed sleepy, kind of in and out.
Or would you describe it as calm and docile, just not doing much?
Kind of just in and out, not very awake, just kind of waking up, sort of like they're just waking up from.
Did you observe any interaction between the woman who had the dog, who called for the service, and the gentleman in the recliner? Did you observe any kind of interaction between the two of them?
No.
Did they have any kind of interaction? I know you didn't observe any. I don't want to assume that means you didn't see anything. But
Personally, I did not see any.
how long were you at the residence that morning?
Grand total, I was probably there for about 20 minutes, inside the house for 15.
All right, so you were, from the time of
Ish.
arrival, oh, I'm sorry.
Ish, that's,
Ish.
yeah,
Got it. So from your time of arrival, pulling up, parking the vehicle, and then getting in the vehicle to leave, approximately, what, 35, 45 minutes-ish kind of thing?
yeah, maybe, yeah, 25 minutes, or somewhere around there, yeah.
Not very long. You weren't there for more than that?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down.
I don't have any need to make it subject to recall with Mr. Wilder.
I can read these from your subpoena. Thank you, sir. Okay, you may call your next witness.
I call Stanley Brock. This gentleman would not like to be on camera.
Very
so.
I work for the gas and water department. in the city of Hamilton.
How long have you been in the city?
About 5 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
Gas and water maintenance. So low man, dig ditches and stuff like that.
Okay. And were you were working on October 11th, 2022?
Yep.
All right. Do you remember going out to a scheduled service appointment at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I do.
And what time was that appointment?
Approximately 8 in the morning.
Okay. And you went with a coworker that just piled out of here?
Yep.
Yes. And who else?
Our really call him Shorty. His name's Brian.
Okay.
And then Rick was on the job as well.
All right. Do you remember if you arrived there on time?
Yeah, we were right on time. Obviously, we normally are. So we're around 8 o'clock now.
You know, I believe the three of you rode together correctly?
Yes.
Rick was the one that did not ride. He
Correct.
drove separately?
Yeah, he does different job duties than we do.
And do you remember going up to the door with your coworkers?
I do.
Okay. Do you remember who answered the door?
A female answered the door, and I do recall she had a dog with her.
Okay. Do you remember what can you describe the dog? I'm not asking you for the breed.
There was a larger dog, a bulky dog. I remember saying, I hope she can hold on to that dog, because it was kind of barking a little bit. So.
Okay. All right. And did you go inside?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Did you see anyone else inside besides the female and the dog?
When I turned left to go to the basement, it's kind of just one track. I saw someone sitting in a chair. But I didn't see anything.
Male or female?
I couldn't tell you. I covered up. I just saw feet while I was walking by. I try to not look around too much and be nosy at people's places. So I just get to the point and go around.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Was that person in the chair, were they asleep or awake, or do you know?
I don't know. I just saw their feet in the chair. So
Didn't
didn't move,
interact
didn't interact, didn't move, not by. So, yep.
All right. And you guys went to the basement, correct?
We did, yes.
All right. And I know from prior testimonies, when I just going through it again and again, whatever test you performed, it didn't work out, you couldn't turn the gas on.
Correct. They failed due to like the furnace isn't hooked up correctly or something along the lines to where it's unsafe for gas to be put through the system.
And how long would you say you guys were in the basement down there?
20 minutes at most, 15, 20 minutes.
All right.
Wouldn't be long. It didn't take long to realize, hey, this isn't going to work. So no need to be down there any longer.
Go back up the same way that you came down,
Same way I came up.
and was the person in the chair still there?
Still in the chair. Like I said, I didn't see anything. I just saw a person sitting in the chair and I saw their feet because that's the first thing I saw. Take a right and then go out the door.
Okay. And where was the female that you saw that answered the door?
If you were walking out, she'd be sitting on a couch. It was right here. Yeah.
She had a hold of the dog?
She did.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure.
Did you or Shorty, your crew leader,
Yeah,
did you
right.
talk to her, or did you?
I said hello in passing, like just coming through the front door, like, but I never spoke with her.
I guess let me rephrase it. Did you explain to her what the problem was? or
No,
did
I
you
did
leave
not.
her?
No, I didn't explain anything.
All right. And did it look like this house was being renovated or worked
It
on?
did, yeah. I looked under construction, if you will.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said there was she was sitting on a couch and
Yeah, if you walked in the door, there was a couch like right there, as I
Okay.
recall, and she was just sitting on that couch.
then was there some other furniture like cabinets or anything?
Just nothing out of the norm, just normal stuff. It was more the kitchen that felt like was being renovated and being worked on. I didn't come through there.
Any of the furniture in disarray or turned over like it looked like a struggle?
No, not at all.
And when you walked out and left there, was that female alive?
Yeah, she was.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you real quick about the dog.
Okay.
You said the female was holding the dog back.
Yeah, she was holding the dog by the collar, yeah.
Was the dog pretty aggressive?
It was a normal interaction with the homeowner and their dog. If the door's being opened and closed, you don't want the dog to get out. He barked a couple times, but nothing.
Did you have concern that if she were to have let go of that dog might have come after you, or he was just?
I wouldn't have wanted him to come after me by any means, yeah, but I mean, she had a hold of him, so he was fine. He was just vocal. There were people in his house.
Right, but did you get the impression when she told that dog that if she were to let go of that dog may have went to you?
Possibly, it could have. I mean, I don't.
Holy
It was looking at us when we
shit.
were walking through, but we were also walking by it.
Holy Jesus, he does look like me. God almighty in heaven.
So,
And I know you said this person that you saw in the chair, you can't even tell us if that's male or female, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
I can't tell you which.
I'm sorry. You said-
God help me.
Did you hear that person in the chair say anything or do
No,
anything?
no, no.
And I know you said that when you go into these houses, you're respecting people's privacy.
Correct.
You're not trying to snoop or look into things. right?
Absolutely. I just get to where I have to go.
You're basically going into part of the house that you're there to fix.
Correct.
So when you spend a lot of time looking around the house to see what they were renovating and where they positioned furniture and what they were trying to hang in.
No, it was a normal path to get to where I was going. And it looked like the kitchen was being remodeled of some sort. So.
But you were asking about the furniture, but it was fair to say that you didn't pause and look around and have a great interest in.
I didn't stop and like take a 360 and check the whole place out, but it seemed normal, if you will.
How much time do you think you spent in the presence of a woman who had a dog? Or was it just you passed her and that was it?
Just in passing by, yeah.
What was her demeanor like? She seemed pleasant?
Seemed fine, yeah.
She didn't seem angry or upset?
No.
That's all right.
All right, thank you. And you redirect.
No,
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay, thank you.
we don't want him subject to recall.
Correct. These
All right, you're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Next witness, please.
Brian Short.
Your Honor, while Mr. Hopkins getting this for us, maybe a quick second.
Sure.
All right, let's skip ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. You may. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So your name and spell your last name, please.
Brian Short, SHORT,
And how are you employed, sir?
City Hampton,
How long have you been with the city?
18 years.
What are your, what's your title or your duties and responsibilities?
I'm a crew leader.
Okay.
I take guys out. We work.
Okay, and what department are you in for the city?
Gas and water.
So gas and water, what does that mean you're being a crew leader? What are your extra responsibilities over the other gentlemen?
I'm the boss.
You're the boss, okay, fair enough. And were you working on October 11th of 2022?
Yeah.
Do you remember going out to service appointment at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yeah.
And what time was that appointment?
8 o'clock.
Did you guys get there on time?
Yeah.
And I believe it was the other gentleman, did you go in one car together with your crew?
If you recall, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember going up to the house?
Yeah.
All right, did you guys all go up to the house together?
That I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I usually knock on the door first and then they follow.
Okay, and do you remember who answered the door that morning on October 11th at 1270 Parish?
Yeah, like,
A lady?
yeah.
Okay. You don't remember her name, that's fine. Did she have any pets or animals there?
Yeah, it was like a pit bull or something. Yeah, it was a big dog.
Big dog?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other animals in the house?
No.
When you saw the dog, did she have a hold of it or?
Oh, yeah, she was, once she sat back down on the couch, she was holding the dog.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
We make sure that,
Okay, is that the type of dog that makes you nervous or are you worried that
Oh, yeah.
she didn't have a hold of it? Or?
that dog, yeah, but I've had all kinds of dogs, small ones, big ones, we make sure they put them away.
All right. Did you see anyone else in the house besides her?
Yeah, there was somebody else in there.
And where, was this a male or a female?
It was male.
Would you remember where that person was?
When you walk in, there's like a little room to the left. They were, like a chair laying there.
Okay, and were they awake or asleep?
They were asleep at first.
Okay. And did you have to go past that person to get to the basement or?
Yeah, and you walk through and I think it's the kitchen and then there's like a little room right here. That's where that person was. And then we went down to the basement and did what we had to do.
Okay, and the service, you performed the service, but it's my understanding you cannot hook up the gas, correct?
Correct. The furnace wasn't, it was all tore apart. So when we see that, we don't turn the gas on because they got to get a heating air guy in there.
Okay, all right. Do you remember about how long you were down in the basement?
Probably 15 minutes.
Okay, and then you came back up the same way you went down? Did you go back past the person in the chair that you
Yeah.
saw?
Yeah.
Did that person ever interact with you at
Yeah.
all?
They started kind of like waking up and I said, what's up? And he's like, hey. And then that was it.
Okay, all right, so you walked past them, and then where'd you go after you walked past them?
Once we were done,
Yeah.
I went to the door with that dog, front door,
All right.
front door. And then I let the lady know that everything passed, but we couldn't put gas on because the furnace wasn't right.
Okay, so you explained the situation to her?
Yeah.
What was her reaction when you explained that situation to her?
She looked over at the person in the other room and stared at me for probably 3 or 4 seconds.
Okay,
And then looked back at me and said, we'll get it taken care of.
okay.
So-
All right. And was he still in that chair?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice, like, in the room where she was there any furniture that was overturned or disarray or sign of struggle to you?
No.
When you left there, was that female alive?
Yeah.
I think that's all the questions I have.
Very well. All right, cross-examination.
The person that you saw in the chair who responded, hey to you, did that person appear to be angry in any way?
No.
demeanor was that person giving to you? Demeanor, like how they were acting?
Seemed like they were starting to wake up, and then sleep, and that seemed to me.
You said that when you explained to the woman, service couldn't be initiated or whatever the term that you used, you said she looked at the person in the chair for 3 to 4 seconds. Is that yes?
Yes.
Did she seem upset when she was staring, or what kind of stare was she giving him?
She just like stared, like kind of a, like it's hard to explain, kind of like a what are we gonna do, or kind of couldn't believe it type of look, like couldn't believe what I was saying.
Did it appear that was, I don't know if inflating is the right word, but maybe she was wanting to hear something? Did it appear she wanted to hear that it was going to be okay, but it's not okay? She felt kind of down, like,
Yeah.
oh, man.
Yeah.
Or did she appear mad in any way?
She didn't seem mad though.
You said she stared at the man over the chair for 3 to 4 seconds. Did the person in the chair do anything in response?
No.
Did that person look at her?
I could not see him.
I know it's been 2
Well,
years.
there's a wall right there. They were back behind it, so I couldn't see what that person was doing.
Was there anything else that you observed about this woman you interacted with that was unusual that day?
No.
Did she appear mad or angry or upset?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No,
Okay, sorry to miss that down. Thank you.
again, we don't subject to assault.
He's not subject.
All right, so, sir, you'll be released from your subpoena. Thank you. Okay, so it seems like at this time it'll be a good time for us to take our morning break. We'll go ahead and do that and come back at 10:30. Please remember my recess instructions, not to talk about the case, do any investigation, or read anything about it, okay?
He decided he wanted to be seen. So.
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, we're back on the record and state first.
Oh, we're back. We went over the break, guys. Pretty uneventful. Gas workers said that Rachelle was still alive when they left and that he was there prior to her death. So let's go on from there.
Mrs. Madden, without the jurors being present, Mr. Burris, Mr. Hahn, and Detective Horton are present on behalf of the state of Ohio, and Mr. Wilder and Mr. Madden are also present. Before the jurors come in, is there anything on behalf of the state of Ohio? Anything on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing, Judge.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring in the jurors. Okay, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I have to tell you, I'm impressed. You've really got this lineup down early on in this case. Before we continue, do you have any violations of the court's recess instructions that you need to report? Okay, all right, the next witness, please.
See, we call Ann Mayers.
Okay, you may proceed.
Now remember, chat, because she's not the defendant, it doesn't matter that she's in chains and everybody can see it. It doesn't matter.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Morning. Can you tell everybody your name, please?
Ann Mayers?
Okay. And I see by what you're wearing that currently inmate at Butler County Jail?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that you're there because you recently entered a guilty plea to aggravated robbery with a 1-year gun specification?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for robbing the our group credit union on Route 4 in Fairfield Township on April 19th of this year?
Yes, it is.
2024, correct? Okay. And you're still waiting for your sentencing date?
Yes.
Okay, so, all right. And
That means a firearm specification means she had a firearm on her when she committed the crime. She didn't display it or use it. So she has a mandatory 1-year sentence on top of any other sentence. And she's facing aggravated robbery, 3 to 11 years. So she could be going away for quite a while. Minimum 3 with a mandatory year she has to serve. Mandatory 4 with a 4th year that she'll have to serve.
you received any consideration or promises from the state of Ohio for your testimony here today?
No.
No one's promised you that you're going to get a lighter sentence or anything like that? Did you testify here today?
No, sir.
Okay. Why are you testifying here today?
Because I should.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm going to take you back to October 11th of 2022. Okay. Back in at that time, on October 11th, 2022, where were you?
Yes, chat. This is the wrong way to audit the Fed. But yeah, she has not been sentenced yet. She is just volunteering to help. So, yeah.
You living at?
1260 Parish Avenue.
Okay. And is that right next door to 1270?
Yes, it is.
So if I was standing on Parish Avenue and I was standing in front of 1270, would your house be to the left or to the right?
To the left.
To the left. Thank you. Now I'm going to show you what's been, the members. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 237.
That's right.
Okay, can you just explain to me what is this picture?
This is the picture where the neighbor was murdered, and this is where I live, and that right there is me.
Okay, all right. And would you say this is a true and fair representation of the way your house looked and the other house looked on
Exactly.
October 11th?
Exactly.
This is the State's Exhibit 237, and it is published.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
Okay. All right, so, if I may stand by the screen, I'll do, is that all right if I do the pointing since she's, okay.
LKF saying he scammed her out of money since she went to go rob a bank. Damn. Well, interesting.
So, ma'am, is this 270 right here?
1270.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
1270?
Yes.
Okay, and this is 1260 right here?
Yes.
So Mr. Hunter's appointment.
Oh, yeah, I am short, so that might be assistance. All right, so this is 1270 here?
Yes.
Okay, and you said this is 1260 your house, correct?
Yes.
All right, and are you sitting on the porch here?
I'm the tolerable head one.
This one?
This one's no, that's my sister.
That's
I'm
your
the other
sister?
one.
Okay, you're that one?
Yes.
Right there, okay. And you said that's your sister on the porch with you. Did you live with your sister?
My sister lived with me.
Your
That
sister-
was my house.
That was your, I'm sorry, okay.
That's all right.
And how long did you live at 1260?
Well, I lived there since I was 5 years old,
Okay,
until I moved away from home.
okay. And then you moved back? at
Well,
some
I
point?
moved back to take care of my parents
Okay,
before they died.
okay, all right. When did your sister move in with you?
Probably in
2019?
2019.
Okay. Now, on October 11th, at that time, did you know the people that lived next door to you at 1270?
I don't know when they moved in. There were so many people that moved in that house
Mhm.
because it was a vacant home and it was a rental. And there were people and people and people. And then Rachelle and Toby,
Okay, so you knew Rachelle and Toby, you knew who they were?
yeah,
Okay, do you see Toby in the courtroom today?
yes, I do. Sitting right there in the blue shirt.
Let the record reflect you identified Mr. Madden.
The record will say reflect.
And now, were you on your porch on the morning of, I know you were in this picture, but this is later in the afternoon, were you in the morning of October 11th, were you on your porch that
Yes.
morning? And
Almost every morning.
Almost every morning you're on your porch, what's your routine, what do you do?
Well, Sissy has raising her grandson.
I'm sorry, Sissy is,
Linda,
that's your
yes, my
sister?
sister,
Okay.
is raising her grandson.
Mhm.
And we have him, and he, at that time, went to Crawfordwood School, which was down on the next block.
Mhm.
And he would leave at 8:15, and we would try to be out there drinking coffee and checking the phone. And so he could wave to us every 5 or 6 steps by, like
Okay.
that. And it was around 8:15. And he went to school, and I stayed on the porch drinking coffee, went in, got another cup, and my
Is
sister.
this where you're talking about October 11th?
Yes.
Right, okay.
My sister went in because she didn't feel good.
Mhm.
And I stayed there probably at least a couple hours.
Okay, drinking your coffee?
Yeah,
Okay.
looking at the phone.
Okay, but so you said he goes to school at 8:15?
He did then, yes.
He did then, okay, back in 22, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, he's older now.
Mhm.
And at some point that morning when you're on your porch, did you hear something out of
Yes,
the
I did.
ordinary?
I heard a scream.
You heard a scream, okay. What direction? Where
This
you-
direction.
So you're pointing to your left,
Yes.
correct? Would that be towards
Yes,
1270 then?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
What time do you think you heard that?
Well, before I went in,
Sometime after he left?
oh yeah.
Okay.
Hours, a couple hours.
Okay, all right. Let me ask you this first. So how old are you right now?
I'm 75,
Okay, so you would have been
73.
73 on October 11th, 22. And do you have any hearing issues?
Yes, I wear hearing aids.
Okay, do you have hearing aids in now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. Did you have your hearing aids in on that morning on October 11th?
See, I don't remember if I
Okay,
had them in or not. Usually I wear them
Okay.
as soon as I get up, but if I'm just sitting on the porch, sometimes I don't wear them. So I can't say yes and I can't say no.
okay, all right, fair enough. What'd you think when you heard that scream?
Well, I didn't know what it was. Can I give an example?
Sure.
It was like you open a door and something flew at you. It was just like that,
Okay,
maybe 5, 6 seconds.
okay,
But there's so many little kids in our neighborhood that I didn't know if it was a kid. I mean, you don't call the police because you hear a scream.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't. There
Okay.
be police in our neighborhood all the time.
Okay,
But that was what I heard.
okay.
And it was from this direction.
You're pointing to your left?
Yeah, to my left.
Okay.
It wasn't from over here. It was from over here.
Towards Toby and Michelle, or
Yeah.
Michelle's house? Okay. And so you said, I think you said you went back inside?
I did in a little while because I went in to fix breakfast.
Okay. And then at some point, did you come back out?
Yeah, all hell had broke loose.
Okay, and what do you mean by that?
Well, there were tons of policemen,
Mm-hmm.
and women. And Toby was running down the steps screaming, she's dead, she's dead. There's three of them. There was three of them. And
Okay,
I didn't know. I never ever saw anybody until that moment come out of that house.
okay,
That's all I saw and heard was a scream.
okay, all right. Hang on one second.
Okay.
Ma'am, I appreciate you testifying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Cross-examination, Mr. Wilder.
Hold on a minute. I got a few questions for you. If you don't hear those, or if you're confused anyway, just let me know, okay? So we saw the picture there. So your front porch where you sat and you had your coffee and where you
Yes.
were that morning, you heard that scream. I mean, we're talking, what, 25, 30 feet away from the front porch of the parish?
Yes.
Where Toby and Rachelle were, right?
Yes.
You could throw your coffee cup and probably hit their porch. You're that close to them. Is that
Yeah.
fair? Right. I think you identified this. Was your sister in the picture with you on the porch?
Yes.
You said you were the taller head person, but
Yes.
that's your sister? And your sister is Linda?
Yes.
And you refer to her as Sissy?
Yeah.
You mentioned during your testimony that police are in our neighborhood all the time. Did I get that correct?
Yeah, off and on. Yeah, a lot of kids in our neighborhood.
But your testimony wasn't the police are in your neighborhood a lot. Is that fair?
I said I didn't want
Right.
to call the police. You don't call the police for everything. That's a prejudice.
Hmm. It's not exactly what you testified to. I bet he's going to get sustained on that. Probably sustained. Which would make some sense.
Ma'am, you said you've lived at the residence we saw in the picture since you were 5 years old.
Until I left home when I was like 18 or 19.
2 years ago, you said you were 73 years old, still living in that house. In the year or two prior to that, did police have to respond to your neighborhood often?
No more than any other neighborhood.
So would the police come out once a week or less?
Oh, no.
Was there a lot of drug activity near the residence you had on Parish?
Well, there were some, yes.
And when you say, when I ask about drug activity, you're talking about people appearing on the influence of drugs, people selling drugs, what kind of drug stuff? did you
I
see?
never saw anyone sell drugs.
So what kind of drug activity did you
I've
see?
seen people laying on the ground with syringes in their hand, but I've never seen actual buying and selling. I don't think I did. Of course, I don't know. I don't know anything about drugs. We never had drugs when I was growing up.
These people you would see with syringes in their arm, was this near your home?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Was this something you observed when you're out on the porch in your
Yes.
morning routine?
Morning, afternoon, early evening.
Were you pleased to see that Rachelle and Toby had moved in next door?
I was pleased to see Rachelle.
Okay.
Because she was very nice and sociable.
All right. Is it fair to say that the people who'd been in and out of that house before Rachelle were people that you weren't too fond of?
Yes.
Were there any people that may have been engaging in the drug activity you described going in and out of that house that
Yes.
Rachelle had occupied?
Before they came there.
All right.
Yes.
And isn't it true that 2 weeks before Rachelle moved in, there were people at 1270 Parish and they invited you in to look at the house?
Yeah, there were people fixing it up. I had been in there when I was a kid.
Right. But did they invite you in the house to take a look
Yeah.
at it?
Mhm.
And those 2 weeks before Rachelle showed up at Parish, what kind of condition was the house in?
Well, they were renovating it, like putting in new cabinets and new flooring and
I may be confusing now. I'm talking about before you even know who Rachelle is. Did you enter the property 2 weeks
yes, that's
before?
what I mean.
Oh, okay.
Someone was renovating inside,
Okay.
putting up new cabinets and counters and flooring.
Had you ever been in the house without these things you just described?
When I was a kid. But no, that's the only time I've been in that house since I was a child.
Did you notice the broken windows on 1270
I
Parish?
never noticed anything like that, no.
Did you ever go inside the 1270 Parish residence with Rachelle at all?
No.
The workers who invited you into the house, was that Toby or Rachelle?
They weren't there yet. They didn't live there then.
So was this like a moving company, or do you remember who these moving?
I guess the
companies
landlord or the real estate people hired them. I don't know who hired them.
were? You're outside every day on your porch, did you see these members carrying junk out of the house?
No.
Did you see them take anything out of 1270 Parish?
No.
You just know that they may have been working on this.
Yeah, they had cabinets sitting on the floor and they were putting in new counters. It was 2 men.
Did you ever see Toby at the residence at 1270 Parish?
Not until they moved in.
Isn't it true that Rachelle was usually gone and Toby was there?
Yes,
So how many times do you think you saw Toby at Parish? Was it daily?
probably.
All
Yes.
the time.
Did you ever tell anyone from law enforcement that you were finally going to have good neighbors?
Yes.
And did you say neighbors?
Yeah, I said, we had met Rachelle and I said, we were finally going to have a good neighbor.
Because you had not had very good experience with the people who.
No, it was a
lived
rental
close.
house
Right, and there have been drug people in and out of that house.
and
Is
all
that fair?
kinds of people in and out of that house.
I want to talk to you about the scream that you heard. Did you just hear one scream or did you hear both?
One scream, about 7 seconds, maybe long.
And I know you described it as someone opened the door, someone screaming, your testimony is that scream or what you heard was 5, 6, 7
Yeah.
seconds long?
And I never heard another thing.
Could you describe it as a male, female voice?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Michelle out of the properties?
Yeah.
Yes. Were you able to decide if that was her screaming?
No, I never thought about it. It was like a high-pitched scream. So I don't know if that would be a woman or a man, but it was a high-pitched scream.
Did you just hear the one scream or did you
One
hear others?
scream.
Did you hear any arguments?
Nope.
Did you hear anybody yelling at somebody
Nope.
else? Did you hear anything which would have sounded like furniture toppling over onto the floor?
No.
And again, the picture shows you're pretty close to that
Yes,
residence, right?
yes.
When you lived next door, were you ever able to hear other things from within the house, like music or tools?
Oh, yeah. You can hear that boom, 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 young kids, boom, boom, boom.
Did you ever hear tools being used on the inside when Mr. Madden was in?
Mhm.
So yes.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, was he trying to help with the renovation at all?
I don't know. The renovation was finished when they moved in. I mean, as finished as it was, I hadn't been back in the house, so I don't know how much was finished.
You said you heard this scream. Now, how long did you were on the porch, correct? How long did you stay on the porch until you went inside?
I don't know, close to maybe 11:15, somewhere around there, 10:30-ish, 11, 11:15. I don't remember exactly, but it was later than 10 o'clock.
Well, don't worry so much about the timing of it. Guys. I'm trying to figure out how long, like how many minutes. Not did you look at
After the
clock?
scream?
Yeah, after the
I don't
scream. Did you immediately go in the house? Or
No.
you sit out there for 15 more
No,
minutes?
because I didn't know what it was. I didn't know. I didn't know if it was a kid over there screaming. I didn't know. I know it come from this side and
So what's the purpose of her testimony? She heard a scream at some point, and she didn't see anybody else go in or out of the house. That's why they're having her there, guys. Because she could testify she heard someone screaming, and then she never saw anybody come or leave the house.
it was a high-pitched scream. But I just went back to looking at the phone and then I said, well, I'll go fix breakfast.
Okay, so just to be clear, you did hear the scream and then you went back to your phone, went
Yeah.
back to your food.
I was outside for maybe 15 minutes or so, I guess. Then I went in and fixed breakfast.
Where was your sister at when?
She went in earlier because she didn't feel good.
So when you heard the scream out on your porch, your sister was not next to you?
Right.
This is very important,
You said you
Chad.
stayed out there for approximately 15 minutes after the scream. Did you see anybody come into the residence or leave the residence?
No, I never saw anything.
At some point you said Toby was running down the street screaming? Is that what you
No, I said down the stairs.
Upstairs.
We're on the high side of the street.
Yes.
Our property's across the street is flat. And he was coming down the steps. I don't know, they probably have 10 or 15 steps to come down off the porch.
Yeah, your residence is unfortunately lit up off.
Yeah, it's up, yeah.
So you heard Toby screaming while going down these steps to this road?
Mhm.
And when you observed this, were police already on the scene?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's
Yes.
okay, it's okay. I do it too.
That's
For the
right.
record, we gotta know if that's a yes. All right, so when you observed this, police were already there. You know how many police cars were out there? Did you
Oh,
know?
my. A lot.
Was there an ambulance out there at the time?
I don't remember.
So, you saw Toby go down the steps screaming. What did he say?
He said, she's dead, she's dead. Somebody killed her. There were 3 of them.
Where did he go to? He went down the steps. Where did
And he came over right in front of my property, right in front of where we were sitting. And there was a policeman that came on this side of him and a policeman that came on this side of him. Because I started to go down to find out what was wrong with him, because he was,
Was he hysterical?
yeah, you could say that.
Was there any calmness to him at all?
No.
Did you notice anything on his hands? His hands were bloody?
No.
Do you have any weapons or anything in
No.
his hands? Did he make any other statements other than what
That's
you?
all he said.
Did you try to run away from the police?
Nope.
Is that the only time that you saw Toby that day?
Yes.
When he was going down the steps screaming?
Yes, sir.
What about Rachelle? Did you see her at any point that day?
I was wondering because the dog was always there. She had a dog, he had a dog, I don't know, a big old sloppy thing. Old, 2 steps, go to sleep. And I wondered where the dog was all day.
So you didn't see the dog at all?
Not until much later
What do we say much later? This is after the police.
in the afternoon.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Hahn?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Wilder just asked you, you were pleased to see Toby and Rachelle move in, and I think you said you're glad to see Rachelle move in, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Were you not glad to see Toby move in?
Toby was strange.
What do you mean by that?
I don't really know, but he was always over at the house wanting something.
Whose house?
My house.
Oh, your house?
Yes.
What do we need? Want something?
He wanted to use the Wi-Fi, he wanted to use the telephone, he wanted to, and no.
Okay.
Now, when I say this, he was like on something crazy. He wasn't normal.
Okay. Did he make you nervous?
Yeah, very.
Okay. You say you're scared of him?
Mhm.
I'm sorry, is that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Hang on one second. Man, thank you. That's all I have.
Anytime that you've met with anybody to discuss how you feel about Mr. Madden is after he'd been arrested and charged with murder. Is that fair?
Yes.
You said he was strange and you were scared around him. Did you ever tell Detective Botts that he didn't appear to be a mean person?
Well, he didn't appear to be mean. He was just different.
Okay. Isn't it true you also told Detective Botts that he didn't seem like a murderer?
No. I
You're
don't remember
denying
saying that.
Are you denying that you told Detective Botts in an interview that you said Toby Madden did not appear to you to be a murderer?
I don't remember saying that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Correct, please.
Sorry, guys. I'm going to step away. This is a very important witness. Notice she said their dog wasn't barking. That's those are all things you can draw some inferences from if you believe her.
Hi.
Maybe probably you remember the question.
Yes.
You do? What's your answer?
I don't remember saying that.
You say you don't remember. Does that mean you're denying that you ever made it, or you just don't recall if you told Detective?
I don't
Botts?
recall.
Wait a second, thank you.
Your Honor, she's not subject to recall by us.
Thank you, Deputy Sergeant. Okay, next witness, please.
Statement called to Secretary.
They may proceed with its examination.
Morning.
Tell everybody your name and occupation, please.
Aaron Huckey, I'm a detective with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
And how long have you been with Hamilton Police Department?
21 years,
And how long have you been a detective?
8 years.
What are your duties as a Hamilton Police Department detective?
As a detective, I investigate crimes that happen and occur within the City of Hamilton.
Okay. And what is your training and education to be a police officer in general?
Yep, I went to the Russell Lee Police Academy. After graduation, I was hired on after being promoted. I went to the multiple different OPADA courses for crime scene tech as well as photography.
Okay. And is that that training go to being a detective also then?
Yes.
Okay. Any other training you have, or is that
I have
formal or informal?
Also have training within for the Faro 3D scanner, as well as bullet trajectory.
Okay. And were you requested on October 11th of 2022 to respond out to 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, I was.
Okay. That's in the city of Hamilton, Bucks County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
And what purpose were you called out there for?
My Lieutenant Patrick Erb, called me and asked if I would process a scene at 1270 Parish.
Okay. What does that mean to process a scene?
Overall, to photograph and then collect evidence.
Okay. So what time did you arrive there at 1270 Parish?
Approximately 1 p.m.
And other officers, they got there about an hour then before you?
Yes.
So what was the scene when you arrived there around 1?
Upon my arrival, the scene had already been taped off to include the street just west of the residence, as well as north and south of the residence, in the rear alley of the residence.
Okay. Officers everywhere doing different tasks, I assume?
Yes.
And why don't you explain to the jury what tasks were you there to perform then?
Upon my arrival, I met with Officer Katie Johnson. She described to me what action she had taken. I knew that Detective Tony Keep had already been securing a search warrant for the residence. So while I waited for that search warrant to be signed and approved, I went ahead and started taking photographs of the exterior of the residence.
Okay. How long did it take before you got the search warrant and then you got to actually go into the residence?
I would say approximately 45 minutes or so.
Okay. So let me ask you about all the pictures you took here in a second.
Sure.
So just trying to do it all at once. So, so you went around the entire exterior of the house and took photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once you got the search warrant and went in, did you then enter the residence at 1270?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you notice anything as soon as you went in the house?
Immediately upon entering the residence for an initial walkthrough, I smelled an overwhelming smell of rubbing alcohol within the residence, specifically within that first two rooms, right outside the front door.
And you took note of that?
Yes.
Okay. Does that indicate anything to you?
To me, it would be used as
Now we've also got the smell of. Do you need a search warrant in this case? No. No, because he called, like, at this point, Toby. Hold on 1 second.
What?
So, no, Toby Madden calls, oh my God, she's dead, help, help. So at that point, they have exigent circumstances. They're allowed to go in to protect life and limb. Toby has also allowed them in at that point. So no, they don't need a search warrant. Should they get one at that point anyway, once they suspect foul play? Yes, they should immediately go get a search warrant anyway. 100%. So, Clyde is safe. He's with 2.0. Yes, he is. All right. So I hope that makes sense, Chaucer. Do you do cigars at all? I'm enjoying a nice Paradomo at the moment. No, I don't smoke. I've had like asthma, like forever. Well, it's not even like really asthma. Just smoke irritates me. Like I can enjoy like the aroma of a cigar. So like, I can, have one and chomp on it, and you can get like get a little bit of that taste and enjoy it. But no, generally I don't smoke. Like I can sit around people that smoke, but if I smoke myself, I don't particularly enjoy it. But like I enjoy the aroma of cigars, so especially when they're just sitting in like a humidor. Oh, it smells beautiful, but not a cigar guy. So I hope that answers the questions there. This is a Chandler Holliston type case. No, he didn't eat her.
I'm gonna go on from that. So you said you smelled rubbing alcohol, then when you go in, what's the next thing you did once you entered the residence?
I began to just do an initial walkthrough of the residence. So that's going room by room and observing just the overall layout of the residence as well as possible items of evidence.
Okay, all right. Thank you for this. Mr. Wilder, it's the 1 through 69. I'm gonna have you look at and then 20. Yeah, and then 1 through 69 on there, and then 209. All right, I got it. Mhm. All right, I'm gonna have you just, can you briefly flip through 1 through 69, and then look at 209 when you get done with the first ones, and then once you've looked at all, let me know once you've looked at all those. Take a look at that.
Keep reading. Let's go.
Can you please, exhibits 1 through 69, can you please identify what those are?
Photographs that I've taken of the scene.
Okay, and are those true and accurate and fair representation of the way the scene looked on October 11th, 2022 when you were there?
Yes, they are.
And exhibit 209, can you please identify that?
That's a diagram of the residence, the first floor as well as the second floor.
Okay, did you create that?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair representation of the floor plan of that, the home at 1270 Parish and the way it looked on October 11th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
All right, I would ask that states exhibit 1 through 69 and then 209 be admitted and permission to publish here.
Looks like 4, 6, 33, 45, 46, 47, 55, and 57 have already been admitted. So aside from those, do you have any objections to the other exhibits that are being offered at this time, Mr. Wilder?
No.
Okay, those will be admitted and they may be published.
All right. Let's start with number 1. All right, so we're going to go through these one by one, Detective. And there is, if you see here to your right, down a few steps, there's a pointer on the outside of the witness box where you are if you want to go up. If you, here, oh, you might be able to, if you touch that screen in front of you, will it, can you draw circles on it or lines, or does it work with your finger?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it.
No, okay, so we don't need one. Should be good. And I think if you go to the top left corner of the screen, or is it top right? Top right, you might be able to hit clear to get that, what you just put on there. Okay. All right, can you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 1?
The exterior of the front to 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay, and is that now Detective Johnson, I believe, standing on that front porch there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 2. Again, please describe what we're looking at here.
Again, it's just a little bit altered view of the same front of 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay, and are you aware of what is on the wall there in the bottom, I guess it's the bottom right corner of the picture?
Yes.
And what is, you put a circle around it?
Yes.
And what did you just circle there?
I circled it. It was a pack of cigarettes. Some of them are outside of the box.
Okay, all right, do you mind to hit clear on that? All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 3. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 3?
That's a closer view of the same pack of cigarettes with a few of them outside of the box.
Okay, State's Exhibit 4. And please describe this exhibit.
It's the front of 1270 Parish Avenue. It's an approach.
Okay, and the caution tape's up around the house?
Yes.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 5. What are we looking at here?
The steps leading up to the residence.
State's Exhibit 6. And what are we looking at this?
As we approach up the steps to the front door.
Okay, doors open?
Yes.
Okay. Any damage to the door or any sign of break-in that you saw?
No.
State's Exhibit 7. And again, I'm going to ask this question a lot. Please
Yes,
describe
that's
this imagery.
This is the windows to the left as well as the left side of the front of the residence.
Okay. Now, is there anything of note in the window on the right there?
It would be a piece of board or something blocking the windows.
Okay. All right. And let's go on to State's Exhibit 8. I'm sorry, one second. What, and I'm sorry, before we go to 8, is there you said there's a board inside? Can you just circle what you're talking about?
Right here. In the residence, there's a board.
Okay. And is there damage to the window itself?
No.
Okay. Down in the right corner of the right window, what am I seeing there? Is that,
I believe that's to the screen, the window screen.
that's just damage to the window
Window screen.
Okay. No damage to the glass itself, though, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Let's go on to number 8. And what are we looking at here?
Again, it's just an altered view of the same angle with showing the roof.
Okay. Number 9. What is this picture of?
This is the area below that same set of windows showing the block windows for the basement.
And any damage to those block windows?
No.
Okay. Again, what's this one?
The same windows again showing the board behind them.
Okay. Number 11. What are we looking at here?
A glimpse of both those windows, the top and the basement block windows, as well as the area just north of the residence showing the neighbor's house.
Okay, and that would be Ms. Mayor's house at 1260 on the left there?
Yes,
And this is still the front of the house, correct?
that's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, you have to lay foundation for everything. Otherwise, it can't be admitted. So yes, you have to lay foundation unless the other party stipulates the foundation. And, why help out the prosecutor at this point?
This one, number 12.
This is an overview.
And also, if you guys don't understand what they're showing here, they're showing there was nothing wrong with the house. None of the windows were fucked with. The doors weren't fucked with. No signs of forced entry.
Okay.
This is an overview of the north side of the residence between the neighbor's house.
Okay. And how far would you say that the houses are apart there, where the walls are?
Probably within 8 feet, 10 feet.
Okay. You still walk through there? You could fit through there?
Yes.
Any damage to the windows that we see on the pictures, the 1270 there in the side of the house?
No.
That's one number 13. And what are we looking at here?
An additional view showing down the north side of the 1270 Parish Avenue.
All right. And again, no damage to the windows there?
Correct.
The same windows we saw before?
Correct.
14. And what are we looking at in this picture?
This is one of the basement windows. It's blocked with one of those vent screens, allowing you to open it up. That's on the north side of the residence.
Okay. And any damage to any of the glass blocks there?
No.
15? Or, well, wait, hold on one second. What, is the screen ripped out of that? Is that a window that you would crank open?
I believe so.
Okay. And is there any damage to that actual piece that moves itself, or are we just looking at the screen ripped?
Just the screen ripped.
Okay. 15? What are we looking at here?
That is a window from the north side of the residence.
Okay. These are the same two windows we've seen in the previous pictures, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that, again, no damage?
Correct.
16.
Again, one of the same two windows, no damage.
17?
This is going to be the rear of the residence.
Okay, so that's the back door there?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know if that, when you went through the house and went through the outside, was that door locked or unlocked?
it was locked.
Any damage to that door?
Yes, there was.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, there was. Appeared to be It did have previous damage.
Previous damage, not, what do you mean by previous damage?
It was damaged, but it was still functioning as it should.
Okay, all right. And the screen door, are you talking about damage to the actual door itself, not that storm door on the, or which door there's two doors?
Yeah, the actual, not the screen door.
Okay, all right. Where was that damage?
It was to the inside frame, the locking side of frame of the door,
Mhm.
as well as dents to the door.
Okay. But again, that door was locked when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
Any damage to those windows that we see in the picture there?
No.
Again, what are we looking at here?
Looking again at the rear of the residence, there's 3 windows, 2 of them for the first floor, and there are items stacked up. We're blocking the view into and out of the windows.
Okay, so those are items inside the house that you couldn't see out of the windows?
That's correct.
19, please. And please describe this one.
Just again, an overall of the back of the residence.
20. What are we looking at in this one?
Closer view of the back door.
Okay. And where did you see, can you see the damage in this picture?
Yes,
Where, can you circle that where you saw damage?
it would be off to the right of the 2 door handles.
Okay, and that, there are 2 deadbolts though, correct? or two locks, is that fair to say?
2 locks, yes.
Two locks?
Yes.
And they were both functioning?
Yes.
If you want to clear there. 21, please.
I mean, yeah, somewhat. I
And,
don't know
we're
that.
looking
I don't
at,
know
6
Hamilton
to
that
20.
well, but yeah. it
This is
looks
going to
like
be
it.
an overview of the south side of the residence, leading back to the front of the house.
Okay, so
From
if
what
you
I
were on the street, this
understand,
would be
yes.
the right side of the house if you were looking at the house on the street, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And air conditioning unit out there?
Yes.
And then 2, or I guess there's 3 windows, isn't there?
3 windows.
Okay, any damage to those windows?
One of the windows does have damage to it.
What kind of damage?
Damage to the glass.
Okay, I believe we'll see that now. Photo coming up here. Let's go to 22. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is a photo of the front bedroom glass window.
Okay, and is there damage to this window?
Yes.
Just circle where it is, please. Okay, is the glass intact?
Partially.
Is it missing out of anywhere or?
Yes, it's missing out of this area right here.
Okay, all right, and then there's some tape at the bottom there?
Yes, down here.
And you can clear that out there. Hang on 1 second, Ron. I'm sorry, I had you clear your question there. Can you circle where the hole is in the glass again? Okay, is that hole there, is that, could a person fit through that?
No.
Okay. Thank you. 23. What are we looking at? 23.
This is an above view of the same window.
Okay.
An angle showing the top half of the window.
Okay, and is that glass intact on 23?
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, the top half that's intact?
Yes.
24. Well, what do we have here?
Again, this is a block window for the basement with one of those vent openings.
Okay, and again, is there any damage to that?
No.
25. And what are we looking at in this?
This is another basement vent window with the glass block.
Okay. Is this a different one than 24?
Yes, this is further down the residence, closer to the street.
Closer to the Parish Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And any damage to that window?
No.
26? What do we have here?
These are the remaining 2 windows for the front room of the residence.
All right, and how high are those windows off the ground, would you say?
I'd estimate about 8 feet or so.
Okay. Could you, so fair to say you couldn't stand there on your feet and look in those windows?
Correct.
Okay. Any damage to those windows?
No.
Number 27. And please describe this.
And this is from looking back the way we just traveled, looking back towards the back of the residence.
Okay. Just a different view of those same windows we just looked at, correct?
Correct.
28. And what do we have here?
This is a GMC Terrain that was parked immediately in front of the residence.
Okay. And do we know whose vehicle that is?
Yes,
And whose vehicle is that?
it would be the victims.
Would that be Rachelle Brewsaugh's vehicle?
That's correct.
Any damage to that vehicle? Or that you saw or noticed of anything?
No.
29. And what are we looking at here?
This is the top of the front porch leading up to the front door of the residence with a partially burnt or smoked cigarette.
Okay. Come back to that then. Okay. And that's the doors open, correct?
Correct.
That's the front door, right?
Yes.
30.
This is a closer view of the same cigarette.
Okay. And did you collect that cigarette?
Yes.
Okay. I'll keep going through the pictures and we'll come back to that later. 31, please. What do we have here?
It's getting entry into the front door of the residence, into the front room, immediately off the front door.
Any damage to the door there?
No.
Okay. And is that Ms. Brewsaugh on the floor in the back of the picture?
Yes.
And 32. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is the interior of that same front door with the door
Once things
shut.
Come down, Jesus.
And-
Is the door functioning?
Yes.
Door lock functioning?
Yes.
Okay. Both the deadbolt and the lock on the handle there?
Yes.
33. What do we have in this picture?
This is an overview of the victim lying face up immediately inside the front room of that residence.
Is this how she was found when Detective Johnson arrived, or Officer Johnson at the time? Or had she been moved at any point here?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
This is how she was when I arrived.
34. What are we looking at in this picture?
Additional view showing down the wall, as well as some of the blood and some of the furniture within that room.
And what is that? May I approach the screen? What are we looking at? What is this in the window here?
In the window, it is a floor sample. When you go to buy flooring, you take some of the samples. And it's one of those boards to bring back to the residence, try to pick out flooring.
Okay. And I believe that at the bottom on the windowsill there's blood on either side of that floor sample board, correct?
That's correct.
And this, and you'll see other pictures of it, but what is this? What are we looking at right here?
It's a cabinet that's been knocked down.
Okay. And what is this piece of furniture here or wood?
Top of a table that's leaning up against the wall.
Okay. All right, can I have 1 second?
Sure.
Detective down in the corner by Rachelle Split here, is that, what do we have here?
That's a broken lamp.
Okay, and is it sitting on the floor?
Yes.
Is it, when you say it's broken, is that
Well, the top part of the lamp is broken.
the shade part?
Yes.
35? And what are we looking at in this, 60 to 35?
An additional overall view of the same corner.
Okay. Blood on the floor?
Blood on the floor,
Okay, just point out where the blood is, please.
as well as the trim board. And we have additional spatter back in this general area here. And then here on this frame.
Okay, and is this,
May I press the screen again? Can I just go?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
and detective, is this also blood right here, or is that something else?
I would have to look at an additional view.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Thank you.
God, Toby needs to get his
36?
fuck together.
And what are we looking at in this photo?
These are the two windows from the inside for the front room.
Okay, any blood up in those windows?
There will be some here, there's some here on this,
Okay.
as well as some in this general area here, and then on top of this ledge here, there will be some.
Okay, thank you. 37? What do we have in 67, 37?
This will be more of an interior shot showing that cabinet lying on the ground, as well as the victim's left arm and some additional blood.
Okay, you can see the wounds on Ms. Brewsaugh in this picture, her arm, her torso,
Yes,
and that cabinet, is it on its, it's laying on the front side, that's the back of it that we're seeing up in the air, correct?
that's correct.
Was there blood on that piece of furniture?
Yes,
Where do you, if you where it is, or if it's not in this picture, we can go to another.
it's not, it's,
And then that's fine.
yeah, I would need that additional view.
Okay,
to-
that's fine. All right. 38. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is the couch with blankets and bedding that's within that same bedroom, or correction, within that same room.
This is the front room as you enter the house?
Correct.
Okay, and this is the same room that her body's in?
Yes,
What is marked as number 3 there?
that'd be a cell phone.
It's on 39.
A cell phone? Are we talking about Nick?
Hang on 1 second. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is going to be, my back is immediately to the front door, looking left into the second front room that connects to where the victim is.
Fair to say this is the pathway that so the front door would be basically here for lack, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and is this the path that you would take to go to the basement then?
Yes,
Thank you. And is there blood in this picture also?
yes, there is.
Where?
There's going to be blood on the top of this box here. And then there, here, as well as when it'll show on this piece of board.
Okay. So 140. And what do we have in 60 to 40?
This is immediately turning to the right of the last photo, showing an overview of the victim as well as the front door and the window.
Okay. And again, you can see the wounds on Rachelle in this picture.
Yes.
41. What do we have in this picture?
Now, this is on the other side, so I've been standing between the cabinet and the couch, facing towards that second room at the front of the residence.
Okay. And where would her where would her body be?
Her body
into this picture?
over in that direction.
Okay. All right. 42. Or hold on a second. Is there blood on this cabinet in this picture, or is this not?
No, not on this picture. It would have been on this side over here.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you. 42. What do we have in 60 to 42?
This would have been to the left of the couch. We have a black bag as well as some clothing and drinks in a clear container.
Okay. And that black bag was collected by you or other detectives, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. one's 43. And what do we have in this view here?
This is going to be an overview of the second room, depicting the board that I previously stated had blood footprints on it, as well as a small couch with bedding material on it, and additional items on a small table into the back.
Okay. And is there blood on any items there besides the board, or?
There was a small drop on this item here.
All right, and that looks like that would be the lid to that white container there, is that correct?
That's correct.
44. And what do we have in this?
This is an approach angle into the kitchen of the residence.
Okay. Any blood splatter in this picture, or not in this one?
Not in this picture.
Okay. 45. What do we have in this picture?
This is an overview of the kitchen area in the process of being remodeled.
Okay, so this room is actually a kitchen. It just doesn't have the appliances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are the other rooms in this picture?
In this direction is back towards the basement and that back door.
Okay.
Through this area will be the front bedroom, what we call the front
Send me
bedroom.
something about that.
And then
I'll take a
through
look at it.
here, where that light's coming from, is the bathroom. But then back here, straight back, is a second back bedroom.
Okay.
To that.
46. And what do we have in 62 to 46?
This is an additional interior view of the back door.
Okay. And what is of note in this photograph?
Of note is the two locking mechanisms here and here.
Okay. And what else is that? What is that board or dark object to the right of the locking, over on the other side of the door?
I believe it's just a large piece of plastic.
Okay, it was laying up there. And then is this the piece in the middle, that sawhorse looking thing? Is that up against the door?
No, it's not. That's actually closer to us. There's going to be stairs, I believe, 2 or 3 right in this area.
Okay.
So that's on our level,
Okay. All right. Very good.
first floor level, I should say.
Okay. 47. And what are we looking at in 62 to 47?
Again, an additional view of those locks.
Okay, close up of both of those deadbolts are locked, correct?
Yes.
48. What do we have in this picture?
This is an approach angle to the bathroom.
All right. Doors open. Is that what we see at the floor there? Is that dirt or something at that point, or you're not, or do you know? Or do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's down here at the bottom. I believe it's just dirt.
Okay. All right. 49. And what do we have in 62 to 49?
Immediately inside the bathroom to the right, there's the door with a small bag hanging off the handle, as well as the sink.
Okay. Anything note in this picture?
Within the sink, I saw what appeared to be brown spots that had been washed, or basically washed blood.
Okay. And where can you circle where that is? Yeah. Thank you. What is that? What are those items on the other items on the sink? Just can you tell us what those are?
Well, we have soap. We have, this is like a,
Which one?
I'm sorry. This is some soap.
Mhm.
Additional, I believe these are deodorant. Toothbrush. I can't recall exactly what this is. I believe this may be a lighter of some sort.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 150. And what do we have in 62 to 50?
Additional view showing some of that same sink, as well as the toilet with cleaning supplies on the top and the tub.
Okay. There's looks like one is that a toilet bowl cleaner?
Yes.
That works. And what's the one behind it?
I believe it's an overall just a bathroom cleaner, or surface cleaner.
And then also in this picture, again, can you see the blood that you pointed out in 62 to 49? Thank you. Clear that out. 51. What do we have in this picture?
And this is going to be walking into the front bedroom.
Okay. And is that, those aren't stairs back there, are they?
No, it's not.
Okay. So that door's just open to that bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
52. And what do we have in this picture?
This is a lower overall view of that front bedroom, what we call the front bedroom.
Okay. Any blood back here?
No.
And again, what do we have here?
We have items of clothing with 2 cell phones lying on the clothing.
All right. And is that that's a piece of furniture, correct?
Yes, it is.
Would it be a nightstand or something, or? It's okay. There are a small dresser or cabinets.
It's a cabinet. I don't remember exactly what type of cabinet it was.
54. What do we got in this picture?
This is coming down to the basement. I'm in the basement looking back up
Okay.
those stairs.
Do you recall if the basement was lit or dark when you went down there?
It was dark. There was no access to lighting down in the basement.
Okay, so no overhead lighting in the basement, or no string to pull a light bulb or anything like that? No
Correct.
switches on the wall?
Correct.
How was this lit up then?
That would have been lit up with my camera, the camera flash.
Okay, all right. 55. And again, is this lit up from your camera flash, or did you put lighting down there to do this?
This is with my camera flash.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this picture?
The interior of the first room, when you come down the steps to the basement. My back is to the stairs leading down to the basement.
Okay, and where does that door lead to?
An additional open room. This way is an additional open room underneath the front of the residence. And then there is a smaller room back to the left as well.
Okay. 56. And which room is this leading to?
Going to the right towards underneath the front of the residence.
Okay, so from 62 to 55, this would be that door you just pointed out on the right,
Correct.
Okay. Again, not lit up anywhere in the basement?
That's correct.
57?
Guys, the house getting repaired.
What do we have here?
It's gonna be
Looks like additional painting supplies, miscellaneous building supplies, a bucket with additional items in the furnace.
Okay, and is there anything of note on the floor that you noticed?
I see items, looks like some sort of prints, but I'm not exactly certain what those are.
Okay, fair enough. 58? What do we have in 62 to 58?
An additional view tilted up, showing more of that workbench area, the bucket and the furnace.
What's in that bucket? What's the red handle?
Red handle is some sort of like a broom type handle.
Is there anything on the other end of that?
I don't know.
Okay, all right. Is that some plastic coming out of the bucket, or what is that?
Yes.
59? What do we have in 60 to 59?
This is a large amount of clothing, as well as another broom off to the left, a toothbrush, and other items.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry. And this is, again, this is that room off to the right, the same one that you said when you came down the stairs, this would have been the other bedroom off to the right, or is this now the smaller bedroom on the left?
No, we're still in the same room as the prior photo.
Okay.
Our back is now to that workbench.
Okay, all right. 60. And what do we have in 60 to 60?
We're now standing from the previous photo angle, looking back towards the door to this room would have been over in this general area. Here's the furnace, and then additional clothing and miscellaneous items, the water heater.
61. And what do we have in 60 to 61 here?
We have a cell phone as well as a wallet and a green fleece sleeveless jacket.
Okay, vest?
Yes, vest.
Okay, all right. And
As well as a gray shirt to the right.
Okay, all right. And the 9 and the 10 are marking what?
9 is marking the cell phone, 10 is marking the wallet.
Okay. And again, these photographs were taken on the day of October 11th, correct?
That's correct.
62. And again, what do we have here on 62?
These are additional photos. This time the 11 is the green fleece vest. 12 is for a SIM card from a cell phone, and 13 is for a key with a red plastic portion to it.
63. And what do we have in 62 and 63?
This is a view of that front window showing that floor sample.
Okay, and still blood on the window, still in the window frame?
Yes.
64. What did we have here in 64?
An additional view of that same window with that floor sample moved.
Okay, so this, you removed that floor sample to take this photograph?
Yes.
In order to show, I guess, the whole window?
Yes.
And then is there blood on the floor also?
Yes, there is.
Is that a bowl
Yeah.
dish at the bottom?
Yes, it is.
65. Again, what do we have in 65?
Additional view showing the white patterns of the blood.
What do we have in 62, 66?
This is of that interior, right when we walked into the front door to the left. When you shut the door, this would be the wall immediately to your left, showing blood spatter.
Okay, can you just show us where the mark on there, where the blood spatter is, please?
Here. These are additional.
Okay, and are those in the middle one that you circled, are those tracks where it was dripping down the wall?
Yes.
7. And what do we have in 67?
This is going to be on an adjacent wall of a close-up view.
Different wall than we just looked at in 66, correct?
Yes.
And with adjacent, when you say adjacent, what do you mean?
This
Where
one's-
is this in relation to 66?
This one's directly behind us.
Okay, from the other wall?
Yes.
All right, and that, I'll call it a ruler, or is that something that you put there?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that to you, that ruler, what do you use that for?
It's a scale to show the overall scale, so we would be able to pull that up and know that if this scales at this, how many inches this is, then we can scale the rest of the.
Okay, how many inches is that scale you're using?
It is, I believe it's 3 inches.
Okay, and that blood splatter is, can you just point out what all this blood splatter on there, please? Thank you. 68. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 68?
This is the blood on the cabinet. The cabinet is now standing upright.
Okay.
We lifted it up and stood it upright.
Okay. The Hampton Police Department lifted that and stood it up.
Yes.
This is the one that we saw earlier that was lying face down, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what are we looking at on in this picture on the side of it?
We have some blood here, as well as some right here.
Okay. And am I is it fair to say that to the left of this side here would be the front of the cabinet?
Yes.
And this is the side that was laying face down?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. 69, please. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 69?
This is an additional view of the front door, again with the scale and additional blood.
Okay, I'm sorry, you said this is the front door?
Yes.
Okay, and that, again, is that a 3-inch scale that you put on there?
Yes.
And please show us where the blood is here. Thank you. Now,
1 second, Your Honor.
and I forgot to have you look at the warrant. Can I approach the witness?
You may.
Just sort of go there.
Yes.
And then look at 238. You could please flip the exhibit book there and go to State's Exhibit 238 and identify that in your mind.
Oh, someone's phone went off. Don't let your phones go off in court, chat. Don't let your phones go off in court.
Take a look at that and identify, please.
Yes, it's a white folding knife located at the top of that cabinet that was originally laying down in the front room.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate representation of the way that knife was located when you were there on October 11th, 2022?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 238 be admitted and published.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
All right. So now please describe to the jury what we're looking at.
This is going to be like a crown molding feature of that of the cabinet that was face down on the floor. Within
This is
it,
while it's still face down on the floor, correct?
that's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Within that, there was this folding knife here.
Okay. And is that what number 7 is signifying there?
Yes, it is.
With that knife was collected, correct?
Yes.
And let's go to, actually, I think I can switch to, I have 209. Now, up on the big screen there, or I should on your screen. Can you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 209?
Yeah, we're looking at a 2D view of a diagram of the residence.
Okay, and this would be the first floor of the house or the main floor?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just point out each room and where the front door is? And
Front porch is going to be here.
I don't think you can, is it wrong?
Might not be. Front porch? No, it's not letting me. But the
Okay.
front,
Have you look here. If you would, maybe step down. Sure. What you're going to do on the street there.
so here's going to be the front porch where we made the original approach to the residence. Here's the front door. Here's the victim off to the right. That cabinet would have been laying
I'll
here.
talk about Jefferson. I got a good
The
story.
Couch, and those items would have been here with the phone. Additional items of evidence, the additional front room, the kitchen, front bedroom, the 2 cell phones, and the bathroom would be
Okay, and where is the, how do you get to the basement?
the basement would be, we would walk through here, walk to the back, and then this would be down to the basement. So you walk down 2 steps, there's a landing to that back door, take a left, there's an additional landing for that's part of the same landing, and then you walk down those steps.
Okay, and then we go to the second. What are we looking at in the second page, 209?
Yep, here we are walking down the steps through this door, or sorry, through this room to the right, and then here is that open room in front, underneath the front of the residence. And this is the area that we located the jacket, the SIM card. Wallet, and those items.
Where was that bucket that we saw, just to get a
It
reference?
was right here.
Okay, then the washing machine would have been where when you came down the steps, if you remember? Was that right by the steps?
Yeah, that was back over here.
Okay, all right, so, and then the other small room,
This is just like an empty additional storage type room.
okay,
There was not much of anything back in that area.
all right, thank you. Detective, did you, you said you collected that folding gun, correct?
Yes,
Did you also collect a cigarette?
yes,
Which cigarette did you, are you talking about the cigarette that was on the front porch?
Yes.
That we saw in the one picture of the up close right by the front door?
yes.
Can I first look
You may.
again? So I'm gonna hand
Hey,
you,
Kurt.
wait, wait, wait. Good. All right. My name has been marked as State Exhibit 213, Mr. Wilder, and also 216.
Hope you're doing well, Kurt.
Please
Don't
take
know
a
what
look
your
at
day is
213
like,
and
but I just
216
sent you a link if
identify
you'd like
those
to
people.
join me. It's an interesting trial. You missed the beginning, and it was hilarious.
And just for the record's sake, which one are you opening right now?
I'm opening 213. 213 is going to be the folding knife, light handle that I
Oh
collected
my
from the.
god! Oh jeez. Okay, crap. Hold on. Imagine getting diced with that, sliced and diced with that knife. Imagine getting sliced and diced with that knife, chat. Holy cow. Imagine that. That's rough. That is rough, chat. Well, we gotta bring that back up.
And just for the record's sake, which one are you opening right now?
Light handle.
Yeah. Look at that thing. That's what he killed her with? Oh. Oh no. That's a horrible way to go. That's gonna hurt. That is gonna hurt. 55 times with that. Damn. He really was mad at her. Like, that's a lot of burned dinners. I mean, woo. When you aren't packing, you don't pack. Oh, that's not a Swiss Army knife. Yeah, but I think it's one of them. That's a lot of hate. Yeah, here we go.
That I collected from the top of that cabinet.
All right, and Your Honor, and that is the same knife that you collected from the top of that cabinet on October 11th, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
We asked that 213 be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right,
And
it'll be
if I
admitted.
may,
Oh, it's like nice outside. We're like
can I
same
just have
temperature.
you stand closer
Sure.
to the box and have him hold it up? Sure. Please, maybe walk down. So that
Bro
you-
Diaz says this is awful. Yeah. Oof.
Sorry.
Yeah, your grandpa, like, that's what like a grandpa would use to whittle on a stick or to cut a package of twine. I like his tie though. That's a good looking tie. I forgot to mention that earlier. Yeah, tackle box knife. Yeah, your grandpa eats apples with that knife. Exactly.
Yep. Now, if you would open the other one, look at it, I believe it's 216. And identify 216 once you get it open.
He stabbed her all over. Yes, he chose hard mode layout. He chose all the nerfed weapons. Yes, he very much did. Yes, he didn't run with any perks.
$216 is going to be the partially smoked, partially burnt end cigarette that I located on the front porch of the
Hey, Kurt.
1270 Parish.
And one that you found on October 11th.
Yes.
2022.
Yes, it is.
Hold on, Kurt. You're a little quiet.
Oh, good.
Hold on here. Let me fix you.
The joys of streaming.
Yeah, that might help.
Some days you're too quiet. Some days you're too loud.
Yes.
Some days you hate your life.
That's every day of streaming for me. Anyways,
Yeah.
Kurt, hello. Kurt on Civil Law. How are you doing?
Good. I heard you got totally shown up on that opinion on that Frank's hearing.
Yes.
How's it feel to know absolutely nothing about Frank's hearings and how they go? I'd be proven
How's
so
it- I know.
horribly wrong. How's that working out for you?
Hey, it's like I don't know what I'm doing.
Hmm.
It's like I've spent
Hmm.
10 years doing this.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I heard about you too. Heard you got, kind of didn't work out for you either. A
I
little
know.
competency than with you and Nate.
I know, man. I mean, it's like, when you like to think that you're a well-informed person. You've been doing this for 15 years, read thousands of cases in all kinds of fields and understand and, considered by many in your, among your peer group to be an expert at the Supreme Court, which of course Frank's is a Supreme Court case. But somehow, you don't know anything and you're always surprised.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So have you followed this at all? Or have you heard about this case at all?
No, I heard
Okay.
I heard someone might have stabbed someone 55 times. That's as far as I understand.
So he stabbed his longtime girlfriend 55 times, his baby mom.
Mm.
And then as the trial was starting, he says, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I love you." Like he's looking back at his daughter. He starts
He said that during the trial? In trial?
on the record, outside the jury's presence, he started bawling his eyes out and saying it in open court.
Oh.
And
That's probably not good.
no, because the prosecutor immediately started off with that in opening statements.
Of course you did. It's on the record.
Yes. And apparently this guy's just a spaz throughout the trial. But yeah, he's accused of stabbing her 55 times, and it's more about what he did, but also, this is, down Ohio, so it seemed like it was interesting. He's blaming this on a bunch of guys from the city came in to turn on their gas.
Mhm.
And then
Did the guys from the city stab her 55 times? Because that'd be a great defense.
well, there's like 3 of them, so they would have kind of split it up. Probably
55 doesn't divide by 3 evenly.
Well, that's hey, they're holding hands at one point. They all put their
Okay.
hands on the knife.
All right.
There was also that used to be like a drug house, and this was in kind of a crappy neighborhood. Is his argument that I woke up and she was dead, and I called for police. So, anyways, that's where we are with that. But if you like, this is the detective going through what he found. But yeah, that little knife is just going to be horrible.
Yeah, that's not a knife. This is a knife.
I know. It also makes me think of Robin Hood with Alan Rickman, where he's like, "I'll dig his heart out with a spoon," and then the guy's like,
Why? Because it'll hurt more.
Yeah, exactly. So it hurts more, you idiot. Yeah, this is just. Oh, Travion saying the crew chief got extra stabs. Yeah, he might. He might. Oh, John Schoen saying this is Judge Tammy Faye Baker. Hey, be nice to her.
Only
She's actually
decent
a pretty
Robin
good
Hood.
judge.
Only decent Robin Hood was the one that had Dave Chappelle in it.
Yeah. Adam says, I'll do my best to give not give any spoilers. Well, thank you. And then I can't remember, says for £9.99 on the King Sterling. Thank you as a sticker. RP says, would you please play with your killdozer in front of the camera and make sounds you knock over buildings? Maybe someday. Yes. Anime Sucks, Cope and Sneed for £10 sterling. The King
Illegal to gag your
Sterling.
client.
What's that?
It says illegal to gag your client. Yeah, I remember.
Yes.
I forget the exact context where I had this sort of debate earlier when we were debating like a lawyer who basically ratted out their own client, and we were debating like ethical things. It's like, is it legal? Is it ethical for me as a defense lawyer to suggest my own client be gagged? Is that ethical? Can I do that?
I've like kind of kicked them with my foot, tried to step on their foot. I've done a lot of things to try to get them to stop talking. And Brian says, have you witnessed any wild stuff? I've witnessed a ton of hilarious shit in a courtroom. It's funny. And I mean, after a while, it's kind of like, it's hilarious, but then you put it in your back pocket and it's like, okay, well, that just gets racked onto the total. But yes, there's always funny stuff. Nick Wolf says, as his attorney, I would have died.
On the plus side, it takes the pressure off.
Yeah. Well, no, I agree, Nick. Like, if I would have just been like, oh, gee, like, yeah, it does take a lot of pressure away. Am I sympathizing with his defense attorney? Yes, very much. Even though that's not because I look like him. Apparently, I look like him a lot. And then Shree says, are they not allowed to medicate him? He's in jail. No, you don't get access. Like Kyle Rittenhouse and some of these other trials where you're out on bond. Yeah, you probably get doped up and you're probably on a Xanny or a lithium or a Valium. When you're in jail, you don't get access to those drugs. They don't give you controlled substances like that. You might get a Seroquel or maybe a gabapentin at most, but that's all you're getting. Like, you're not generally going to get Suboxone, anything like that. You're not getting Vicodins.
That doesn't sound fun at all.
Yeah.
It's almost like jail. It's almost like jail restricts your freedoms.
Yeah. Cat says, well, and it's also just the idea they don't want a drug trade happening. Can the defense get him Xanax? No, because he would get in trouble for. It's like the.
Well, I'm not sure who him in that sentence is referring to, because I read it initially as referring to the defense attorney himself.
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, he might need a Xanax for himself. Can he slip him something across the bench in court, or is that considered?
Yeah, just slide it to your client. Just underneath the notepad. Pink Slime says no crying in court. That's a personal rule I follow. It's not about being tough. It's about dignity. Never let the enemy see you crack. Are you a fellow attorney? If you are, well, thank you for stopping by. But yes, you should look like everything you see is something you're expecting to happen. You should be fairly emotionless.
Yeah. Poker Faces, to quote A Few Good Men, which I hate as a movie, incidentally. I hate that movie so much.
Yes. I think it's actually, I like it a lot.
I think it's a shit movie. That's my hot take. I really hate
well, it's a Rob Reiner movie, so that doesn't take much to say it's a shit movie.
Yeah, I really hate the way they wrote the female lead's character. Because she's so like wishy-washy and so like two-faced. And I dislike her character the way it's written very much. So
yes.
Yeah.
Nick says if Clyde ever tests positive, so help me, Sean. Don't you worry, he'll be okay. Clyde is never going to test positive.
My vote for best legal movie is 12 Angry Men.
That's a very good movie.
It's just so well written. It's basically one scene because it all happens in the same room.
Yes.
95% of the movie happens in the same room. There are no special effects. There's no action. It's just all dialogue.
Yes, the Henry Fonda is very good.
It's great.
Nick, I will say the only thing Clyde will test positive for is being a very good boy.
Yeah.
And Travion says the white cross on the red background of a Swiss Army knife, because they were claiming a Swiss Army knife, is easily confused with the red cross. He thought he was giving her first aid 55 times. It's like playing Battlefield. You just keep stabbing her with the syringe and she'll get better.
I don't think that's how that works.
Well, I mean, it works in the game that way. High Plays Drifter says Clyde and Laney. Yes, never a bad choice. Jefferson Post. This is what I'm going to answer this real quick. What's the hardest you've seen someone get reamed out for having a phone ring in court? That's mine now. and you're going to have to go pay. I'm holding you in contempt. Go pay your fine and get your phone back. I don't have $50. Come get it back when you pay your $50. And the guy couldn't make it for like 2 days, so he didn't have his phone for like 2 days, and he finally was able to make it back up to court, paid his $50 fine, and he got his phone back. I've also seen somebody recording in court, and the court took her phone and confiscated it. And she had a separate hearing. I don't know how that went, but it was like 2 or 3 days later, and I don't think it went very well for her because she was like on the down low filming a sentencing of another party. It was really bad. It was a bad idea. Yeah. And I'm sitting there and like in the back of the courtroom, like using my phone. I'm trying to read some emails, and all of a sudden, judge says, I hear the judge say, deputy, get that phone. And I'm like, what? Wait, what? What did I do? And the deputy walks over to the middle of the courtroom and grabs her phone. And I was like, okay. I was scared for a minute. I got scared. But yeah, I'm pretty sure she lost her phone because I think they were doing that for intimidation purposes. So yeah, that was not the way to do it. But guys, thank you for the super chats. There's a couple. Yeah, he chose the hard mode loadout. Yes, the dullest knife he could find. Never a good idea, chat. But anyways, let's keep going. We're burning daylight here. If you got anything else, Kurt, just let me know. We'll stop when we get to a point if you got something to say.
Your Honor, I have S 216 be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted.
My bad.
Wait 1 second.
I am an asshole for not putting closed captioning on.
You could have just deleted the second half of that sentence, Sean.
Yeah. Very true. Very true. Oh.
We only roast the ones we love.
Yeah, getting felted on our trial stream. Jeez. Oh, let's see here. All right, let's skip ahead.
Examination.
Confused in any way, just let me know. I'll try to clarify for you. Is that fair?
That's fine, thank you.
Mr. Wilder, can you put up your photos just so we go?
Appreciate that. Were you involved with any search warrant executions on that property? Or executing search warrants? Were you involved at all with any of those?
Yes,
Was it just one occasion or was there another occasion?
there was a second occasion as well.
The evidence that you said you collected that you just testified to, was that during the first search warrant execution or the second?
Would have been during the first.
Okay. But you did say there was a second occasion that you went out for a search warrant execution?
Yes, sir.
You know how long after the first time you went and then the second time you went, what was the time range? How many days between?
I believe it was 15 days.
During those 15 days between the first search and the second search, was the scene secured?
No.
When you say no, I mean there's no tape up?
Correct. No tape for law enforcement.
So after officers respond to the scene and you're there on the day, the night of the 911 call and finding Rachelle dead, when you left the property there and the days between that and the next.
That ties too much, man.
Is that fair?
You think so?
And no officers on scene to monitor. If any-
Really? You think that ties too much?
Yeah, too busy.
Oh. Yeah, it's a little bit of color though. I get.
Somebody's going in and out of that.
That's correct.
That's correct. You said that when you walked in, it was an overwhelming smell of, did you say rubbing alcohol or just alcohol? I'm sorry.
Rubbing alcohol.
Were there containers inside the house?
Yes.
How many containers?
2.
Do you know the approximate size of them?
I don't know how many ounces. It's a typical size that you can find at a grocery store.
Okay. If you would just show with your hands about how big the bottle.
Yeah, just a typical size that you would have.
Okay. Stuff that can fit easily into like a medicine cabinet?
Yes.
You said there was 2 of those?
Yes.
Were they empty?
Yes.
When you were in the bathroom, did you smell that rubbing alcohol?
No.
But you said you smelled it as soon as you walked into the front door?
Yes.
Was that the only room in the house that you smelled that?
It would also have been into that second front room. But after that, no, not as much.
Where did you find the two bottles that you described? Where did you find those within the house?
In the front room.
Were those collected were those collected?
No,
Did you swab those for fingerprints?
no.
Did you have any interaction with Toby Madden the day that you were out there at the residence the first time?
Apparently, the leader of Hezbollah died
Did you
earlier
even
today.
pass him at all? Was there any, like, you're walking,
Well,
you're
he's
walking
been
up,
dead
you're
for a
walking
couple
out?
of days.
No interaction at all?
Just they,
So you wouldn't know
like,
whether
it was
or not
never
Mr.
confirmed.
Madden smelled of rubbing
Okay.
alcohol when he was arrested and taken away.
Rest in piss,
Correct.
Neat.
Nasrallah.
Was there a knife collected from Rachelle's purse?
Yes.
Is that something you collected or is that someone else collected?
Detective Horton did.
Okay. The reason I asked is it appears to me in your section of the report, but were you present when that was collected from the purse?
He notified me of what he had found
Okay.
and asked me to respond to him.
Okay. Were you, so if I had a question about whether that
No, he
knife
got
that was
caught
in
in
her
an airstrike.
purse was deformed or warped, is that
They
a question?
J-damned his bunker.
Probably Detective Horton.
Okay. I apologize. I'm just
That's
in the
fine.
sequence of the.
Was it an exploding bomb or was it
You
one of
don't
the
know.
spinny knife ones?
No, he was in a bunker. It was like a bunker buster.
Okay.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't the knife missile.
Oh, okay.
No, they got him and a bunch of the command for Hezbollah and a bunch of Iranian guys too. So a lot of people mad. Oh, he got him in his car. Oh, I thought they hit him in his bunker. Because like where they found like where all the people are screaming in Beirut, there's just a collapsed building too. So, oh well. Rest in piss.
Were you involved with the search of Rachelle's vehicle?
No, I was not.
Are you aware whether or not any rifles were found in her vehicle?
No, I'm not.
That would be a question for someone else, I'm supposing.
Correct.
We went through a lot of pictures of this house. Clearly, they're doing work on the house. Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were tools. There were several different types of tools within that house that could have caused injury to someone. Is that fair?
Yes.
I mean, we even have like a rubber mallet hammer, correct?
Yes.
I think there was even something that looks like wire cutters.
Possibly.
But there was items in there. If you wanted to hurt someone, you could have done that with some of the items you saw in the house.
Possibly, yes.
Right. And I'm not suggesting that someone did. I'm just saying there were things within that house if someone wanted to threaten or to act like they wanted to hurt someone. There were things in there that could cause bodily harm.
Yes.
Then what are you suggesting, buddy?
The back door, when you were there, you're saying the deadbolts were locked, correct?
That's correct.
You said they were still functioning. Did you go to the door and check them to see if they locked and unlocked?
It wasn't until I observed Detective Horton actually use them did I know that for sure that they were functioning.
Okay. And you did know the day that you went out there, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, there was damage to the frame and you said dents in the door?
Yes.
And in the back door specifically?
Yes.
Okay. Just I have a minute to confer with my client. Judge, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
That's a very short cross with the lead detective.
So I think this is a good time for us to take our lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give you an hour for
Wow.
that. It's about 20 after 12, so we'll come back at 1:20. Please remember my recess instructions, okay? We'll see you in an hour.
That's a very short cross of the lead detective on a murder case. I'm just saying that's a little shorter than I might do. But there isn't a whole lot you can do here, I guess.
Not really.
As I said this before, I don't know if you've heard me use this before. There's a judge I've been in front of, and he says, like, back when he was practicing, the old judges would say, it's one of those slow pleas. So it's a slow guilty plea.
Yeah.
All right.
I haven't heard that in a while, but yeah.
Okay, so we're going to lunch. No lunch for chat.
Statement called David Conley.
Okay.
I like the way they have the courtroom set up, though. I like the plaque is a little I don't know, maybe a little much, but I do like the wood and the lady justice behind her. That's cool.
Well, this is a little bit better of an off area in Ohio. Like the county's better.
Oh, look at those big ass scales though on the left.
Yeah, that's the
intense.
thing. When I'm
That's a lot.
And the statue behind it.
I like pick one or the other. You don't need both, man.
Yeah. Well, and this is something, guys. When you're a judge, you get to kind of decorate your courtroom how you want. And some judges bring in art, and then or like Lance Ito, OJ's judge, had all those hourglasses sitting around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just something. Yeah, this isn't bad. There are some tacky judges out there. Let me tell you.
This is relatively clean. I like.
Yeah, this is relatively clean.
Nice.
I don't mind it, but I'm just saying, you guys go into some courtrooms, you will see some like it looks like the fucking flea market threw up on some of the benches in some of these courtrooms. Yeah.
I'm always a fan of Lady Justice because I always like it. You know, she's got scales in one hand and a sword in the other. I'm like, yeah, kick ass.
Yes. Where's the Coda Hammurabi monolith? I'd actually think about something like that. That'd be kind of fun to have up there.
I'll choose you as my interior designer, Sean.
Yeah.
We get Lady Justice with a cowboy hat on though, or something.
Everyone, your name, please.
Sure.
My name's David Conley.
And how you spell your last name?
Conley.
Where are you employed?
The Kroger at 1540 South 30 Boulevard.
And that's here in the city of Hamilton?
Yes.
And that's, I know it's on South Erie, but that's also kind of where Grand comes
Grand
in
Avenue,
South Erie,
yes.
is that right? Okay.
Correct.
All right. And what's your position at that Kroger?
I'm an assistant store leader.
Okay. And what are your duties in that position?
Pretty much generally oversee all the operations of the store, shipping, receiving, customer service. I mean,
Pretty much anything to do with the store that you're involved in, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And is that Kroger store there on this Route 4, right? South Erie's Route 4?
Yes, Route 4.
On Route 4 is, do they have cameras there?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And did they have cameras back in October of 2022?
Yes, they do.
Inside and outside?
Yes.
And so is it correct if I say that you got a new system now?
Yeah, we just upgraded like 6 months ago.
Okay. So I just want to talk to you about the system you had in 2022.
Okay.
Where back in 22, were they operating and recording 24 hours a day?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And they saved to a computer or server in your store?
Yes.
And at some point in October of 2022, did Hamilton Police Department come and request a video from you guys?
Yes, they did.
From Kroger?
Yes.
And was that video provided?
This is just chain of custody, chat.
Yes, it was.
And all of those
nothing
videos that
special.
are kept and the videos that were provided to the Hamilton Police Department, are they kept in the ordinary course of business, of Kroger's business?
Yes.
And that video that was given to, excuse me, that video that was given to the Hamilton Police Department, was it altered or edited in any way when it was given to them or before it was given to them?
No.
May I proceed?
You may.
This is 89. It's just a flash drive. So I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 89. Do you recognize that writing on that envelope?
Yes, that's my initial and the date.
Okay. And that flash drive that's inside of there, does that contain the video that was provided to Hamilton Police Department?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, that's a true and accurate presentation of the video from October 10th of 2022 that was provided to the Hamilton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Hang on 1 second. And I'm sorry, I can't remember if I asked you this or not. Are those your initials that are on the envelope there?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and that's today's date?
Yes.
That you put on there?
Yeah.
Okay. And you viewed that video to make sure that that's the correct video, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But as it State's Exhibit 89, you admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
No cross, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Literally just getting the video in, guys.
Okay, next witness, please.
Detective Keith. Sergeant, I'm sorry.
There's probably more chain of custody, you guys.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Tell everyone your name and occupation, please.
Anthony Keep, Police Sergeant for the City of Hamilton Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Hamilton Police Department?
26 years.
All right, and you're currently a sergeant? Correct?
Yes,
Back in October of 2022, what rank were you?
I was a detective assigned to the Investigations Division,
Okay. And how long were you a detective?
approximately 4 years,
Okay. And when did you become sergeant?
January 1st of this year.
All right. Back in 22, what were your duties as a police detective?
Follow up on crimes that occurred within the City of Hamilton.
Okay. And what education or training do you have in order to be a police officer and a detective?
Went through the basic police
I made sure
training
they happened.
back in 1996, became a police officer, and then continued my education throughout. When I became an investigator, I attended homicide investigations, several other classes.
Just like he says, I followed up on crimes. So somebody told me they were robbed. I made sure they stay robbed. If somebody stole your wallet, I kept making sure your wallet was stolen. You didn't get one back. Like, I think he could follow. I think he could do better describing that.
That are job related to becoming a detective investigator.
Okay. And as I said, on October 11th, 22, you were a detective at that time. Were you called out to assist at 1270 Parish Avenue in the City of Hamilton?
Yes.
And what were you called out there to assist with?
I was called out there to assist with a homicide that occurred.
Okay. What time did you arrive?
I initially got the call from Lieutenant Irby, the investigations commander, at around 12:15 in the afternoon. He asked me to go out there to assist. I arrived out at the scene, just did a quick walk around of the house. I went back to the police department, typed up a search warrant, took it up here to the courthouse to get it signed. After it was signed, I responded back to the scene with Detective Horton, Huckey, and Trenham. I think there was several officers there as well, and we conducted a search of the house.
Okay. And your participation in the search.
Did you lie in your search warrant application?
61 and 62.
Are you mistaken at all?
Yes.
Exhibit 61. What are we looking at?
Oh boy.
We are looking at a olive green, like a vest, almost like a real lightweight jacket vest type, that was located in the basement of 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay. And did you find this green?
Why do you lie,
on
detective?
the wallet there?
Yes, I did.
Why do you lie?
And once you located that, what did you do?
Just back up a second. The officer, the detective, the lead detective would have someone assigned to take photographs. So we basically photographed the entire scene inside, outside of the house, and then would begin searching each room by room, looking for anything that would be significant or considered evidence or possible evidence. So when I was beginning my search in the basement, I located this jacket with the cell phone, the wallet. I believe it had a few dollars in it. So it was further documented before we collected it as evidence.
Okay. So it's photographed and then you collected the evidence, or did you alert someone else to it?
I'm not sure which officer collected it at the time. I have to look at the property tag.
Okay. But you alerted, it's fair to say you alerted someone else to, or directed.
You don't remember who planted it?
Yes.
Okay. This is Stacy 62. This hearing has been admitted. Can you please tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, this is the vest, the way it was found initially. And next to that, item 12 is an SD card, and item 13 is a key, and then 11 is the jacket. Inside the jacket was the wallet and the cell phone.
Okay. So in State's Exhibit 62, is this the actual original way you found it?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 61 that we just saw, was that, did you open it to find those other items?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the actual way.
Wait. You can't do that. You need another warrant. You can't just go look through things.
Yeah. No, I mean you can't. You just can't seize what you see in plain view. That's dumb.
No. I mean, and the other thing too, though, is we don't know what he. It's just so bad. They didn't even get a letter from Children's Services to say they're allowed to go inspect. There was a murder, but Children's Services didn't say they're allowed to go in the house. This is a travesty.
Sloppy.
Yeah.
Sloppy.
Toby Madden's getting railroaded, chat.
That is correct.
Okay. And this is in the basement?
Yes.
1 second.
And I don't even think those numbers were things that were at the scene. They brought those scenes. The scene has been tainted.
This is altered, chat. Look at this. Look at that alterations. What's this big sticker? That big sticker was never there before. I don't know how you could do this. But yeah, who placed those? You placed them. You altered a crime scene, detective? This wasn't the original picture, was it? This is a water. Is this a watermark?
Mm. Yeah, that's right. This is going to be funny for a little while now. I just, yeah.
I don't think there was a Frank's hearing. These guys weren't good. They don't know. They don't know Frank's law. That's the problem.
No, I did not.
Did you even see him at all?
No, I did not.
So by the time you got there, your understanding he'd already been taken away from the scene?
When I arrived there, I had very little information about the actual crime.
We know for sure you didn't see Mr. Madden.
I did not.
You went into the residence that day,
Yes,
and that's after you had a search warrant that you went and had signed and then brought back to the property.
yes.
When you went into the property, did you smell alcohol?
I don't recall.
You don't recall any smell of alcohol, rubbing alcohol, anything else?
I don't recall.
If you had, with the experience, background, training that you had from your first year all the way up until you were sergeant down, including being a detective, would that be something that you would put in a report if you were to go to a crime scene and smell? Would that be something you put in a report?
Normally, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Let me see if my next witness is in here.
I will say these guys are blowing through their witnesses in a pretty good clip. So I will commend the state for doing a pretty good job of getting this done. We're at day 2 of a murder trial, and we're like chugging along here, chat.
So I would call Detective Robert Gordon.
Very well.
What is this haircut?
Well, when you had to invade Poland, but you still have to
If you
show up
have
for
an
the
answer,
hearing.
would you please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
My name is Detective Robert Horton, Horton, with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the City of Hamilton Police Department?
It'll be 29 years this Saturday.
Long time. If you would kind of tell us.
So you're not even a new guy and you're doing that kind of haircut, buddy. Oh. Oof.
Different assignments that you do.
When I initially started, I was assigned
Is
to a
he
patrol
trying to be
shift,
an extra in like
which
Vikings or
responsibilities of
something?
that, you were respond to 911 calls or maybe actively investigate any crimes that you witnessed. And then I would move to the community oriented policing section, which means myself and a partner were assigned to a specific area of town, and we were just responsible for that area, whether it was calls for service or citizen complaints or whatever specific details or jobs might.
Whatever way we can harass people on a daily basis.
From there, I did that for about the first 11 and a half years. I was on the department, and then I was promoted in December of 2006. And then I was assigned to the general investigation section. The way the Hamilton Police Department works is they have, at the time, they had 2 sections. They had general assignment detectives, and then they had vice detectives. I was assigned to the general assignment detectives. Those detectives, they receive reports anywhere from misdemeanors,
I don't have
might
the
be
hair for it,
theft,
though.
Or annoying
I could
calls,
do it, but
any
God,
kind of
that's a
reports that are
lot
made based on solvability, whether
That's
they're
a lot
assigned,
to drive
all the way up to
and,
serious
like,
crimes, felonious assaults, murders.
That's a lot of
anything to that
product in
effect.
that hair.
I worked in that capacity for approximately 3 years. Yes. And then I was moved to the vice narcotics section, worked there for 9.5 years, working, which was responsible for drugs, prostitution, illegal gambling, anything that would fall under their.
You're responsible for
those,
drugs and prostitution
specific,
and illegal gambling?
realms.
Well, he is a vice cop after all, so yeah.
Then
he
after that,
probably
I was moved back
running
to the general assignment
women.
section, which is where I was at the time when this occurred.
Vice cops are notoriously
And
corrupt,
then at some
chat.
point, you got moved back to the vice.
Well, it's now referred to the neighborhood policing section is where I am.
I
now.
love how it's Vice. It's Beaver Cleaverville outside of Cincinnati. It's just like in the northern suburbs. So it's not like it's the Wire out there. And he's like, I'm in the Vice unit of like, McWhitersville. Oh.
Now, our responsibilities are to target gangs, guns, and drugs, and any violence associated with those.
I assume you still do undercover work as well in that job assignment?
Occasionally, yes.
You go undercover with the douchebag gang with that haircut?
I guess when you come in, your
Or he must infiltrate gangs where they say brother all the time.
current assignment, when you come into work, do you dress in a uniform or do you dress plain clothes?
I dress in plain clothes presently.
Busted up the World Series of Dice, yes.
All right,
And
so
yes,
is there
Jim,
any
I know it's the
intention
10th
to
largest
ask
city in the
for
state. I was made. It's not that bad there.
You said that time you were in the general division section of the investigation for the city council.
The 10th largest city in Ohio. What is that? A 7-Eleven?
You've been sitting here for the last day and a half, so tell us how it is that you got involved.
You should run the opposite haircut: buzz on the top and long on the sides.
I was driving back to the police department when I received a phone call from my supervisor, Lieutenant Patrick Erb, who is the lieutenant over the investigation section, the general, actually technically all investigations. He called and advised me that there was a deceased female at 1270 Parish, and there was a mail party there, and there were officers heading out at the scene presently. He wanted me initially to respond to the scene. So I was driving to headquarters. I advised that I was going to go pick up my notebook and a camera to go out there. However, once I got to the department, he called and advised that Detective Huckey had already gone out to the scene, and Detective Keep was out there as well, or going out there, and asked me to stay at headquarters because patrol was going to bring in the mail party that was at the residence.
Okay. And who did that mail party that was at the residence? Who did that turn out to be?
Toby Madden.
Did you also have contact with the mail that was at the residence that was being brought back to headquarters?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did you see that individual in court today?
Yes, sir. He's seated to my left. He's seated at the defense table next to Mr. Wilder. He's wearing a blue shirt and khaki pants.
All right, that's the record reflect the witness as identified of the defendant, Toby Madden.
The record will so reflect.
And I assume there's another police officer brought into the police department?
That's correct.
And do you remember who the officer was about?
I believe it was Officer Volchkov, but I don't recall. It was in fact him.
Okay. Where did you first make contact with Toby Madden?
When I first saw Mr. Madden, he was actually in an interview room across the hall from where our office was.
Okay. So you did not see the defendant actually being brought into the police department?
No, sir.
First contact you had with him was inside the police department in the interview room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you first made contact with Toby Madden, tell us about your observation.
Oh, real quick, somebody just sent me on Zelle, guys. $50 on Zelle. Thank you. I'm not going to use your full name because it doesn't. You can't use like your fake name, whatever. But thank you very much for the super chat. Sadly, there's no message you can attach to it, but thank you for the Zelle. Very much appreciated.
It's very generous. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Madden was distraught. He was crying. He was wearing a bright colored.
I can't tell you the name.
I observed that it had some what appeared to be blood on the shirt, as well as a pair of black shorts, I believe, and he had white high top basketball shoes.
So you observed what you thought was maybe some dry blood on the shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you notice anything on the shoes?
There seemed to be some blood on the shoes as well.
You said he was visibly distraught?
Yes, sir.
Well, versus unvisibly distraught.
Can you tell us what sort of information were you able to get on Mr. Madden?
When I initially went into the room, I spoke with Mr. Madden, introduced myself, and advised him that I was trying to figure out what happened on Parish Avenue. I advised him I needed his help in trying to determine what had transpired, and so we tried speaking with him. He was very upset. He did tell me he would say certain things. He told me that there were 3 guys there. They were supposed to be from the city. I needed to find them, and find out what happened to Rachelle. We did go through, and he did advise me that it was Rachelle Brewsaugh was the female that was at the scene. I did show him a photo to verify that we were talking about the same person. He just kept repeating about, said that he was sleeping and he's not sure what happened. He just woke up and found her and then started yelling for help.
It's the Breaking Bad defense.
Based on, but he did repeatedly say that
I found her. That's all I know.
The residents, and that I need to find out who they were and that they supposedly work for the city.
And did he tell you at first or initially where he was sleeping when these individuals from the city were in the house?
He said he was in the chair in the room next to where Miss Brewsaugh's body was recovered.
Mr. Sniper says, how is this not hearsay? Because it's a statement of a party opponent.
Because the defendant said it. That's
yes,
why.
Toby Madden is the party opponent, so anything he says is admissible. Very much, even in a civil trial, if it's the plaintiff versus defendant, what did the defendant say? It's a party opponent. They have the ability to come up and defend themselves if they want. Now you're thinking, wait, well, he has the right to remain silent. Isn't that a bit of a catch-22? Yes, it is, but that's the way the rules of evidence work. So But yes, it's because it's everything Toby says is admissible. Everything you say is admissible as a party opponent. You don't have to worry about excited utterances. You don't have to worry about present sense suppression, effect on the hearer, or anything like that.
Exhibit 43, does that appear to be what's kind of in pink? Does that appear to be the chair that he was referring to, that he was initially sleeping in that front room?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Now, not that it matters, Sean, but when the defendant apparently earlier in trial, like basically openly confessed, does that count as in court or is that out of court for the purposes of a hearsay analysis?
Now, of course, you cheeky son of a bitch. I don't know. I don't know if that would be in court or out of court, but that'd be a fun argument to make. Oh, gosh. Kurt. What am I going to do with you, buddy?
Hopefully be my friend, Sean. That's all I really want.
I think I can do that. I ain't fucking confused about how this plane goes together, though.
None of my friends are giving me drugs. None of my friends are wife swapping. None of my friends are inviting me to freak offs.
11th of 2020.
I don't know what's going on, man.
Initially, it was just how he appeared when he came in the interview room. So it shows the shirt, the shorts, and the shoes.
Although I was once in Nick Riccida's hot tub, so I guess I
his
got
arms,
halfway.
due to the fact that he had could be scratch marks on an arm, and then I think he had an abrasion on his right arm, and then.
That's like saying you took a painting class at community college with a guy named Adolf Hitler. Jeez, that's like you're brushing with history at that point. You're like, I was at a barbecue Ted Bundy threw. It's like, little did I know what was in the crawl space, or John Wayne Gacy.
That's right. I once went to a garage sale and I bought a blender that'd be used by Jeffrey Dahmer. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, those. But for the grace of God.
Towards the end, there's also photos of his chest area. Appear to be scratches across his chest and along his back.
Ooh, that's not good.
Detective, all those photographs, I'll ask you a question about them all in one. Do those photos truly, fairly, accurately depict how you saw the defendant Toby Madden that day at the police department, the clothing and the injuries you saw on his body?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that 79 to be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection? Be admitted and they may be published.
Right, so Detective, it's ever easier for you, with the court's permission, if you'd rather step down to the point, or if you can circle on the screen, whatever.
The pointer's behind.
Wow, that photo's something, man.
That's Ohio, man, chat.
Yes, please. Who would like to hear state's exhibits?
This is Mr. Madden inside our interview room.
Astropithecus Ohio Canis.
Shirt and shorts and shoes that he was wearing. This is obviously was the first part that I noticed. Appeared to be the dried blood on the shirt. And there's also, I believe, some on the tops of the shoes.
Okay, and obviously you heard Detective Catherine Johnson.
That guy clearly is about to sell me bath salts.
Yes. Yes, this is the defendant up there on screen, chat. At the police station.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Madden also told me that as well, that he was trying to breathe life or breathe air into it.
Okay. And then state's exhibit 8. And tell us what it is that you were seeing, why it is that you or was Detective Trenum that actually took these photos?
Went to laundry matter, but
This is Mr. Madden's forearm, this area here. And there's a red scratch along going down the arm.
Yeah, that's his right forearm. Oh, sorry, that's left forearm. Sorry. Okay. Does that show up? If you would go ahead and trace again what it is that you're seeing.
It's this area here. And there's like a smaller mark there. Okay.
I can't see anything on that arm. Why are we wasting time on this?
Okay. But you took this photograph because you're saying that you saw a scratch in that area that states exhibit 80.
Yes.
All right. States exhibit 81, please.
Move on, counselor.
And what are we looking at here?
That's the same forearm, but with a measuring device placed for scale. And you can see the red mark going down here and here.
So you actually visibly saw two red scratch mark lines?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 82. So I don't want to mess things up. Now we're looking at this one.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at State's Exhibit 82?
It's a red abrasion on the same the forearm area. This area right here.
State's Exhibit 83.
It's the same abrasion area with the scale. As you see, it's right in that area there.
And the abrasion, are you talking about just what's in the middle there?
No, it's a red where I'm circling. This whole area is red all around there.
State's Exhibit 84. And I'll let you explain which arm this is and what it is you're saying.
There's a scratch mark going along there.
And which arm is that?
I think that's the back of his leg.
Yeah, this is doing nothing, man. I mean, there's no like obvious scratches. There's no like gashes or anything. There might be a mark on the skin, but like this is unnecessary.
Going horizontally across his chest.
How many lines or how many different scratch lines?
This is doing nothing.
There's multiple. The darker one here, and smaller ones.
He's in reasonably good shape, though. We'll give him that.
Exhibit 86.
The close up of the scratches. So there's a darker one. There's another one there. The area is red.
State's Exhibit 87.
It's the scratches again on the chest, but with the scale.
That's a little more close up here.
Yes,
And then State's Exhibit 88.
Those are multiple scratches that were on the defendant's lower left side on his back.
How many different stretch lines do you see here?
Well, it's almost they run parallel. There's three darker ones, but each one has a lighter one running parallel to it.
Great, thank you, Detective. If I may approach the witness.
You may.
Yes, sir. I'd make it work. Then I said you had to quit.
Detective, I'm handing you what's one State's Exhibit 217.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what State's Exhibit 217 is?
It is the green shirt that Mr. Madden was wearing in the photos that we subsequently took from him.
Did you collect that from him on the day that you talked to him, October 11, 2022?
Yes, sir, I did.
No court question, I can ask you to open that.
Sorry, Kurt, did you say something while I stepped away?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Just making
I
sure.
think I said that they were wasting time with like the photographs and the detailed photographs because there wasn't really any visible marks, and I thought they were wasting time.
We're already going 1.35 speed.
It'll be admitted in the detective may show the jurors.
Who is it that we're looking at here, Detective?
This is the green shirt that Mr. Madden was wearing when he came to the police department. There's blood on the front of the shirt. There's one little spot on the back as well.
And Detective, during this interview or your interaction with the defendant, Toby Madden, did you attempt to take or did you take a DNA standard?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you could educate ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a DNA standard?
A DNA standard is typically formed by taking a buccal swab, which is basically a Q-tip, a cotton swab, and you swab the inside of the mouth region, and then that is then subsequently placed in initially in a cardboard box, typically, and then inside a paper envelope.
Okay. And what is the investigative use for obtaining a DNA standard from an individual?
The DNA can be sent to, we send ours to BCI, the Bureau of Criminal Investigations, and they can use that from the buccal swab. They can get a DNA profile of the party and then use that to compare against other items of DNA evidence.
And if I may approach your honor.
You may.
And I forgot to show you the shirt. I'm handing you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 223. Let me ask you, would you like separate gloves because I want to put you a bit?
No, sir.
I'm eventually going to ask you to open.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 223?
This is the buccal swab that was taken from Mr. Madden by Detective Trenham and I inside the investigations interview room.
And with the court's permission, I ask you to open it and show the ladies and gentlemen what this is.
Permission is granted.
Wait, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 223, please?
These are the envelopes that the swab was placed in. I wrote on the outside buccal swab, Toby Madden.
Making sure it's
on the-
boosted, chat.
On the envelopes, and then they were subsequently sealed.
Okay.
You want me to open this up as well?
Let me, hang on one second. If I could use the,
This is to show chain of custody, guys, for when they did the DNA testing. This way they could show proof that all this evidence came through and how they can establish it.
223 and contents.
Otherwise, this guy could get his case tossed if you don't do it the right way. So it has to be done the right way.
There are rules, man.
All right, so you said that you wrote a buccal swab, Toby Madden, is that your handwriting?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And you wrote that under, obviously, to, obviously, the label, to let everybody know what that is.
Yes.
And I'll take the other one. Likewise?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a rough state. It does things to you.
Yeah, this is what evidence kind of is supposed to look
Yes,
like, as
typically,
opposed to what we saw in the Karen Reed case.
You need to get a certain amount.
Mhm.
You know, actual chain of custody with signatures and documentation and
And I think it's sufficient.
Yes, you can
reports.
follow along and yes, professional. Miku says the defense could stipulate to it, right? They can, but I'm pretty sure Toby Madden doesn't want to stipulate to anything. And in a case like this, you don't do that because you just
Yes.
it's not your job to, and your client will probably get pissed at you, so you don't do it.
Any objection?
Even if you did, they would probably still show it anyway.
So they come packaged this way, and then you can open up the plastic, and once you take the swab inside the cheek, then you can place it back in the plastic.
Mm.
And then,
Very good point, RP. Q-tips are registered trademarks. These are cotton swabs.
Yep. Yep.
223. And I assume at some point either you or other detectives that were assisting you had that item sent out to BCI for testing. Is that correct?
yes, that is correct.
Okay.
I'm still here. I'm just asking for a second.
And I assume before you would swab an individual for DNA, I assume you do measures like wash your hands and make sure that your hands are free of anything that might damage the DNA sample?
Yes, but we also wear gloves.
Okay. All right, so after you take the photographs and get the swabs from the defendant, do you guys have any other brief conversation about where you ultimately wound up sleeping or anything like that in the room or in the house?
Yes, I continued to talk to Mr. Madden. He advised that he was really tired and that he'd initially been in the adjacent room to the front room on that couch. And then at some point in time, he got up and went into the room that Detective Huckey referred to as the front room. I verified that we were talking about the same room when I spoke with Mr. Madden. Said there was a room that didn't have furniture in it. It was just the flat floor. He said, but there's no bedding there. So he said he was just sleeping on the ground. So he advised that at some point in time, he did hear some screaming.
One of my uncles
but he wasn't
sleeps on
sure if
the
it was
ground.
just in his dream or whether that was in fact the case.
Some people roll that way.
He said that's the room he was in when he woke up, walked out, and then found Miss Brewsaugh on the ground.
Did he tell you how many days it had been since he had slept?
He said he hadn't slept in a couple days.
Meth will do that to you.
Did you ask him if he knew anybody that wanted to harm Ms. Brewsaugh?
I did. He said he didn't know anybody that would want to hurt her.
At some point,
Aside from him.
there's people that were after him.
Yes, sir. As we continue that conversation.
This is the lead detective.
I
This
assume at some
detective
point
is
you
going
did
for
some
more of
updates
a
to the police department.
mortuary look with the black on black.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I assume that you're getting updates from other detectives that are at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir. I spoke with Detective Huckey after I'd gone in and out.
Detective
speaking with
Huckey?
Mr. Madden a couple times.
Is
I
that his
walked
real name?
out, contacted Detective Huckey. He advised me that
Yes.
Ms. Brewsaugh had multiple stab wounds and she appeared to have defensive wounds on her arms and wrist area.
I assume that you or other members of the police department would have gotten a search warrant, probably before Huckey went in. Did you get a search warrant, or did you make some observations and then get a warrant?
That was in the process of them. I believe that was after the warrant had been typed.
Okay. At some point, did you wind up going to the scene at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, I did.
As I located the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
And when you got there, take us through some of the observations that you made. Let me ask you this. Do you remember about what time you got out there?
I believe I got out there around maybe 3:30 or 4 o'clock.
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine. You know about what time the 911 call was.
I don't recall.
Tell us, if you would, what observations were made when you got to the residence.
I pulled up. The scene was still secured, roped off. I walked up, met with Detective Huckey. He walked me into the front of the residence. At that point in time, I saw Ms. Brewsaugh on the ground. She was still there. She had a black Planet Fitness shirt. She had multiple holes in it, cuts. And then there was a couch. There was an overturned cabinet of some sort next to her on the ground. There was blood on the walls and on the floor. And then the area that Mr. Madden had described where he was sleeping, I could see that bedding that I'd identified before.
And I assume at some point during this time, you also probably tried to track down or figure out who these three city workers are. And who had been-
Guys, most of this is for
Yes, sir.
theater at the
Tell
end
us
of the
what it is
day.
you did or how it is that you got that done.
I contacted the city utilities department and they did advise me that they had a work order and that they were at that residence in the morning. I asked Detective Botts and Detective Nickteen to go talk to the city workers. And eventually I did have them send me the city send me a copy of the work order for that residence.
And those would have been the city workers that were in here earlier to testify.
Yeah, I can see Papa Roach. Yeah, I see that.
And I assume at some point, I know it sounds like you've gone back and forth between the house and the police department, the house and the police department.
Yes.
Tell us how it is, or did you eventually aid and assist in the search warrant that was undertaken at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I did.
And did you go into the basement area of 1270 Parish Avenue?
I did.
And why did you go down there?
Detective Keep was searching that area. He called up, typically yelling for the camera. I walked down to the area. He advised that he had found this green vest, and inside it was a phone and Mr. Madden's wallet, but it was down in the basement.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, State's Exhibit 61, I think, has already been admitted. I would ask permission to publish that.
Permission is granted.
Stacy, I'm not sure that they will let her cancel it. They're very tough. She needs to sign a letter saying she wants to
All right,
cancel.
what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 61, and with the court's permission, if you would like to step down the point?
Yep, you gotta either go there in person or usually send a certified letter. It's a bit of a pain in the ass.
This is the green vest that Detective Keep.
They don't make it
found,
easy.
Down in the basement. That is the cell phone that was in the vest, and that's the wallet that contained Mr. Madden's, some of his.
They recently upped their
credit
prices
cards,
too.
EBT card and his ID.
All right, in State's Exhibit 62.
It's $15 a month now.
Oh, wow.
This is the underside of the vest, the key with a red top, and then a SIM card to a cell phone.
Okay. And the key that's in State's
I've been going to
Exhibit
this gym
32,
called
figure out
Crunch,
what you went to.
which has like 400 locations. It's been pretty good.
The SIM card that's in State's Exhibit 12, was that ever analyzed or gone through?
Yes, it was sent to BCI, their phone analyst.
And anything of evidentiary value that you found pertinent to this case?
It was registered to Mr. Madden.
Surprisingly busy, a lot of people there,
I believe you can go ahead and have a seat there for a second.
which is kind of good for me actually, because that way I don't feel so alone.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Sure, defense counsel was remarked to State's Exhibit 211. Said you need bigger ones. And what is State's Exhibit 211, please?
This is the jacket that was found in the basement.
And with court's permission, I ask if you would please open that up so we can take a look at it.
I have this little like portable sauna that you can get into. I was trying to set up in my house.
Oh, nice.
But I don't really have space, so I'm trying to figure out where to put it.
Oh, we're getting the bag ASMR. Yeah, notice that one's all marked up too. It's like they're professional about this.
We'll hear about some of those flags that are falling off.
Planet Fitness's biggest problem is that they don't have
This
barbells,
is the green vest that was recovered in the basement.
so you can't do like
That's what would have been.
Live.
they have Smith machines.
Yes.
But you can't do like a traditional squat and stuff like that.
You collected that vest.
Oh, you mean straight bars, like a weight rack?
Yeah,
By looking at it,
yeah.
it has several spots which appear to have contained blood.
They have
And
like
then,
dumbbells and stuff, don't they?
One of the things about it was also there's a cut in the front of it. And then there's also blood on the back portion of it too, as well.
With court's permission, I ask the defendant to be allowed to step down and show, ladies and gentlemen, what it is that he's referring to.
Permission is granted.
I'll put it. Stickers.
Small gyms are best gyms. I feel that. Sometimes I just go to my apartment gym.
There's a cut.
It's got a functional trainer, so I'm happy. As long as you got a cable machine, you can do kind of anything.
And were those tags applied by you or a different detective?
Detective Trent.
Okay. You will hear from him at some point as well.
I post my workouts on my community tab when I remember to do that. So if you're interested in following my workouts, I post them there.
Well, I've been seeing them. Say, you've been doing really good. Happy to see you're making some progress.
Me too.
Say, that video of you and Nate, you were looking a bit swole. So
Thank you. We've got a long way to go, but progress being made.
State's Exhibit 212. What are we looking at here for State's Exhibit 12?
This is the wallet that I showed you in the photo that was found with the green jacket.
If you put up State's Exhibit 61 again. Sure.
Permission is granted.
Is that the wallet that we see here in State's Exhibit 10?
Yes.
Okay. When the green vest was found, was the wallet laying on top of that, or was that in the pocket of someone?
I believe it was in the, there's a a zipper pocket in the front part of the vest, and it was inside of there.
And I apologize,
Yeah.
I'll reapproach you, but I should have asked you that.
Yeah. The zipper is up here on the upper left side by the zipper, the pocket here. So there's one next to it. And this, it was inside here.
Okay.
I am so tired of being this fat, though. I've been too fat for too long now.
Oh, trust me, me too.
Next State's Exhibit.
Food is too tasty.
Yeah, too. Very true.
The wallet.
Yes.
Can I open it?
Of course, permission is
Granted.
All right, and what is contained in State's Exhibit 212, if you would please? What are the different items that are inside this wallet?
So there's two items in there. One is a wallet with miscellaneous cards inside.
Ozempic, yeah. I started
Oh,
doing compounded
And this is
semaglutide. just started it, so I'll let you know how that turns
reader, I
out.
think, like, so we can, if you have I think it's like a mini SD card or something like that.
Is that a Ridge
you plug it
wallet?
into a computer.
Like I had?
Was there anything about
That'd be kind of funny.
No, there's nothing.
This murder sponsored by Ridge.
And what are the miscellaneous cards that were inside the wallet for State's Exhibit 212?
I pulled the cards out and then I eventually photographed all of them. It's Toby Madden's U.S. bank card and a couple prepaid cards to Toby Madden, a state ID for a Wilma Durman, and Department of Human Services ID for a Wilma Durman, and then Mr. Madden's driver's license or state ID, driver's license, and then just a blank gift card, Toby Madden's Ohio direction card with his name on it, and then a Skyline gift card. And
that means EBT, chat.
Okay, so there's about 5 or 6 cards that are
Ohio directions are. That's what we call EBT here in Ohio.
I believe you mentioned a female.
Snap?
Wilma Durman.
Mhm.
Do we know who that is?
Yeah.
I believe it's a relative of Mr. Madden's.
Supplemental
It's in food stamps.
nutrition assistance program.
Mm-hmm.
His mother.
He had a Skyline card too. Fancy man.
And when items such as these, like the jacking, we're going to get into a few more of the items, when they are collected from a scene like 127 Parish Avenue, where would those items be taken to?
They'd be brought back to the Hamilton Police Department. Then once they are tagged, sealed, secured, and documented, they are placed into our property room.
Okay. And when items are collected by the City of Hamilton Police Department and placed into a property room, I assume that not just everybody has access.
Well, you
to the
guys have a property room? Wow.
Have your property room where
You tell Massachusetts about that one?
Yeah, you just put your crap on the floor of the garage.
So whenever we take evidence in, the evidence, like I said, it's there's a log sheet where we'll write down everything that we have, especially when it's multiple items. From then, we'll take those items and place them into a locker. Once you place it in the locker and turn the key, you're no longer able to, actually, I'm sorry, it's a button you press that locks the locker. You're no longer able to gain access to it, and nobody else can use that locker. The only person that can get to the
evidence officer
is the property room officer. She's the only one that has access to the property room. She can remove the items from the other side.
This is how you guys are supposed to. This is how Canton, Massachusetts should be doing it. They have all that money. They're paying their officers hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. They should have an evidence locker like this
That they use
yes,
with logs.
I've been all over Ohio. Even in like Hee-Hawville, Ohio, they have things like this set up. It's not hard.
And then she takes the log, compares to make sure that everything that's on the log is the same as what she has. Item-wise, she places that into the computer, and from then she places these items on a shelf or wherever she has them kept and stored.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I will collect that as well. And with the court's permission, if I can, what State's Exhibit 42 over there.
Permission is granted.
All right, Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 42?
It's a black zip-up bag that was located in the front room, the same room where Miss Brewsaugh was found.
Okay. And is this a bag that you wound up going through?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And if I may put you on it.
Permission is granted.
Joint Defense Counsel, Mr. Martin, State's Exhibit 214. Have you identified what's in State's Exhibit 214, please? I'm sorry, Ben. Have you identified what State's Exhibit 214 is?
It's a black bag, purse, and the contents of the purse.
Okay, and I assume that you've gone through the contents of the black bag and purse?
Yes, sir.
Okay, generally speaking, I know there's one item that I want to go into detail with, but what sort of items were inside of this bag?
There were miscellaneous papers belonging to Miss Brewsaugh, and I think there might have been a couple with Mr. Madden's name on it. There were multiple keys. Some of the keys were actually similar to the red-topped key that was found in the basement.
Was there any sort of purse or something that contained the ID of Miss Brewsaugh in there?
There were cards, and I believe her ID from her employment was inside here as well.
Okay. As you went through the black bag or the purse, or whatever you like to call it, did you find any sort of knife in there?
Yes, I did.
If you would, first of all, point, with court's permission, if you'd like to stand up and point to where it is in the bag that you found the knife that we're going to talk about.
While searching the bag in this front zipper compartment in here, I opened it up, and in it was a red Swiss Army knife.
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine. Was there anything else that was found inside of that particular pouch?
There's miscellaneous items.
Okay. Madam Chair, Defense Counsel, with regard to State's Exhibit 215. I have a question on it.
You may.
State's Exhibit 215. What does that appear used to be?
This is a box that contains the Swiss Army knife multi-tool that I removed from that black bag.
And the court's permission to ask for
Permission is granted.
Oh, the real murder weapon's coming up now, I guess. Either way, both these knives would have really sucked. Wait, hold on. Do they know which one's the weapon he used to kill her with? Because if he did, why the fuck are we watching the other knife too? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, but no. Maybe we'll figure it out in a second. All right, come on. Get it open. Let's go. Oh, God, really? Is this a Swiss Army knife he killed her with? Oh, shit.
All right, what are we looking at here? This is State's Exhibit 215.
This is the Swiss Army multi-tool that I found in the black bag.
Okay. When
Old
you
school.
initially
Old school.
found this
Yeah.
Swiss Army knife or utility knife, what observations did you make about this knife?
I was opening up, since it appeared to be a stabbing, I was opening up to check the various blades in the knife. When I opened this one here, I could see that there was water inside the knife, which was strange because it was sitting in a bag. However, based on the fact that at this point in time, we knew there to have been blood in the sink in the bathroom, that's what really caught my attention to it. And then I had Detective Huckey come over to it, and I showed him.
Okay. I assume when you were handling this knife there at the scene that you were going to gloves on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with the court's permission, I would ask that 215 be admitted in evidence, and if permission for the detective to show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where it is that you visually saw by the water.
Any objection? All right, it'll be admitted, and the detective may show the jurors.
So this is the water is down inside here. And they opened it up down between where it pulls out.
Thank you. Did you visually notice anything else on the blade?
There also appeared to be some dark specks on it, which I thought could possibly be blood.
I think it turned out that was not blood, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I assume this is another item 215 that would have been packaged up by you or other detectives and taken to the property room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so. So I believe everything that we have talked about so far is from October the 11th of 2022, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you into. Okay, I'm going to take you back, or I'm going to take you to the following day on October 12th.
He poked her to death. Yes, pretty much.
You go to the autopsy of Rachelle Brewsaugh.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And I assume that's standard practice for the detective or one of the detectives from the Hamilton Police Department to go to an autopsy where very well might be rule of homicide of some kind.
Yes, sir. Typically, they want the investigating officers or detectives to be there in case the examiners have any questions for you about anything at the scene or something like that. Plus, we also exchange the photos that we took from the scene as well as photos they might have, or they took when they showed up to remove the body.
Okay. And I would assume that at the autopsy, you along with the coroner's investigators would have taken several items of evidentiary value. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Additional defense counsel looks to Marcus States Exhibit 222. Sir, can I have you identify Marcus States Exhibit 222?
It's what's referred to as a blood ID card. The coroner's office, when they are examining a body, will take the blood from the victim, and we use that to take the BCI for comparison for DNA.
Okay, so similar to the swab that you have taken from the defendant, it's an evidentiary item that you're able to take to the lab to test at a later point. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm showing defense counsel looking for the state's exhibits 224, 225, 226, and 227. I may approach the witness, Your Honor. I don't think I asked last time. I apologize. Detective 224, 225.
Is there any particular reason this particular trial caught your eye?
These are fingernail
just
clippings,
mainly because this
from the
guy's been
left
acting like a
hand.
spaz more than anything, and I just apparently he acts like a spaz on Friday, so day 5 especially. But no, other than that, I just kind of wanted to see how I was going to drag along here. But we might just kind of speed through this, but might try to speed it up a bit. But I made it sound like he did a little bit more during the trial of acting like a ninny. But yeah, other than that, it's just, also my chat likes to watch some trials, and this is kind of more basic trial. It's only a couple days long, and it's pretty obvious what happened. So, and then we need to kind of get ready for Sarah Boone. So this is just like a little bit of like getting back into the groove.
Well, you're always welcome to drop in with me on Sarah Boone if you want.
Yeah, no, it should be fun. I might do that a couple of times. I know I'm going to be in and out of court some days. So, are you still you did Sarah Boone's pre-trial today, right?
The other day, yeah, yesterday or whatever it was, sure.
Did she get BTFO'd, or is she going to have a chance? It sounds like.
The whole thing is just like the weirdest accelerated discovery kind of at this point, because she's got new lawyers. They're arguing a brand new defense. Like up to this point, they've been trying to argue this thing is an accident, but they want to argue this is now self-defense and battered woman syndrome.
Yeah.
So they're trying to like scramble basically to make all these disclosures relating to expert witnesses, and the state trying to like basically coordinate depositions for those people and also get that information to their own experts. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, and they're trying to do a string. The defense tried to do a string motion, which would totally piss me off. They filed notice basically of their intent to file at a later time, because the judge gave a filing deadline. It's like your objections have to be filed by date X, and they're like, well, we're not sure whether we're going to. So what we'll do instead is we're going to file notice that we might file later. And I call that I don't know if you call that. I call that a string motion. And I'm like, go to hell.
Yeah, but it's also the judge's fault for forcing this to happen literally like right now. Like
the judge isn't the one forcing it. I don't think that's fair. I think it's the defendant who's been forcing it, and it's just like we're not playing games anymore. Choo choo. So if I were the judge, I'd be like, motion denied. It didn't get in on time. We don't have enough time. Well, that's just too sad. I'm sorry. We're moving forward. I don't care anymore. It's like, take it up with someone else. Who cares? We're moving on. But the judge apparently gave him to the end of the day to file whatever. So they're going to lose the motion, incidentally. It was a motion to suppress. It's a motion to suppress. They're arguing that the confession at the station was invalid because they didn't ask now that I've read you your rights, do you wish to talk to me? They didn't ask that question.
Well,
that's not required.
Well, I thought
that's not required.
I thought the part that wasn't included was you could stop at any time.
They didn't ask that part, but that wasn't what the motion was based on.
Oh shit. Okay. Because I will say there's a case here in Ohio. Chad Dorman, he's the guy who killed his 3 kids and tried to kill the rest of his family. They had to toss his confession because they forgot one of the lines. You could stop at any time, and it was gone.
Right. They did. At least the way I read it, they did not give that line. They didn't give the you can stop at any time. But the defense's motion didn't make that argument. The defense's motion said, "Oh, they didn't ask the question. Would you like to proceed now that you understand your rights?" Because they read it. They asked her, "Do you understand your rights?" And she said yes. But they didn't ask the question, "Now that you understand, would you like to proceed?" I'm like, well, that question isn't required. But you're right. They failed a substantive step, but the defense missed on that one. So I don't even know what they're doing. Also, I don't think it works because I don't think Miranda was required because I don't think it was custodial. So I don't even think it matters either way. So I don't even think it matters on the defect, but that's what they were arguing about. They're arguing about that kind of stuff. And the audio was atrocious. It was really bad.
Interview rooms have shitty audio. So
no, not the interview room, the court itself.
Okay. Well, glad I'm not going to watch it then if it's got bad audio. It's not worth it.
It was
then.
bad. It was rough.
All right. But yeah, no, this is just it's just a pretty basic case. But yeah, the guy acting like a loon is what I've been drawn to here. So it's Ohio man doing Ohio man things.
Oh, and the other thing was, can she put makeup on? And I like the state's response. The state's response is, we don't give a fuck. It's like, I thought that was a great response. It's like, is it okay if she has makeup? It's like, we don't have a dog in this fight. If you guys can arrange it with the jail, or you want to get a makeup chair in the courthouse, knock yourselves out. We don't give a fuck. I'm like,
it's not going to help.
Response. I was like, I did like their we don't give a shit response.
That is funny. But yeah, that ain't going to help nothing.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, well. Hey, again, points for trying.
And the right hand of Rachelle Brewsaugh that the coroner's office collected as part of their investigation, as part of their autopsy.
And what were those? I think some of them were labeled like clippings and some are labeled like scrapings.
Yes. Okay. So the clippings are when they actually clip the nails. The scrapings are all the items found underneath the nails.
Okay. And what is the purpose or the reason, or why would the city council police department ask for these items to be?
And then Sarah Boone over in the Sarah Boone, when they're like giving her anything, she's got that huge Dupers the light thing going on, where they like give her 1 inch and she get this like kind of creepy smile on her face. She is so guilty.
And why don't we do this for the record? 224. I'll try to read what these are specifically from and of.
Okay. This is the left hand fingernail clippings.
That's 224.
Yes, sir.
225.
This will be the left hand fingernail scrapings.
226.
This is the right hand fingernail clippings.
And 227.
And this will be the right hand fingernail scrapings. They're involved. Yes.
This one goes. Show defense counsel with regard to State's Exhibit 2A. And can I have you identify the State's Exhibit 2A?
Yes, this is the black T-shirt that Miss Brewsaugh had on at the time when we found her deceased with the multiple stab wounds.
Is that item was collected at the coroner's office?
Yes, it was.
And with court permission, I can take it up.
Yes, sir.
Permission granted.
And Detective Whitson's State's Exhibit 210, is that the shirt that was collected at the coroner's office?
It is.
That's a shirt that was worn by the victim in this case, Rachelle Brewsaugh.
It is.
I'm asking 210 to be admitted into the shirt to publish to the jury.
Any objection? All right, it will be admitted and it may be published.
And tell us about some of the observations that you want me to hold.
Oh, no, that's fine. The shirt is obviously saturated in blood. It's actually now. You see blood up here up top. That's dry. And there's multiple holes in it, jagged cuts in the shirt. But they even go around to the side of the shirt. And some of their various sizes.
It's been 3.5 years on Boone. It has been going on a hot minute, man. That's why I'm saying at the judge, I've lost all patience at this point. The trial is going on. We need more time. We need more time. No.
Yeah. Well. Oh, it's a Planet Fitness shirt. Speaking of things.
Yep. I got one on my foot.
So. Alabama's winning. Oh, good for them. Roll Tide.
I'm a Clemson boy.
Are they playing Clemson?
Oh, I'm probably
okay.
not. I don't
Oh.
know who's I'm playing.
Well, I'm not playing Auburn.
Dude, Clemson's playing, if at all, anyone.
I did inside the in the interview room.
Playing Stanford, apparently, I think. They're going to
Oh.
win. Oh, they're up 10-0. Yay. Clemson's 17th ranked in the country. Could be doing better.
Yeah, well, they're no Michigan. Michigan's doing bad.
They lost against Georgia, number 1, 34-3. Yikes. Earlier this year.
Well, what do we got now? What are we? We got his kicks. Well, he ain't rocking Air Force Ones.
Yes.
He ain't rocking Yeezys.
I have Doc Martens. I like. That's what I wear. Guaranteed for life, yo.
Yeah.
All right, Detective, I'm going to eventually ask you about some things that happened a couple of weeks later on October 26th of 2022.
Oh,
So
George
obviously,
is
the
playing
time
Auburn. Or
from
Alabama.
autopsy collected some of the items that you talked about. That was on October the 12th. So in between October the 12th, the autopsy and items that you collected, and October 26th, where we're going to talk about a search warrant that was done in contact with Kroger. Educate the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about some of the other things that you were doing during those couple of weeks.
During that time, I also, between doing follow-up interviews with for background information, other parties that came forward when they heard about what happened on the from what they saw in the news, I also made a trip to BCI to take evidence up there, and then mostly supplemental background information. I did a search warrant on the GMC, Ms. Brewsaugh's vehicle that Detective Huckey showed you in the photo.
BCI is a Bureau of Criminal Investigation. That's a state crime lab. That's what they're talking about.
I also followed up
Clemson's my undergrad.
Mr.
I know
Madden had
Auburn's
told
not
me
Alabama.
Go Tigers.
in the interviews while we were talking that there were people following him around Kroger the night before, that he'd been at Kroger, and that they followed him up and down aisles, and he thought they were trying to abduct him. So based on that, I went to Kroger on Route 4.
Wagged out on
which is close to
freaking
Kroger,
meth.
to that location.
And that would have been the one that's
Going paranoid.
you testified before. You were 2 witnesses before you talked about that you worked with at the same place.
That's correct.
Okay. I got you.
No, that's fine. So by going there, I had the information from Mr. Madden's card, and I asked them if they could run that through their system to see if he did in fact use his card there at their store. They were able to find that he was in the store around 7:40 p.m. Checking out. I requested the video from Kroger for that incident. Initially, they could only show it to me. They weren't able to download it. Yeah, they had to get a tech person to do it. So I took some photos on my phone just to see what he was wearing. I went back to the police department and looked through the crime scene photos, and I observed some of the items that Mr. Madden was wearing the night before were in our crime scene photos. So based on that, I typed up a second search warrant for the residence.
Okay, so let me stop you there. So you said that Mr. Madden would have been at the Kroger on Route 4, Erie Highway. You said the night before at about 7:40?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would be October the 10th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you what Mr. Conley, I guess, is already doing. State's Exhibit 89. Are you aware of what the contents of State's Exhibit 89 are?
I am.
And what are the contents of State's Exhibit 89?
It's the security video from the Kroger on South Erie Highway here in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio. And it shows Mr. Madden using the self-checkout on 10/10/22.
And I know that I'm initially probably wasn't on, I want to make sure I have the right time, on 10/26. That's when you visually looked at the video from Kroger. You kind of made some, I think you maybe made a video off your phone.
Yes.
But then you were taking some screenshots from your phone. And then went back to the police department, looked through some of the photos, and you saw some items that were familiar to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you like to talk about the Kroger video first, and still photos?
Sure.
Or the search warrant? Second search warrant.
We can talk about the video.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Is this him buying like supplies to clean up the dead body or something?
101, all photos.
Is that why we're showing this footage?
Yes.
And what are we looking at in states exhibits 90 through 101? Or let me ask you this, I'm just asking you to look through 90 through 101, then I'll ask you a question collectively about them.
Yes, sir. Good.
And generally speaking, what are those photographs of states exhibits 90 through 101?
They're two different camera angles. The first one is, predominantly, they're the overhead camera for whenever anybody uses a U-scan at Kroger. They video from you above to make sure that you're scanning the right items and that you're paying for them, and that the same amount of items go in the bag that you have. So the items predominantly show Mr. Madden at the U-scan self-checkout on 10/10/22. And then the last couple of photos, few photos, show just the from the entrance video camera, just him leaving after paying for them.
Okay. So then why don't I do this? Let me take this back.
Yes, sir.
Actually, 89 is the actual video itself, is that correct?
Yes.
The video itself.
Yes, sir.
With your permission, I'm just going to go ahead and play some Kroger videos first.
That's fine. It's been admitted.
Put my blank in the screen first since I get it. Blank that screen. I think it's got the. I think it thinks that there's two screens. That makes sense. Yes.
All right.
Going to take our afternoon break at this time, so I will give you 15 minutes. Ask that
God,
you
the guy
return
really
at
does
3:10,
look like
and
me.
please remember my recess instructions.
God almighty, he does look like me. He even got my hair cut.
You've been moonlighting?
Yeah. Well, Chad always wants to see me doing it, so there you go. I was like, can we watch you in trial? No.
I apologize, Your Honor, for not being able to operate the computer. I think I know what I need.
Okay. Just one more, sir, and then I guess I did. Examination of Detective Horton and Detective, I just remind you that you are still written.
And I'm going to stop you here, Detective. What is it that we're looking at here?
You got less than an hour, Chad.
This is the Kroger video, the overhead camera of the U-scan.
OxyClean to clean up blood, baby.
Looking up right now is Mr. Madden.
Not bleach.
Yeah.
Right. And what observations are you making here in States Exhibit 89?
He seems to be purchasing a Mountain Dew Code Red. He has a sandwich, and I believe he purchased some mini candy bars as well.
Who cares?
Are you recognizing the clothing?
Yes, sir. He's wearing the green vest that I showed earlier to the jury.
Oh, is it just to authenticate that he's wearing the same clothing? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Fine.
Right. And what other clothing do we see that is that affords to you in this about the 57? Actually, I'll just say the 1940 time frame.
Mr. Madden's wearing a gray and black baseball hat. He has a dark gray shirt on underneath the vest. He has light colored shorts, and then he has a pair of Nike KD shoes.
KD, would that be for Kevin Durant?
Yes, sir.
Code Red is cool.
Here he's taking his wallet from the zipped up part of the jacket.
Did you order the Code Red? You're goddamn right I did.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I really hope it's a Ridge wallet. No, it's not rich. Never mind. God, it's taking so long. The machine's gonna go crazy. Like, please scan card. Please scan payment. You can't see his. You can't see his PIN code. That would be wrong.
I believe that's all we see of Mr. Madden in this video.
That's correct, sir.
Mr. Hopper, if you can. Thank you. Yep, sure is. And your detective.
This is the exit camera for Kroger's. It's actually on a different system at the time. They had two different systems running. So this is
still know he
as you
paid.
leave the U-scan and walk out the front of the Kroger out to the main entrance. So that's
You know, J-Rock will make Florida do better if you start sending in memberships. You start donating subs. Maybe the gods of football will shine kindly on your Bulldogs.
Madden
For
walking
every
out,
$50 you send
closing
Sean,
his wearing carrying his bag.
your team will score
and then
more.
he just looks in the bag and
Yes.
just walks out the front door.
One touchdown per $50, chat.
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. If I may push the Sean.
I haven't got to it yet. We'll get to him in a minute.
I think I already asked you a little bit about these. I'm going to ask again. State's Exhibits 93.
Yes, sir.
And Detective, what are those pictures or photos of?
As stated before, these are the still shots that I took from that video that you just watched of Mr. Madden at the U-scan.
And are those all true, fair, and accurate still shots that you were taken from State's Exhibits 89?
Yes, sir.
I would ask permission, I'll ask for those to be admitted in commission. No. All right, what are we looking at of note on State's Exhibit 90?
This is when Mr. Madden first comes up to the U-scan. You can see it's a top-down shot. You can see the gray and black hat, the green and black vest, along with a gray shirt and shorts and gym shoes.
I know we're going to talk a little bit about the gray shirt here in a second. Do you notice anything on either the green and black vest or the gray shirt of note?
No, sir. There's no holes or blood appear to be on either item.
All right, State's Exhibit 91.
Another view, once again, of the green vest, the hat, and the shirt. There seems to be no blood or damage to either item.
92.
Again, a closer up look. There's no holes, no cuts, no blood.
State's Exhibit 93.
This is, again, no blood, no cuts, no holes, and that's the part of the gray vest that I showed the jury that had the hole in it when it was recovered on the 11th.
State's Exhibit 94.
The vest, the shoes, the shorts.
Is this one of the photos that you were able to use to determine or figure out what kind of shoe was on the foot of Mr. Madden on October 11th?
Yes.
October 10th.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 95.
Again, Mr. Madden, another overhead view. There's no cuts, no holes, no blood.
State's Exhibit 96.
A more complete look at the jacket. As you can see, there's no hole, no cut in the jacket, no blood, and none on the shirt either.
State's Exhibit 97.
Again, a view, no cut, no hole, no blood.
98.
No blood, no tear, no holes, no blood.
99.
Mr. Madden standing there, doesn't seem to be looking around for anybody, just standing at the U-scan with his white shorts, his vest, shirt, hat, and shoes.
State's Exhibit 100.
Mr. Madden walking out, carrying his groceries, looking straight ahead.
And State's Exhibit 101.
Mr. Madden walking out. That's part of the video, the second video that was watched with him leaving the store.
All right, so I think I had to explain this. So initially, you went into Kroger and you were able to view this video. You were able to record aspects of it, take some still shots. You did not get the full videos until a little bit later, is that correct?
Correct.
But when you did watch the video there at the store and took some still photos, were you able to get?
Did you watch the whole video? Did you watch every second of it?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I
Did
was.
you watch the original?
Why were you interested
Yes.
in getting
Yes.
a second,
Which did you watch?
search warrant for the residence on Parish Avenue?
Because we had recovered the vest, we found it with the cut and the blood. From viewing the video, I knew that gray shirt, or appeared to be that gray shirt, was on the ground next to the vest where it was located down in the basement. Also, going through the photos, I saw the hat. I wasn't sure if that had any evidentiary item value. And then I was also looking for the shorts and the shoes that Mr. Madden had on the night before.
Okay, so you got another search warrant or a second search warrant for the address at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for the ladies and gentlemen, I know we took a break. So what day was that second search warrant done at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I believe it was the 27th of October, approximately 15 days later. Right, 26th.
And you said that when you watched the video from Kroger, there were some clothing items that were unique to you that you were interested in?
Yes, sir.
And if the court's permission, I believe State's Exhibit 61 is right. Permission to publish 61 again? And what is of interest in State's Exhibit 61?
The green vest that we initially recovered, next to it is a gray workman shirt, similar to what Mr. Madden had on the day before at Kroger.
Come on, Jesus.
At 1270 Parish, that was taken on the 11th of October, 2022. It shows a brown dark wood board on the ground on top of the laminate, and then in the upper left-hand corner is a gray black hat.
Okay. So again, that's another clothing item that you saw on the initial search warrant on October the 11th, 2022, that you're interested in looking for 15 days later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that 249 be admitted to permission to publish.
Any objection? Be admitted and it may be published.
If you would, show us, tell us what it is we're looking at in State's Exhibit 249.
As I said, this is the wood board that was found on the ground while Detective Huckey was documenting the scene. There's blood on the top portion of it, as well as some footprints on the board. And then the gray black hat appeared to be the same as from the video for Kroger's, is in the upper left-hand corner of the photo.
All right, Detective, and if I can approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Wilder, I'm going to show one or two things. One or two things. Detective, if I can have you look at State's Exhibits 1 and 2, 1 and 1. I'll ask you a question collectively about all of them.
Yes, sir.
All right, and generally speaking, what are we looking at in State's Exhibits 1 and 2, 1 and 1?
It is some photos from the second search warrant, predominantly of the basement area, as well as upstairs in the kitchen. Well, what would have been the kitchen, where there's a bag, the Kroger bag, along with a receipt and some wrappers from the purchase the day before Kroger.
State's Exhibits 102 through 109, are those all true, fair, and accurate depictions of the subject matter contained therein, the pictures of the second search warrant you did at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that 102 through 109 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection? No objection. They'll be admitted and they may be published.
All right, and what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 102?
This is the stairs that go down into the basement. This is from the top of the landing, looking down the steps into the basement.
Okay, 103?
This is the basement again. This is the second time. So it's, I think, similar to the picture Detective Huckey had earlier. It shows the back wall, or I guess that wall that you see straight ahead is the wall, the basement to the front of the house.
State's Exhibit 104.
The gray shirt.
And if you would, once you go and either circle it on the screen or get a point, whichever one. State's Exhibit 105.
That is the Kroger bag that was up in the kitchen area.
106.
Receipt in the Kroger in the Kroger bag.
That corresponded with the time on the video that we just watched.
Yes, sir.
107.
The gray and black hat.
To be fair, that's a picture of the hat at the police department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. 108.
The Kroger bag, along with the empty Snickers wrapper, was inside of it.
And again, that's a picture taken back to the police department.
Yes, sir.
109.
Just interior, looking down into the bag, the receipt and the Kroger, or I'm sorry, the Snickers.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You're not like yourself when you get a Snicker until you get a Snickers, right? That was the problem. He's just hangry. He needed a Snickers.
Okay.
Sorry, Chad. I botched that joke. There was
Your heart in the
potential
right
there, and I
place.
screwed it up.
Your heart was in the right place.
218 is the dark gray shirt that was pictured earlier in the initial photographs from the initial warrant, but this is the one that was collected on it would be the 27th of October.
That's the one, if you can put that up on the screen. State's Exhibit 104, that's the shirt that you see there.
That's correct.
That's also the shirt, the same shirt that you saw, what we saw on State's Exhibit 61.
Yes, sir.
Actually, with the court's permission, if you can open that up, please.
Permission is granted.
And what are we looking at there at State's Exhibit 218?
It's a gray Dickies work shirt. It was the one that was recovered inside the residence in the basement.
And on the day that it was recovered during the second search warrant, did you make any visual observations about 218?
Yes, sir. There were numerous locations on it. Appeared to have dry blood.
No, no, 218 be admitted in permission to publish.
Any objection? It will be admitted and it may be published.
I do like how the Denny's joke has become now
Permission's
only
granted.
funny in the meta. That's humorous because now we can just laugh at the bad joke.
Yes. Oh. Ohio State up 10 over Michigan State. Well, Michigan State's going to play them tough. Let's just.
Yeah, don't try to understand the Denny's joke. Don't try to understand it. There's no joy there.
Okay, Judge Witcher.
May.
State's Exhibit 219. During the second search warrant at 1270 Barrett Avenue.
Yes, sir.
And to you, does that appear to be the same night as being worn? And with the court's permission, if I can select
It's
State's Exhibit
just
94.
flat cap. Woo.
Yes, sir.
Why is the audio all of a sudden dog shit in this? Not even this guy's got good audio.
Inside.
With the court's permission, I can go look at this.
It's the Kroger bag, chat. I mean, some of this is obnoxious. I think they got more than enough to get this guy.
It is a Kroger coupon. And
Ooh, coupon. What for?
Yeah.
Anything good?
the candy bars.
The cover bag was found inside the residence during the second search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Who gets the coupon? Is it criminal asset forfeiture? Does it go to the state? Does it get auctioned off?
Yeah.
And if we can display State's Exhibit 94, please. The shoes that the shoes that the defendant are wearing in State's Exhibit 94. Were you ever able to find those shoes during either of the search warrants?
No, sir.
Okay. What methods or what means?
Do one murder, get one free? Now at Kroger?
As stated before, the basement area, there was no lighting. We brought in some supplemental lighting to help search initially. So conducted the second search warrant during the daylight hours to help see better in the basement. And then at that point in time, we went through every room, myself, Detective Trenham, and Detective Huckey, and searched.
You have a garbage man at Bucky's joke?
And, of course, State's Exhibit 100.
Okay.
The lighter colored shorts.
I'm not sure I want to hear your joke because I want to be happy.
100. Are those
Nah.
shorts that look like that ever found?
No, sir.
I got one about a guy laying concrete at a Whataburger. We can
What
work on
sort
that
of
one.
methods or means did Hamilton Police do to try and find any other weapons that could have been inside the Parish Avenue residence during either one of these search warrants?
We searched, like I said, we searched all items around the house and inside the residence.
Okay, did you go through vents and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Bucky's is awesome, though. I will say that. You should absolutely go to Bucky's and get some pulled pork or brisket or something. They do a really good job over there. I wish I had a Bucky's that was 2 exits away from me. I wonder where my nearest Bucky's is.
241.
Yeah,
I think 249, something similar.
I believe so, that's why I got
249 was a bit of,
Let me push it. Show
you know,
which one states exhibit 241.
Yes, sir.
What is that picture of?
There's a Bucky's
The
that's
board
not that far from
in
me.
the earlier photo that was on the ground with the blood and the shoe
sweet.
prints.
15
same
minutes.
photo that had the hat
That's
up in the upper
doable.
left-hand
I
corner.
could go to
This
Bucky's.
is a closer up view of that board
Yeah.
with the blood and the shoe prints.
Is that true, fair, and accurate a photo of what it is you observed? And this is going to be during the first search warrant on October the 11th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But I'd ask the 241 be admitted permission to publish.
any objection? Will be admitted and it may be published.
And what's the note to you here, Detective, on State's Exhibit 241?
First of all, there's blood on the board, and then there are footprints that are made, which with appears to be either some sort of white dust on top of the board. The footprints, however, are 2 different types.
Okay. So we'll start with the ones that are on the bottom first. Does that pattern look familiar to you in item that you collected?
Yes.
And what item would that be, sir?
The
Pork
tread pattern
butt,
is similar to
pulled
the white
pork is
shoes
crazy easy.
that Mr.
Crock
Madden was
pot.
wearing
Yeah,
at the
there you go,
time,
man.
that I interviewed him on the 11th.
Yeah, pork
The white
butt in a
Reeboks.
crock pot. Throw a little seasoning in there, a little mustard, man. A little Carolina mustard, because that's the way I like it. Do some Carolina style pulled pork.
Permission if you'd like to stand down and show
I'm feeling
what
it.
is that you're looking at the bottom of the shoe and what you're looking at on this wooden board.
Permission is granted.
I got myself some eye of round steak to make some roast beef with later.
What you can see in the middle there.
Okay.
Here's a little bit better.
And you,
The round circular on the bottom of the sheet.
of course, permission to the detective to stand closer to the jury to show that.
Permission is granted.
Thank you, Detective. And I believe 249 is already been admitted, but published 249.
Yes.
Does that also show the circular pattern you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Take the front step down and show us.
Just to reach and see. On this part down here. On this sheet.
If I may push the shoe.
You put some pulled pork in there. Get yourself some sweet onion, chop that up, throw that in there. Maybe some green chili, you could put that in there. That'd be good.
Detective, can I have you identify what 244 and 245 are?
Excuse me. 244 and 249 are still shots.
244, 245.
I'm sorry, 244 and 245. 244 is the overhead shot from the Kroger U-scan video of Mr. Madden holding the bag.
Green pepper
You
as
can
well.
See the top of the shoe that he's wearing that day.
It's nice with pulled pork.
245 is a close-up, a zoomed-in close-up of the shoe that he's wearing on that day.
First one is a still photo that you would print off.
Yes, sir.
And the second one you would have zoomed in on that.
And took this
Oh,
shot.
shoot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask the 244 and 245 be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, these will be admitted and they may be published.
I think you should put them there. Yeah.
What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 244?
As I stated, that's the overhead still shot of Mr. Madden at the U-scan at Kroger the day before.
I've made chili in
That
a
is
crock
a
pot many
zoomed-in photo of
times.
the shoes that he's wearing on the day before this incident.
Mustard powder really helps.
These are
chili.
Kevin Durant Euro.
There's a little pro tip
Nike
for me to
shoes.
And you told us that you were not able to find these shoes or get one of the search warrants?
That's correct.
Okay. So what methods did you do to try and find out what KD9s look like and maybe what a trend pattern
Initially, I wasn't able to even determine what type of the shoe was. So initially, I tried looking for shoes with an RD logo on top, but obviously it's not RD. So I took that photo, the second photo,
Rotel tomatoes,
and placed it into Google Images, and it gave me a selection of
chilies
shoes.
in them.
One of the shoes that
You
came
throw
up
that in
was
there
the
with
Kevin
some
Durant
ground
model
beef.
shoes, and I could tell from that that was what the logo was on the tongue part of the shoe.
A little Worcestershire
However,
sauce,
there's
some mustard powder,
dozens, actually a
throw
lot
in
of
some chopped
Kevin Durant,
onion.
variety of shoes. So I just started going individually because there's two different models. There's the KD version, and then there's the KD Tray 5 shoes. So I started looking through all the various styles of it. The
Some
KD
garlic.
1, 2, and just went through. As I was going through, I was able to find the KD Europlay shoes, the 8, and from the photo I found, I was also finding a downward shot and one that had the tread pattern, which had the same tread pattern as found in the other shoe. They're
If I may
print.
push it, Your Honor.
Okay.
Defense counsel 246, 247, 248. Actually, not these two. Sir, can I have you identify what 246, 247, 248 are?
They are photographs of the KD Euro version 8 shoe.
Okay, and those are photographs that you printed off of the internet, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, these are not shoes that you found anywhere during a search warrant, you literally just went on the internet, you printed those off.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are those true, fair, and accurate depictions of what it is you saw on Google that you had printed off?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask those to be admitted to permission to publish.
Any objection? Will be admitted and they may be published.
Also, get yourself a couple of the packets of the like chili seasoning. Just pick your favorite,
Yes.
like chili seasoning, 1 packet per pound.
Shoes that I found on the internet.
Like, get the rest of the like spice mix. That works pretty well.
Yes, sir. The color of the shoes, the black laces, the logo on the tongue of the shoe, and as well as the tips of the shoe have that shaded area on the top of the shoes. Another view of the KD logo on the shoes, the shoelaces, and the shaded area at the very top of the shoe by the toes. And that's the underside of the tread of the shoes.
Ground sirloin, always for your chili though. You want to up your game there.
Yeah, no, it's on the screen.
Do you put beans in your chili, Kurt? I know you're in Texas, so it's a dangerous question.
I don't. When I currently make it, no, I don't put beans in.
On the photo of 248 is up on the board of 249.
Yes,
I
sir.
thought we could be friends.
What's your mission if you accept that?
I'll eat your bean chili. It's fine. I like it. It's fine.
It has these indentations, double one, and the like little half mark on the side, similar to here, the double, and then with the half coming in from the side. Also, it has the zigzag tread pattern and a diamond next to this.
What's your mission?
If you want to do something, do it. Like do 1 can of barbecue beans in there. Get a little barbecue flavor in there. Can work.
Yes, beans and chili. Yes.
I know that I believe there were several cell phones that were found inside the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue.
Daniel, that's not what Kurt
And I know
said.
you and I have been
No,
Working on this case for quite some time. There's nothing that you would present that was found on the cell phones.
no.
That's correct.
Anyone on shore?
I've got some ground sirloin in my freezer right now. I need to do something with, so I can make some chili from that. I got some green. You got some green chili, and I got some ground sirloin, and I got some onion. I can make myself some chili.
Detective, I think I have 2 more items I want to cover. Permission to publish case exhibit 209, I believe.
You put cinnamon in your chili? That sounds like a very questionable decision.
No, you can do it.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
All right.
Okay, so this is just the map.
Yes, sir.
Are we going 1.5 right now? We're going 1.5 and these guys are dragging it now. Come on now.
Pumpkin spice chili.
Ew.
Uh-huh.
Oh no,
Yes, sir.
no.
And as we were gathering to come to the courtroom to give opening statements, the jury was not in the courtroom.
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see an interaction between Toby Madden, the defendant, and Michaela Madden and other family members in the back of the courtroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. If you would, just verbally tell us what it is that you saw. Or describe what it is that you saw and heard.
So now they're going through, guys. Remember what he fucking said in front of the detective. Guess what they're doing?
Mr. Madden stood up. They were referring to his daughter, Michaela. While speaking, he started speaking out loud, turned towards her, and he said that I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it. I love you. Don't hate me. As he was saying, I'm responsible for what happened to her. I don't mean it. He had his hand like this and was making this motion.
Okay. And where were you standing?
That's kind of damning, Sean. That's a problem for the defense.
Yeah.
Standing at the
Oh
end
yeah,
of the
no. And he
prosecution
said,
table,
he said in
maybe
open
6
court,
feet.
man. It was just like,
So you would have been
oof.
standing very close to where the chair is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you what, the next time I make chili, I'll throw in some beans just for you guys.
I'm showing Detective Horton's Memorial States Exhibit 250. What is 250?
It is a USB drive. The contents of it are video of the incident that was recorded.
So you did not take that video, did you?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that one essentially cut off the internet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you were standing about, you said about 6 feet away from Mr. Madden?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, is that video a true, fair, and accurate depiction of the conversation and the interaction that the defendant had with Michaela Madden and other family members?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm not asking 250 admitted permission to publish.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Wilder?
No objection.
It'll be admitted and may be published.
The Texas Rangers are more than welcome to come over and have some of my chili. Also, just a little bit of white wine. You don't want to go overboard with it, but that helps to really bring out the flavor.
I could see that.
Like a cup.
Okay.
Max.
Hmm.
Your laundry being piles when they come visit. I could clean off my counters before they come. The home is a little bit less. It could use a little cleanup. Yeah, it's a little. Unban you in Discord. Well, what's your name in Discord? I'll unban you. I'm not even sure how to unban people, to be honest, in Discord. I don't even know how to do that.
We would object to that. I don't want to object to anything. I just want to, this is my family that I love. And, listen, yes, I'm responsible for what happened to her.
Is this from court?
Yes.
Oh, can you go back? Can you go back? I need to see this again.
Okay, let's take a recess.
Yeah.
We need to watch that again. That was too jarring. I need to fully appreciate
Kurt.
this moment. Sorry.
Here you go. And we'll slow it down a little. But this is
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back to 1X.
Spurging out. Here you go.
Which one?
The shorter one.
Okay.
We would object to that. Listen, I don't want to object to anything. I just want to, this is my family that I love. And, listen, yes, I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it.
I believe we are. We need to take a recess?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a recess and go on.
I don't want you to hate me. I don't want you.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
That's all I have.
Cross-examination, please.
Yeah.
The defense lawyer, are we recording? I believe we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
So,
Executive.
Fatty, that
Good
was the
afternoon, sir.
Fatty. That was right before the trial started. The defendant got up and blabbed that all out on the record in front of the prosecutor and the police to his daughter in the gallery. That's what just happened.
This video of what Mr. Madden was doing yesterday outside the presence of the jury. I want to make refer you were in here for the opening statements in this case.
Yes, sir.
Where you saw the prosecutor do this 3 times, telling the jury this is what Mr. Madden did on the video.
That he made a stabbing motion.
Were you present for opening statement?
Yes,
when
sir.
the prosecutor walked around the podium and pointed at this jury and did this 3 times with a pen in his hand?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you saw in that video there? Is that the motion?
It was higher. It was just more of a top motion down.
So you're saying that video there to you looked like someone pushing a
Yes.
knife towards somebody?
Yes, sir.
And he's got something that he's crying into in
No,
there.
he moves the towels from his right hand to his left hand right before he does it. As he says, I didn't mean it. It's when he starts making the motion like.
And Kurt, at the end of the first day, the defense attorney filed a motion because this guy, he didn't do any stabbing motions when he was crying. And they're trying to say that he misled the jury. He tried to get a mistrial. The judge denied it. But notice, guys, here's the thing. The detective's going to be like, oh, yeah, it was like a stabbing, slashing motion. The detective is never going to, I don't understand why I asked this question, because the detective is never going to fucking agree with you. I don't know why you would ask it. He's never going to agree with you. Yeah.
What a
you're right.
thing to try to get a mistrial on. Oh, Your Honor,
Yeah.
during opening, the prosecutor made stabbing
well, you
motion.
have
That wasn't
to.
a
You
stabbing motion, Your Honor. It's a fair characterization from what he saw. It's like
you have to make the motion, but this detective's never going to agree with you. You're better off waiting until closing and doing your thing because this guy's never going to agree with you. That's a problem. The police will never agree with you. They will find a way to stick with their side here.
He's holding a knife.
I'm a pretty big guy.
Yes, sir.
I was standing between the two of you. How'd you see around me to see that?
Because you were facing forward and he was stepped back facing
Okay.
towards
Oh,
the back way.
And you're saying this video to you
Brother.
is this, pointing 3
This.
ways forward as the prosecutor did this opening statement. The very first thing this jury heard and saw
2
was
instead of
these.
3.
There was 3 motions.
I know. I'm saying
Ooh,
I observed
gee,
2.
you're God.
And
You're,
you're saying that what you just saw there was the exact same thing.
It's similar.
Mr.
what a
Madden
thing to
was
try to get what a thing to try to parse down. I mean, you're trying to slice that awfully thin, man.
He was brought in as a witness first. He was subsequently arrested.
Here's my question is when he came outside the house that day and police approached him, did he ever go back into that house again? Since that day until this day right now?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Because my question is you go in 2 weeks later and find additional evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you look at the Kroger video and you want to go back and look for shoes and you want to look for pants and you want to find his gray shirt, correct?
Correct.
You find the gray shirt, but you don't find the shorts or the shoes.
We didn't
correct?
find them on either search, sir.
And from the date of the incident, when police respond out there and Toby comes out until the day you went in to look
What the heck
for those pants, Toby Madden had absolutely no way of.
Isn't it true the gesture was this and not
Please
this?
pull up Exhibit 61.
Sure.
Is this a picture from the first search?
Yes, sir, it is.
This is the day of finding Rachelle.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to use a laser pointer here in State's Exhibit 61. Is that the gray shirt you collected 2 weeks later?
Yes, sir, it is.
If the statement, please now put up the exhibit. Uh, 104. This is a picture from the second search warrant.
Yes, sir, it is.
Laser pointer, is that the gray shirt you collected?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, would you agree with me that the gray shirt in Exhibit 61 from the first day of the search compared to the gray shirt where it's at in picture 2 of the second search appears to be in a different location?
It is in a different location, sir.
It is?
Yes, sir.
How do you explain that Mr. Madden wasn't in the house? How do you explain that that shirt got moved?
I can explain that. We, when we did the initial search on the 11th, we went through all the items. We're pulling out shirts, pulling out clothing, looking for the knife. At the time, we hadn't found any other weapons. So we were looking for weapons. So all that pile of clothes you see from the earlier photo, we moved all of that. Yes. But since it was dark downstairs, sorry, we couldn't see any evidence of blood on.
Okay. Between
Oh, wow.
the day
Look at
of the murder and you
quality
did the
there.
first search warrant and the time that the second search warrant was executed 15 days later, what did you do to secure the premises at 1270 Parish Avenue?
There was nothing else done. The scene was released later that evening on the 11th.
So for 15 days, we have a potential crime scene with evidence that anyone within this county, neighbors, anyone, druggies, kids, anybody could have accessed that house and went inside there.
That's correct.
And there was no law enforcement checking on that property during those 2 weeks. Is that fair?
People might have driven by, but not, you know.
And then you go back 2 weeks later after you look at the Kroger video, fingers crossed that hopefully something's still in there. Does that cross your mind a little bit? Maybe it's going to be there, maybe it's not.
Yes, sir.
You were shown pictures with 2 different footprints on it.
Yes,
Do you have any explanation what that white?
Should I unban Fatty Caddy from my Discord?
I
Sean?
believe it's from the
Yeah,
interior, the
he's-
rooms.
he's
Like I said, they were doing renovations to the house.
Give
There
him a
was
shot.
Try.
drywall mud
Yeah.
around the house. There was dust on the floor, just from general construction.
We've had people testify about the day that Rachelle was murdered. We had some gas workers there between like 8 and 9 o'clock, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe.
It's like Dumb and Dumber, the
following
gas man.
Around noon, correct?
Correct, sir.
We've also heard from next door neighbor who said she didn't see anybody coming in and out, roughly an hour, 2 hours, around 10:30 or so, give or take.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So.
You're
there's 2
unbanned.
shoes.
Be nice.
One of the pairs of shoes, Mr. Madden, you're claiming came to the interview in, correct?
Correct.
This other one is the one you think is from the Kroger video, which you don't find 2 weeks later.
Correct.
So there's a shoe print on a piece of furniture that's on the floor that may be attributed to this murder. But yet Mr. Madden is arrested that day and has no access for 2 weeks. How do we explain where that shoe, why it's not there?
Well, I didn't say it wasn't there. I said we didn't find it.
Right. How many officers searched that house that day that Rachelle was found?
4.
And it appeared to me when Detective Hutton was showing some of his photos, one of his last photos was out the front window, and it appeared to be the twilight of the day where the sun was setting. Did you notice that?
Yes, sir.
So officers were at that property roughly 12 p.m. that day until twilight time. It would have been twilight in October.
It would-
11th, give or take.
Probably 9 o'clock.
So all those hours, there was some law enforcement present at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, nobody found
Fox
any white
Populi,
shorts or
no.
shoes?
That is correct.
Some of the items that was in that vest, did you say that one of those was a flash drive or a SIM card? I was a little confused, and I'm not a big tech guy, so what did you find there?
It is well, it looks like a flash drive. And I believe it has a USB end on one side and then maybe a micro USB on the other, but I don't.
Did it appear that device that was, did you collect it?
It's collected, yes.
Is that a device that could store information on it or just read information?
I believe it's just read, but I don't recall.
Did you scan it to see if there was anything on it?
I don't recall, sir.
And you're saying this is still in evidence?
Yes, sir. It's still.
You testified about Rachelle's purse or the black bag, and we saw you referred to it as like a Swiss Army knife was found in there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, isn't it true that one of the blades in there was deformed or warped in some way?
It's broken.
Could a blade like that, one of the reasons be because someone tried to pry open a cell phone? Could that be a reason for a blade to be? Well, correct. Fingernail scrapings and filings or whatever from Rachelle's fingers were sent to
Right,
the
Chad.
lab as well, correct?
I believe they were. BCI only takes, they only take 10 items of DNA at a time. So I don't know if they were sent in the initial one or if it was later, or if they were sent. I'm not 100% sure.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it works with PCI, you can submit a certain number, and if you get to the point where you might need more, you have to get authority or request that permission on some level.
That's correct, sir.
Did you have to do that in this case, ask for more stuff to be sent?
Detective Trenum handled all the interactions with BCI as far as the evidence goes.
You testified about Mr. Madden's wallet Did he tell you where that wallet was?
When I spoke with him, he told me multiple times that his wallet was inside the house. I confronted him later in the evening about it being in the basement, and he said it wasn't in the basement. It was upstairs by where he was sleeping, where he was charging his son.
And he told you this information, he was already in custody, so to speak, in the jail, correct?
That's
Or
correct.
He was in the police department.
Yes, sir.
And he told you this information after he'd already been brought to the police department. He wasn't still at the scene, or he hadn't been back to the scene. Is that fair?
That's correct, sir.
Several of the some of the photos were of Mr. Madden's arms and appeared to have scratches on it. You had an interview. Did you ask him about where he got those, where those came from?
I did. We talked about the scratches. He was saying that he got them from moving furniture.
Did you take any fingernail scrapings or anything from Mr. Madden at all?
We got a second search warrant after we got the search warrant to photograph him and take the DNA swabs. The second search warrant was conducted, and Detective Trenum and I believe Detective Laney did that, and they took his fingernail scrapings and clippings.
You showed a bright green shirt to the jury here and appeared to have blood on it. Was that tested to your knowledge?
I don't recall.
I know we're going to hear later on in the case, someone's going to come in and talk about some of these findings.
Yes, sir.
We're going to hear from someone from the lab, but I didn't know if you recall whether that green shirt was.
I believe it was.
And of course, we'll have an expert talk about that, but
Yes, sir.
I was curious about that. Because correct me if I'm wrong, you said the gray shirt and the vest, for sure, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Toby was interviewed, how many hours do you think he was in the interview room total? Ballpark.
He was in there for about 4 hours, maybe a little bit longer at first, and then he was placed in the holding cell, and then he was brought back later after the search of the residence was completed. So it was broken up.
So 4 total hours?
No. The last interview I think was about an hour and a half, so it'd probably be about 5.5 total.
Would you agree with me that in those 5.5 hours, he spent some considerable time laying on the floor?
Yes, sir, he did.
And crying and exhibiting some of the stuff we've seen you do today?
Yes, sir.
But on the floor?
Sitting up and on the floor, yes.
Isn't it true that at 2 times during his interview, you actually brought in medics to try to see if he wanted any attention?
Yes, he said he was having difficulty breathing, and he was so twice the squad was called to check him.
Last thing, detective, is without getting into the details of the specific hearing, was there ever a time in this courthouse in March of this year that you followed Mr. Madden into the hallway and have a conversation with him?
I did not have a conversation with him.
Or did you say anything to him?
No, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to sign off for now, man.
All right, Kurt, take care. I think we're about to wrap it up anyway here. So have a great day, guys. Kurt on civil law.
During this interview that we've heard about.
Yeah, we might be playing around tonight with that a little bit.
Was there also some amount of time he actually also slept on the floor?
Yes, sir.
And although he was taken into custody on that day, on October 11th, 2022, he was not taken into custody on any sort of homicide charge in regards to Ms. Brewsaugh, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, it was on something completely unrelated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think we heard that the Hamilton police were called out to 1270 Parish around 12 p.m. or so, give or take a few minutes. We don't know the exact time that Rachelle Brewsaugh was killed. Do we?
No, sir.
Your Honor, if I may, I have one follow-up recross question. I wanted to ask the detective if he did follow Mr. Madden down the hallway in March, and if he did, why?
I followed. The deputies were escorting.
That dude has a very pronounced brow ridge for a human being.
Thank you.
Very, very Neanderthal-like.
Judge, can I just have one more? I'm sorry, I didn't have a chance to.
Sure.
She got a question.
Judge, there's one more question.
Detective, could you resume the stand, please?
You know what, let's do, you want to do sidebar first? Okay.
Another sidebar. Why don't we keep sidebarring? Come on. Let me get over to it.
You need to remain silent while we conduct our business. You need to have a conversation with the gallery. Okay, you need to remain silent while we conduct our business. You need to remain quiet while we conduct our business at the bench.
Oh, Jesus. Don't argue with the damn judge. Don't argue with the damn judge. Do not argue with the judge.
Okay, Detective, you may step down again. Thank you. Does the state have any witnesses that we can take care of within 35 minutes or so? I did tell the jury we'd leave it by 5.
I think this is a good time to break.
Okay. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the evening. Remember, we have a short day tomorrow, so we'll start promptly at 9. We will conclude at noon. Okay. And please remember my recess instructions. Do not do any investigation. Do not read any media reports, and do not talk about this case with anyone. Okay. Thank you.
All right, chat. So that's day 1 and day 2 of Toby Madden. Everything is checking out. Yeah. So yeah, don't yeah. If you want to have a sidebar, well, you can go to Stoney's Bar Grill, Stoney's 158 East Broadway Street in Rockville, Minnesota. Open till midnight. In fact, it's only 8:15 there at Stoney's. You have enough time to go up there, get your drink on at Stoney's. Enjoy yourself on the patio tonight, chat. We are getting to the edges of summer, into the heart of fall. Enjoy it while it lasts. But yeah, guys, this is Toby is a bit of a crazy man. And tomorrow we'll watch a little bit more of him. Jesus. Jesus. Yeah, ending on mouthing off to the judge in the middle of damn court. In the middle of damn court. Do not do that, chat. Do not do that. Do not do that. Christina says, keep watching. We are probably going to do, we're probably going to plow through day 3 and 4 tomorrow. We'll probably start a little earlier in the day. But tonight, we're probably going to call it good. What I was planning on doing tonight was going live around 10 or 10:30, and we were going to cover Alyssa Mercanti, on the editors of Kotaku, filed a cease and desist letter to Kiwi Farms. And based on their threats, they gave Josh Moon, also known as Null, 30 days to respond to her demands. And Friday was 30 days. And having spoken to Null and his attorney, Matthew Harden, they both said, we're not saying shit. They can fuck off. So now what's happened, we can go over the letter, and well, now we've gotten through that part. So it's time to talk about it, I think, and just see how bad it is, because it's bad. It's very toothless, and it's very impotent. So that's going to be the plan tonight. Sunshine said, we're going to cover Daniel Penny. Yeah, but his trial doesn't start till coming up. Yes, she filed one on JT Smash too. I know she did. Perestroika, we'll take a look at it. David, they sent a cease and desist claiming they were engaging in her docs. The docs of her was dangerous. So we are going to come back at 10. Actually, probably be about 10:15, and we'll go through everything there. And then after that, we might go ahead and do some model building. Oh, well, thank you, Puffer Smiles. Who's Daniel Penny, Paul? Daniel Penny is the guy. He's accused of murdering the guy on the subway in New York City. Like, was holding him in the sleeper, but not really holding him in the sleeper, and the homeless guy freaked out and died. That's who that is. So, and now ready to eat a sandwich. Well, no, I need to get it all prepped, and I also need to get everything set. So just give me a minute, and we'll be back on it. Hoping you get a notification. Yeah, well, YouTube doesn't notify. That's not their job anymore. That's not how they make money. So, but yeah, guys, we will be back to take a look. And yes, even though, I mean, I can't say just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, in this situation, because Toby, I mean, when you tell them you did it, it's kind of hard not to say just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. But Toby Madden is still not guilty, chat, despite him acting like a crazy man. Despite him not acting like a crazy man. Oh, hold on here 1 second. But yeah, we are coming back, chat. Oh, Fatty says this counts a guilty plea. Not yet, but it's getting there. So, all right, chat. So I will see you guys in about an hour. And remember, until next time. Remember, till about an hour from now. Even for Toby Madden, for now, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty, and that includes Toby Madden. He's still not guilty. Oh, we got super. Oh God, yes, Johan, you're right. God, I almost forgot. We got to knock these out. Ag biochemist thoughts on methyl 2R3S3 benzyloxyl 8 methyl acetic octane 2 carbioxylate. Is that coke? Is that the chemical formula for cocaine? I don't really have an opinion on it. Johan says, if Sean is a sandwich blogger, what food is Kurt a blogger of? I don't know. I think Kurt would have to leave that to... I'll leave Kurt to answer that for himself. Spasticus Autisticus for £5 sterling. The King sterling. He says, I'm currently neck deep in commercial law and decisions on the effect of oral variation clauses. Pray for me. Our Supreme Court's reasoning is retarded. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, the way they do stuff in Britain is a little weird. So good luck with that. And you'll get through it. But thank you for the super chat. Oh. Amateur Iconoclast for $2 saying the best legal movie is Jury Duty of Pauly Shore. I mean, it's not bad. Is it the best? Maybe. Jefferson C. Post says, any judge choose decorative gallows? That'd be very funny. Jefferson again says, officer, did you get this evidence from COG? Oi, mate, we need to bring COG in and have him testify. Oh, my God. Oh, the jokes just write themselves. Jefferson again for $2 more. Thank you so much. Says, officer, what can you tell the jury about Denny's? You've been there before, haven't you, officer? But you don't remember what you ordered. You don't know what you've ordered. How do you know? We know you're lying, officer. Oh, you got to do it like Hans Landa, though. The Denny's orders are the floorboards, aren't they? Oh, geez. Jose Rodriguez for $5, thank you, is saying, after watching last Baldo stream, I think you should rename 2.0 to SS. After all the time she screamed, screen, Sean! Yes, she keeps me in line. Chat. She does. I love her. Dweez says, Florida versus Bree Kuhn is another shorter trial. She shot her husband 4 times while he was on the phone with 911. Wow, that's rough. That's rough. It makes it easy to get convicted. Then Charlotte Cobain says, going into day 3 of No Power in South Carolina. Thanks for keeping me company while grilling everything from the freezer. Hopefully we will get back power soon. Yes, I hope everything is well for you guys. And if you guys know people in the basically western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee area, please check in on them. Things are really bad. Apparently, we don't realize how bad it is because all the communications are dead. Like my uncle had to apparently like trade a some beer to somebody, like a 12-pack of beer, to get a text out to my parents that he was okay. So, it's really bad down there right now. Like apparently in western North Carolina, the North Carolina, transportation department, like NC.dot saying like all highways are closed in western North Carolina. So it's really bad. So if you know any people out there, check in on them. Make sure they're okay. Ellie Fan for $2 says, O'Doyle rules. Yes, who rules? O'Doyle rules. Yeah, the Tennessee National Guard got activated for the Middle East today. Yeah, but they're doing work right now at home. So, by France, there's 33 missing people out there at least. Yeah, a lot of them. So, yeah, just keep track of the people you know out there. Make sure they're okay. But yeah, guys, with that said, we'll end on that note, and I'll see you guys in about an hour now. But from, yes, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty, chat. Take care, you guys.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy Rick Hayden yelled at? Why, yes it was.